Am I debating tonight? Nobody. It shouldn't be on my schedule. I was going to debate somebody, but then you asked like 400 fucking times in chat who it was, so now I decided not to debate anybody. Is today the day? 2035.
Scarcely a day.
Oof. Today's not the day. It's coming though.
Goes by on these here internets without some goddamn 14-year-old telling you that you don't understand economics. Which increases the spending power of workers.
I'm a beta, you're a beta, we're both beta as fuck. Love you.
Which will increase demand for businesses. I'm happy to debate the importance of these different effects, but the standard economic approach only helps us with a tiny part of them, if at all. And arguably, the effect on employment is so uninteresting that it's distracted us from other questions, such as the effect of the minimum wage on mental health or poverty. So now we know that the minimum wage just doesn't have the kind of reliable negative effect on employment we'd expect if the theory were useful. But now I want to talk about another, similar, prominent example. Rent control. It's no secret that both house prices and rents in many countries...
I'm in this video at 2035. What are you talking about? What?
Part of them, if at all. And arguably, the effect on employment is so uninteresting that it's distracted us from other questions, such as the effect of the minimum wage on mental health or poverty. So now we know that the minimum wage just doesn't have the kind of reliable negative effect on employment we'd expect if the theory were useful. But now I want to talk about another, similar, prominent example. Rent control. It's no secret that both house prices and rents in many countries have skyrocketed over the past couple of decades.
Oh, and also, real quick, I haven't watched this full video. Usually this guy... Hold on.
Casey Marlowe, $4.99. Thoughts on Tucker Carlson going full mask-off neo-Nazi last night with the Great Replacement theory? Love your content, thanks.
Yeah, he's been doing that for a while. I know that small boosts in the minimum wage don't impact unemployment. People need to stop acting like people are making that argument, and people need to stop countering that argument. The question is, how much could we raise the minimum wage? The problem is not like, has minimum wage adversely affected unemployment in the past? Which it probably has to a very, very, very small level. The question is, will a 15 an hour bump in the minimum wage, which would be the largest bump in minimum wage? And my understanding is, I think that, I'm pretty sure even economists are split on this, where they're not sure if a federal 15 an hour minimum wage, if a federal minimum wage of $15 per hour would lower employment for low-wage workers. Okay, hold on. It's actually less divided than I even thought. Most economists seem to agree that that's the case. We've got 50% here for weighted by confidence in the strongly agree or agree section. Probably will increase unemployment for low-wage workers or decrease employment. A federal minimum wage that is pegged to state and or local conditions, such as the cost of living, would be preferable to the current arrangements that give states a role in setting the policy. And then most people seem to agree with that, 50% as well.
Especially in Anglo countries. Housing is probably the main cost for most people, so this has prompted questions about whether governments should do more to help people cope with these costs. The most direct policy to do this would be rent control. Rent control isn't a hugely popular policy, although it exists in a few countries and localities. For example, New York City, as discussed by the Friends in the popular sitcom, Friends.
But more important, because of rent control, it was a friggin' steal.
In their debate on housing, philosopher Ben Burgess and streamer Destiny also discussed the policy.
Rent control is like one of these few issues that economists broadly agree is a garbage policy. It doesn't help who we want it to help. It usually hurts who we want to help, and it just doesn't usually get what you want done.
Destiny was correct. Opposition to rent control is possibly the area where economists agree the most.
Oh, that's the only thing I needed to hear. Thank you. All right. We don't even need to watch the rest of the video, because he might actually say it. But the problem with housing is that, like, housing is just, it's actually like, I don't even want to call it physics or math. I don't know. It's like a very basic problem. There's never going to be enough room in one area for everybody to live. You have to understand that. You have to, like, do something about that, right? Like, you can't do that. There's no way that everybody can live in one area. I don't, it's like, It's one of the few things in life where it's like, this is actually a really simple thing. It can't be done. This guy's taking on credit cards versus debit cards.
Now, one other tip I'll give you is I don't own a debit card. I've never owned one. I've never allowed my 3 sons to possess one. Certainly and truly the worst financial tool ever given to the American consumer. So a long time ago, I asked myself a simple question. How would I remove 99.9% of my personal liability like that? Because I really don't want to worry about all these things. So I use the safest form of payment that exists on the face of the earth, and that is a credit card. Credit card. Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover Card. Not debit credit, but credit card. Every day of my life, I spend their money. I don't spend my money. My money sits in a money market account. It earns interest. Actually, nobody knows where it is because it's not exposed to anybody to find it. It's just sitting there. I go to the dry cleaner, I give them my card. I pick up the groceries, I give them my card. I put fuel in my boat on the weekend, I use my card. I pay the marina to keep my boat in the water all year long. They put the rent on my credit card. I travel all over the world. While I wait to get reimbursed, I use my credit card. If I need euros, I go to the ATM machine, I use my credit card. I'm not going to use my debit card to get euros overseas or pounds in Great Britain.
Wait, this sounds like, who is this guy? One of the world's most respected authorities on the subjects of forgery, embezzlement, and secure documents. Is he like some conspiratorial quack? Or...
And every day I use my card, and then if I pay the bill in full or part of the bill, my credit score goes up. So I'm building credit while I'm using that credit card. And if tomorrow, and I'll do everything to protect my information, but if tomorrow someone gets my card number and charges $1 million on my credit card by federal law, my liability is zero. I have no liability. So yes, I love to shop online. I don't use a special card, I just use my credit card. If they don't deliver the merchandise, if they deliver it and it's broken, if the host site I went to was fictitious to begin with, I have zero liability. When you use your debit card, every time you reach for it, you're exposing the money in your account. The only person who's going to get robbed is you. When you use your debit card, you could use it for the next 50 years, 20 times a day. You will not raise your credit score by that much. And of course, when you use your debit card, you are liable up to a certain amount, and it takes a while in order to get that debit card fixed. So when we do post-investigation...
Okay. I'm empathetic towards this.
That breaches, and we say to someone, on your incident, what happened? Well, I was in Target, but I used a Visa card, so I don't know, nothing. They canceled my card the next day. 2 days later, FedEx sent me a new card.
The only thing that I worry about in the beginning, in terms of if I was giving financial advice, you have to be really careful what kind of purchases you make on your credit card, because some places will charge you like a cash transfer fee on credit card purchase. So I'm trying to remember specifically. I don't remember this happening to me with rent or utilities, but there was something that I was like putting on my card, because generally I use my credit card all the time. I don't know if I've ever used my debit card in the past like 8 years, because why would you? When credit cards give you free points. But you have to be careful, because in certain places when you pay rent, that doesn't actually charge as like a credit card purchase. The way that they classify some of those transactions will be as a cash advance. And then out of nowhere, bam, you get smacked with like a fucking 15% or 25% interest right on the fucking purchase.
$5.
So your $2,000 rent all of a sudden has a $300 to $500 surcharge on it. You're like, whoa, I didn't know that this was right. That's the only worry in terms of like giving financial advice. I say be really, 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 really careful what you charge on your credit card if it's like a really big payment, because sometimes on big payments, on certain types of payments, they treat that as a cash advance or like a cash equivalent transfer, whatever. There's different things that credit cards call it. But they won't just charge you as like a purchase. So be really, really, really careful. However, I think what he's saying in terms of exposure to liability is generally correct. If somebody steals your debit card and starts making a bunch of fraudulent purchases, you're basically... It's like bank to bank. You got to figure out like what their policies are in terms of, are they going to let you off the hook? Are they going to forgive some of it? Blah, blah, blah. But if somebody steals a credit card and makes a bunch of fraudulent purchases, you don't have to pay that bill. You just like, oh, fuck it. Like, you take me to court, bitch. Like, I'm not paying that shit. It's not mine. This is technically correct here in terms of where the liability lies.
And that was the last I heard about it. What about you? And I used a debit card there. They took $3,000 out of my checking account. It took me 2 months to get my money back while they said they were investigating. I had to pay my rent, had kids' tuition, everything. I couldn't pay it because they had my money. So I do it for that. So I had 3 sons that went off to college, and I said to them, I'm not giving you a debit card. I've actually applied for a credit card in your name.
I'm not, oh wait, hold on. You're fucked. Most banks won't reimburse. Some banks will, but you have to fight over every transaction. So when I was 18, I had power of attorney on my grandma. So I was like paying all of her bills and doing everything. And when I would check her bank account, I noticed at some point when she was in the hospital, somebody stole her debit card and made a ton of fraudulent purchases. They went to like a gas station. I guess they bought either gas for everybody. Or they bought a ton of shit at the gas station. I don't know. But over like 6 hours, there were a ton of charges at a gas station. And when you went to the bank, you had to contest every charge, and then they would forgive some or reimburse some and then reissue a new card. That was with Wells Fargo, but they didn't reimburse every charge. And it was, I imagine I could have gotten a lot less lucky there. Yeah. Oh, maybe scratch-offs, maybe.
So it's your card. Of course, you're 18, you have no credit, so I guarantee the card. So as a guarantor of the card, 3 things take place. 1, the bill comes to me and I'm responsible for the bill. So if you spend a lot of time in the bar, I'm going to know that. 2, I set the limit on the card. So whatever I want you to spend each month is while you're at school, I'll set that limit. 3rd, every month that I pay the bill goes on your credit. So by the time you get out of college, you should be looking at a credit score of about 800. You want to buy a car, buy a house, buy a condo, you're not going to need me to do that. All 3 of my sons came out of college with great scores of around 800. One of the best things you can do...
Man, can you really get an 800 credit score using a starter credit card, like a $500 cap? That sounds really high. That sounds not possible. I wonder if he's exaggerating. It wouldn't surprise me if you get 740 plus. 800 plus, though, on just one like $500,000 limit credit card seems not possible. But
for your kids is to teach them to learn to use credit early on and build credit in their name. Credit is a very important thing. 30 years ago, it only meant whether you got the car or you got the house. Today, everything is based on your credit. If a company hires you, they're going to check your credit. If you buy auto insurance, they're going to check your credit. You buy life insurance, they're going to check your credit. Everything is based on your credit, so you want to make sure that you maintain a good credit. And it's one of the best things you can do with your kids.
Okay, I think I largely agree with this guy. I think this is true.
Ever given to the American.
The only thing I would say in the beginning is just be really careful what you use with your credit card, because some people, like when he mentioned, you should fact check everything I'm saying. I want to say, though, because he mentioned going to an ATM in another country to withdraw money. I think normally if you withdraw money from an ATM with your credit card, I think you're going to get hit with a cash advance charge on that. I'm almost positive you will. To just withdraw money from an ATM, and the cash advance fees are crazy. So that's the only time I ever use my debit card is if I'm in another country and I need to withdraw like currency. Oh, I guess I used it in Cancun. You withdraw currency with a debit card. With a credit card, though, I think you can get hit. I think you get hit with huge fees. As a non-American, the credit score system seems fucked. I don't know if it's that fucked. I think a lot of people are just really irresponsible with their spending. But that's another discussion. I must say, what Biden's done so far is rather pleasant. I don't feel like reading this whole article. Oh, it's not that much. If Dan wants to come read it, he can. Oh, Chomsky realizes this too. Fuck, I didn't even think about this before. Fuck. The author doubts that Democrats will be able to get rid of the filibuster, and he lamented that although Republicans are a minority party, they have a structural advantage over Democrats in elections. Chomsky told Barsamian, the Democratic voting base is mostly concentrated in cities. That means that a lot of the votes cast in our parliamentary system are just lost. If 80% of the votes for a candidate are cast in one place, 30% of them are essentially lost. Republicans, by contrast, are scattered in rural counties and in small states that have representation far beyond the population. All this gives Republican a structural advantage. This doesn't... One of the things that I always thought was that gerrymandering and shit needed to just go away, and that, or we just gerrymander things more fairly and everything would be good. And then Aiton brought up in that conversation with me that, like, because of how Democrats are so concentrated in cities, that if you were to go and redraw every district in the United States in the most reasonable, fair way possible, in terms of districts are really districts and they're being represented correctly, blah, 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 it's going to massively favor Republicans. You're fucked. Please click on the 4 sisters took some photos for 4 years. The last one is just sad. Wait, what? Oh, probably because she's dead. There's going to be like a million fucking ads in this. Oh my God. Holy shit, you're going to make me go to the very end of this? How many pages is it? 22.
You gnome fuck!
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Wait, why was the last one sad? Because they're all still white. God damn, we got clickbaited into nothing. Damn, you want to know? You know what one fucked up photograph gallery was or whatever? I think we all saw this. It was posted on Reddit, and some guy posted a photograph gallery of my sister or I think it was his fiance or wife's fight with cancer, and it was you saw the normal blah blah blah, the condition decline, and then eventually it got to the point where she was in hospital and it was sad, and then it went to the point where she went back home and it seemed like she was getting better, and then the next one is she's dead, and it's like, oh geez, okay. Why does that happen? They always get better before dying. What is it called? There's a name for this. Is it called the death rally? Phenomenon known as the surge before death. Oh, terminal lucidity is what I've heard. One of the explanation that I've always heard for this is a lot of your body, a lot of the feelings that you get when you're sick aren't actually caused by any disease. For a lot of the parts of a disease, they don't actually impact you anywhere near as bad as you think they do. What it actually is, it's your body fighting against it. It's your immune response to it. Sometimes your immune response can be so severe, the immune response kills you. I think it's called cytokine storm or whatever. Various inflammatory, I think cytokines, I remember pronouncing it correctly, are produced at a much higher rate than normal. The overproduction of cytokines causes positive feedback or on other immune cells to occur, which allows for more immune cells to be recruited to the site of injury that lead to organ damage. And when you're getting to the stages where you're very, very close to death and your body stops fighting off an infection, I think that is supposed to be very, it feels good because your body is no longer fighting, so you're not exhausting those resources and doing all that self-damage, basically. And then you die.
Claim to $4.99. I like RD72s. I like
Good one.
RD72s.
What do you think Chauvin will be convicted of? I think the third degree. Whoa, shit, I didn't mean to.
You gnome fuck!
Sorry for the damages.
Wow.
Sad face.
Tier 4, thanks.
Sorry
man.
for the damages. Sad face.
Oh, saved you a click. Wait, there was a question in here. I don't remember. Oh, do you ever feel like if you have to go pee and you hold it, you wait for an hour extra, just 1 hour, that when you finally go pee, you pee 3 times as much as normal? Where did it all come from in just 1 hour? Isn't that kind of weird? Yes, no, yes, no. If I have to use the restroom and I go to the restroom and I pee.
X-Gon give it to ya. Darfields.
You'll be done in however many 15 seconds or whatever. But then if you wait an hour when you go pee, it's 45 seconds. It's so much more. Why?
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation.
You gnome fuck!
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Quick question. Do you,
with 5, 4, 3,
what is the cheapest kind of meal you can
bonus me with Nathan Pepe.
I'm getting old, or I can't fucking hear.
1.
I can't hear anything in this. Am I just old, or?
Quick question. Do you What is the cheapest kind of meal that you?
What is the cheapest kind of meal? Jesus Christ.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Is this a date? No, it's not a date. This is purely platonic. Yeah.
Sorry.
Why are you laughing?
I was actually kind of worried someone would ask.
No.
That's fine.
Rio Flanell, $5.
I'm here.
That was a joke.
After filling the
A joke?
boundaries.
No, I think people assume if you're like a guy and someone's a girl that you're together. Yeah, it's a common thing.
I see.
Oh my god. What is happening? I can't tell what's a troll or not. What's Melina doing?
Sam, thank you.
Oh my god, it's an actual pool stream. It's just a stream of a pool.
I'm not gonna be able to see the high train though. You guys hype the train up, okay? You guys can do it. I believe in you. Okay. Hello, Reindeer. What's up?
Your pee thing is like when people tell me to stop jerking for a week so it's a better cum shot, orgasm, but I just bust in like 4 minutes and I don't feel anything bigger load toe.
Nice. If you want to cum more, you got to drink more water, and you got to be close to orgasm for longer periods of time. Those are the only two things that help. Everything else you read on the internet is a lie, 100%.
Yeah, what's up? Wait. Okay. Is this where we're supposed to do the shameless content? Is it?
Zinc doesn't help. Nope, zinc or the whatever. There's like 52 different drugs or pills or vitamins. Be like, oh, if you eat all this, it'll blah, 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 blah. Nope. Drinking water actually helps? Yes, a lot. Well, I can't see the pool anymore, so fuck this stream. Does eating fruits like pineapple actually improve the taste? I don't believe that. No, I'll never believe that. Nope.
$4.99. Destiny, did you see the new Unlearning Economics vid about min wage and rent control?
Nope.
You got pound.
Cool.
Please respond or you lose at being smart.
Listen, if you want to increase the size of your fucking coombs, there's 3 things that you can do, okay? There's 3 things that you can do. Does a healthy diet improve the taste? Nope. Nope. 95% of what you hear on the internet are virgins giving advice to other virgins. The idea that you eat food and the food goes to your balls and flavors your cum is just the stupidest fucking thing in the world. It's so stupid, okay? The production of, like, your ejaculate and all of that, I don't think that your body just goes to your stomach and takes out, like, oh, well, what fruit did he eat last? Oh, well, let's go with the watermelon flavor this time. Or, like, oh, he smoked cigarettes? Well, let's go ahead and pack some tobacco into this load, okay? It's virgins giving advice to other virgins on the internet. Literally, that's all it is. That is all it is. If you want to cum more, there's 3 things that you can do, okay? You can either wait longer between cum shots. So if you jerk off like 5 times in a day, you're probably not going to cum a lot, okay? So wait a long time before a cum shot, at least 1 day, all right? Number 2 is edge a lot before you cum. So if you start masturbating and you go from 0 to coming in like 30 seconds, you're not going to cum a lot. And 3 is make sure you drink a lot of water. If you're dehydrated or whatever, you're not going to cum that much either. Those are the 3 biggest things that you can do to cum more, 100%, okay? The idea of like the holy grail cum stack, blah, blah, blah. You can go and read... like all the people that have talked about taking it, and every single one will be like, oh, I tried this, and I think that it blah, 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 and oh, I tried this, blah, 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 oh, but it didn't work, it didn't seem to do anything. No, it's all bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit. And you can go and ask porn stars, too, because if it was possible, all of them would be doing it, and they're not. Like, every now and then, I think a porn star will say, like, oh, like, I try zinc or whatever, but, like, there is no, like, yeah.
Wow, you just got lobstered. Send this to another person to get unlobstered.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Talking out your ass about the pineapple thing? Okay, well, go try it sometime and come back and report your results,
Roger,
all right?
$5. Just take load stack, it's FPS Kyle approved.
%95 of the people that talk about the pineapple shit haven't even eaten their own cum before, and you guys are trying to talk about how confident you are. Go do it. Go try it. Report back. See what happens. It's all fucking bullshit. Another thing that's bullshit, here's another big bullshit from you, is people say like, oh, if you have a healthier diet, if the girl is vegan or if the guy is vegan, their cum tastes better, blah, blah, blah. Also, 1,000,000% bullshit. Virgins giving advice to other virgins. That's what it is. It's all virgins giving advice to other virgins. They say shit on the internet that sounds good, and it's like, oh, well, if you're healthy, everything must be better in your life, including like the taste of your fucking sweat and cum and shit, and it almost tastes better, blah, blah, blah. It's all bullshit. All of it is bullshit. I've gone down on fucking vegan girls that have absolutely no flavor whatsoever, and I've gone down on vegan girls that have very, very strong flavors. There's been girls that have had totally fucked diets who've been tasted fine. There's girls that have had totally fucked diets that have tasted horrible. I don't know how much any of that shit like plays into the composition of your sexual fluids. I don't believe in any of it. I've been with people that have been like 10 years later, we've hooked up and their lifestyle has completely changed and they've tasted exactly the same, 100%. Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You can call me wrong all you want, but I will warn you and I will tell you, okay? There are two things on the internet that you cannot get advice about. One is drugs, the other is sex. Because for drugs, people giving advice are often druggies, and they're crazy. But it's the opposite. The people that give advice on sex are usually virgins, and they have no experience. So you can't get advice. So those are two things. You got to go out into the world, and you got to get your own experience on it. And yeah, good luck. If you got advice for sex on the internet, here are some tidbits. Here are some wonderful tidbits of advice that you'll see ubiquitously posted on the internet as being true. Okay? Number one, did you know that only 1 out of 7 trillion women can actually come from vaginal penetration? In fact, most women don't like getting fucked at all. They only want to get head. Most women don't even like sex, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and only 1 out of 450 trillion women can ever come. It's absolute fucking bullshit. It's absolute fucking bullshit. It's advice by virgins for virgins. Or you'll see shit like there's no such thing as like a bad blowjob, like every blah, blah. Yep, that's advice by virgins and for virgins. It's absolutely not true. There's all sorts of bad sex. There's tons of times where you can hook up with somebody and be like, man, I should have just fucking wanked it because that was a fucking horrible experience. Man, fuck, what else is there? Porn is absolutely horrible. There's nothing you can learn from porn. Every single piece of porn is completely and totally unrealistic. Nothing that you see in porn you can do. We're like, bullshit. Most fucking porn shit. But like fucking 50% of what you see is pretty easy to do, especially for amateur shit. Most of the shit you can do in real life, most of it isn't that fucking outlandish. Like, obviously there are certain things that are fucked, that are obviously stupid you can't do, but it's bullshit. Oh, number four, women need tons and tons of foreplay, and you can't just jackhammer, blah, 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 blah. Most common complaint that I have heard from women, okay? Find women in your life and ask them, not virgin women, okay? And not women that have fucked one person, okay? The most common complaint that you will ever get from a woman is that men treat their vaginas too gently. I have heard this complaint so many fucking times, okay? If you're trying to make a woman come, okay? If you're giving her head and you're doing this, it's not working, okay? You have to hand on the stomach. You have to go fucking hard, okay? The idea that like, oh, like all women are like delicate fucking flowers and blah, 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 blah. Also, bullshit advice. By virgins, for virgins on the internet, okay? 95% of what you read about sex on the internet, especially Reddit, is absolutely just bullshit. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable bullshit. Not even joking. Like, people will talk about like how sensitive women's vaginas are, and then and then when you go to see like a woman's bedroom, she breaks out her Hitachi. It's like this thing. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure thing, bud. Like, anyway, go get experience. Figure your stuff out, okay? Experience is the only way to learn.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Cool.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
So scared of using Hitachi. I've seen so many of my friends ruined by those things, so now they can only come by using one of them. If you have like a crazy vibrator thing...
Why are you dodging critiques of your views by an economist? I thought you were a good debater. Do you need to research the topic more or what? I sincerely want to hear your response. PLS don't ignore.
Okay. I'm too scared to respond to that, sorry. I'm so scared of using Hitachi. I've seen so many friends remember those things. If you're going to use an insane, crazy vibrator, you need to just use it like once a week. You can't go overboard with those things because you will destroy your body, okay? You will destroy yourself. If you are using an insane... There are two ways that women can fucking ruin themselves for sex and make it so hard to get pleasure. One is if you're using an insane... Hitachi or like insane vibrator every fucking day or multiple times a day, whew, you're gonna have a hard time getting off in sex. And the other thing is the female equivalent of like the death grip is humping pillows. You cannot do that shit long term either. Holy fuck, that will fucking ruin you. Okay, I think those are like the two things that women do that are the equivalent of like the male death grip. Where if you're a guy and you like squeeze the fuck out of your dick and jerk it, you will fuck yourself, and it'll be really hard for you to get off normally. Destiny, okay, don't hold a sec. Okay, don't a sec. People are going to listen to you 100%. Please trust me. Some girls are very sensitive, and you can't just ram your tongue in them, especially mine. The better advice would just be to communicate, ask for... Oh, sure. No, that's true. Everybody's different. Speaking in generalities, but yeah, communication is the best thing you can do with your partner. 100%, of course. Do you know how to get rid of death grip? I don't know. Stop listening to shitty music. What do you say to people that have a hard time coming from anything other than masturbating? Probably masturbate less. Could it be that you mostly encounter mega coomer girls in your life? I mean, I think I have a wide variety of experience from people that have a lot of experience as women and people that have very little experience as women. So, I mean, like, I've run the gamut. I think the things that I say are generally true, but I think that one guy's thing about, like, listening to girls is also, like, it's very, very, very important that everybody is, like, everybody...
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Everybody's body is super duper different. Here, this is another difficult thing. It's so hard. You have to learn through experience. The best thing you can do is communicate. You can never ask a woman what women like during sex because what a woman will tell you is what she likes during sex. And then it's the same thing with men as well. You can't ask a man what men like during sex because a man will tell you what he likes during sex. And you also run the gamut on guys too. So like, for instance, like some guys like really like when you mess with their balls. Other guys, like if you even touch them for whatever reason, they like shrivel up in fear and they like hate it completely. And then some guys are like, I don't know, in like fucking porn, like a woman can be like ripping this guy's testicle off with her mouth, and the guy's like, oh, it feels so good. It's like, I don't know how you survive that shit. Yeah, and then it's the same thing with women as well. I had an ex who, in order to get her off, you would literally have to like take her clit between your teeth and chew lightly, and that would be the like stimulation that she would need to orgasm. And then I've seen other women who like you can't even pull the hood back; you have to play with it like over the hood because otherwise it's like way too sensitive, and she would freak the fuck out. So I mean, like everybody is way different. You have to, but you have to communicate. You got to talk to them. Yeah. Can you elaborate on the pillow humping and how it's bad? I think sometimes, I don't know the mechanics of why, but sometimes women, when they start learning early on to masturbate, they'll put like a pillow between their legs, they roll onto their tummy, and then they like grind against the pillow to orgasm. And I've heard for a lot of women that this is like the male version of death grip, where if you do this a lot, it becomes really hard to orgasm via other means. You like have to put like a pillow between your legs and hump or something like that in order to get off, that it like makes it really hard to get off in other ways. you know if your flight has been interrupted by the volcano eruption in St. Vincent? I don't even know where the fuck St. Vincent is. What is death grip? If you masturbate too much, it becomes harder to get off in other ways. Caribbean. Oh, that sounds like where I'm going. Why would this affect my... I have no idea if this affects my shit or not. Hold on. Aruba. Wait, is this a... Is Aruba a country? It is, isn't it? Or is it not? Wait, this place is small as fuck. What the fuck? Is it like a territory, or is it like a... It's a Dutch territory? There's an island and subsequent... I'm sorry. Is an island and a constituent country of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. How are they even allowed to hold on? What if they were to declare independence? What is the population of Aruba? 100,000 people. Jeez. Also, what is the when somebody says like I'm going to the Caribbean, does Cuba count as that? Jamaica must. Does Panama count, or like Costa Rica? Does that count as the Caribbean? Is it like everything that touches? No. What about Guatemala? Or Belize? Or if we go to Honduras, does that count as the Caribbean? It's just the water stuff? Everything in the area that isn't landlocked. If I go to Venezuela, is that part of the Caribbean? Or... What about Cancun? Did that count as the Caribbean? Imagine pronouncing Caribbean. It's just the islands. No, just the island. Oof. We got a lot of disagreement in chat. Oh, here we go. Can we do some Valheim today? We already beat Valheim. So Venezuela counts as part of the Caribbean, but not like Panama or whatever? That's kind of bullshit. Fake news, dog shit map. Uh-oh. Oh, this is like when we looked at when we found out the Middle East doesn't have like Pakistan or Afghanistan in it. Uh-oh. Rip. What is this one here? Is this the Turkmenistan one? I forget all these. We should know some of these because there's like Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan is up here. One of these Uzbekistan. I think this is Kazakhstan, the big one. This is where all the cultural genociding is happening right now. These people up here are the ones that grill the food, and you get to put what you want in your own bowl, and you get to walk through the line and shit. Jesus. Azerbaijan is on the other side of the Caspian Sea by Armenia. Wow, cool. Is that Mongolia? Yeah, I have no idea I don't know anything about Mongolia. I'm not going to lie. I'm not even 100% convinced it's a real country, other than the fact that it's on the map and it's north of China, but I don't hear anything about Mongolia ever, other than they used to invade people a long fucking time ago. I have no idea. I don't know anything about that country. You travel more in the east? I'm always just paranoid of getting kidnapped and killed or some shit. I don't know.
You gnome fuck!
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Mongolia has one city? Wait, is it true?
You
Mongolia population.
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal
Jesus,
nation.
really? Wait, holy fuck. Mongolia has a smaller population than
You gnome fuck!
Nebraska?
Undefinedis has joined the
Is Nebraska
omniliberal
2 million
nation.
or 4 million? Oh, it's 2 million. So a little bit bigger. Wait, is there really only one? Is there really only like one major city in Mongolia?
Your cum taste take is 100%
Wrong.
wrong, buddy. You need to taste more cum in your life. I wouldn't know how it is for vaginas, but I drink more cum than water, and I can tell you that you're wrong.
Nice. You sound mad.
Destiny, you are just wrong. My brother's cum tastes better after he eats pineapple derpstiny.
Nice.
Hey chat, I lost the game. Troll face.
They're nomadic? Is that actually true?
Is Nick okay? I heard the bad news and I know it's important to him. I wanted to make sure he's not taking this death too hard. I was talking about DMX. Who's Philip?
You gnome fuck!
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Where is Moody Cakes?
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation. Joe Faps, $5. My eyes are opened, I shall find the clitoris, wish me luck. I will search the world, look under every rock. Climb every mountain, this is the way.
You gnome fuck!
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Moody Booty Cakes, what's up?
You gnome
Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
Hello.
No, what's up with you? I said it first.
What
What day do you leave for Aruba?
I think tomorrow night.
Oh, she.
Spectre, $5.
She.
By your logic, I can't take your advice. Sorry, no me.
What show are you watching right now?
Memes.
Well, I'll be finishing Attack on Titan.
Undefinedis
I might
has
make
joined
Melina
the
watch the
omniliberal
ping pong
nation.
anime when we go.
Hell yeah, brother. It's quick.
And then as of recently, I've watched several episodes. Have you heard of the show called...
I'm
Is it
sure
called
you've
Dickie?
heard of the recent rise
Hold
in
on, I've
Asian
not heard
hate
of that.
crimes,
Might be
but
called
it
Dave.
seems like no one talks about the fact that it's mostly black
Dave.
Americans
Dave.
committing these attacks. It
Oh,
feels like
about
the
Little
tension
Dickie? I
between
haven't
the
heard of
black
this,
and
but
Asian communities is being
have now.
ignored.
Yeah,
You
I think it's
gnome
decent.
Decent.
Yeah.
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal
then,
nation.
There's a show called Cobra Kai,
I think I've heard of that, or I've heard of Cobra Kai before.
which is about like
Give an opinion on the Falkland Islands dispute quick.
yeah, it's like about
Sounds
the
like a comedy.
no. Hold on, everybody wants to like ask.
How
me
do you
a
get
million
over
questions.
a breakup when a person
good
just
point.
says their friend's seen red flags
Video game
compared to
yourself.
the previous ex? And you try and want it to work, but they seem to just want to out. Rio Flamel, $5. I wanted to thank you. I was alt-right years ago and eventually swang far left. Your content has pulled me to an even center and I'm happier for it.
Oh my god. Okay, give me like 5
Stephen,
minutes.
do you
Jesus, I
think
got
it would
lots of-
lower violence
Take your time.
rates if we changed the Second Amendment so that it meant swords? Like everyone would have their own swords?
You gnome fuck!
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation.
That was a base down now.
Was it though?
The swords one? Hell yeah.
Tried to explain my reasoning and why that person was wrong, and that made it worse only to be completely stonewalled. Don't understand how to deal with breakup. You're a beta. I'm a beta. You're a beta. I'm a beta. You're a beta. I'm a beta. Please stop watching these soy shows from Japan and Cooktown, USA. Watch Mad Men and put some hair on your chest. Develop an alcohol addiction and start smoking Lucky Strikes. Top 3 shows of all time. Kuma friendly too.
Jesus. Okay. It's about like the guys from the Karate Kid, basically, just like the Guy that beat the or that lost to the Karate Kid in the movie like starts his own gym when he's like 40 or something, and it's just.
Oh, is it like a meme movie, or is it supposed to be like?
It's like a comedy show slash just like whatever. No, it's not comedy. It's like I don't know how you would describe it. It's like a drama slash comedy thing, like a normal show, I guess.
It's like, oh, okay, okay. So it's not like Balls of Fury and then the dodgeball movie, right? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, it's not like that.
Okay.
It's like cheesy drama, sure. I don't know. It's okay, but I'm not like seriously watching any shows at the moment. No.
If you like Rick and Morty, you should try Solar Opposites. It's by Justin.
Just in your mouth. Okay.
Yeah, I was just thinking about like the Balls of Fury movie and then the dodgeball movie. I don't know if I haven't watched them in so long, but I remember them fondly.
The dodgeball movie, is that the one with? Was it Will Ferrell? No, it was the guy in Zoolander. It might have been Will Ferrell and the guy in Zoolander.
Fuck, what is that guy's name?
You fuck.
Adam.
Undefined this has joined the omniliberal nation.
No.
Ben Stiller, that guy.
Yeah, Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller, and then there's another guy. I don't remember his name.
Claim to $4.99. Hey, Destiny's
I'm even
friend.
looking at him and I don't remember
Make
his name.
Destiny respond to a learning economics video about how rent control is not bad. Make him stop hiding like a lil bee. Could you ever be convinced that dishonesty is necessary to sway the political opinion of the
how do I
average
boost
person
my
for the better?
opinion with these guys? Like if I'm not getting any missions, is there anything else I can do?
What the fuck was the Brawl in Cell Block 99 about? I've seen this movie.
Online economics said he would be interested in a minimum wage discussion. If he ever wants to, that's fine. I'm not going to schedule it 3 weeks in advance. If he ever wants to hop on a chat, we could do it. But that's the only way I'll do it. Okay.
Models?
Trade with them? I can't trade with them because if I fly to their station, they're gonna fucking kill me. Do bounties for them or give them AI cores? I can't. They don't have any bounties for me. They're not giving me missions because they're cucks.
Base.
No, you're based on being cucked.
No.
If I just wait here for a while I start to get missions from them, or?
I got bullied by some gangsters on bikes in Grand Theft Auto RP yesterday.
Did you really get bullied?
I really did.
Typical of the faction. That's not... Okay, look. If I go to the station, they're gonna try to kill me. You fucking morons! I can't just go to the station.
Has joined the omniliberal nation.
You gnome fuck.
Undefined this has joined the omniliberal nation.
Turn off your transponder, and then they're gonna blow me up if I approach. Look. Look, they want to come kill me. Oh my god. Now what? Now I have to blow the whole fucking fleet up, and now they're gonna hate me even more.
They did this to you. They caused that. Ooh, Fenson's getting banned. Alright, chat, 1 through 3. How long should I ban for?
Why are you banning him?
You posted not safe for work during stream.
Hold on.
You gnome fuck.
Rip Omaha election.
Why would you even... It's not even worth getting banned for. What a dumb link. Yeah,
take him out.
Do it. Put it up to a vote.
Which number? 1, or 2, or 3? It's not even not safe for work.
Yeah, it's so dumb. Why would you...
You gnome fuck.
Undefined this has joined the omniliberal nation.
Yeah, now we're all upset. Because we didn't even get to see NSFW for your ban.
Undefined this has joined the omniliberal nation.
Alright, we'll do 3 hours.
You gnome fuck.
Undefined this has joined the omniliberal nation.
Do I open the comms directory? Is that how I... Oh my god, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. How can I make these guys love me?
It's love, you idiot.
Love is love. It's the hegemony. You should avoid pissing off really good. Well, I don't want these guys to like me for dislike me for no reason. You can get faction missions from the bar. Just the color person's named which faction they belong to. Oh, well, this dumb fuck is a pirate, so...
Hey, just dropping by again to say the RTBA is the biggest fucking loser on the internet. Nobody loves you or wants you around. You suck.
Why do they hate me? Because I accidentally jacked one of their satellites. I didn't realize it. And now they all fucking hate me. Can you ever talk to people like this and get missions, or no? Like in the comms directory? I like to be commissioned. Oh.
Claim to $4.99. Hey Destiny's friend. You are a knuckle-dragging troglodyte. Make Destiny respond to my question about rent control.
I'm in a stream right now. What? I can't do anything. They won't give me any missions.
Undefined Dis has joined the omniliberal nation.
It's art, guys. It's art. Did you see Alinity's art?
Yeah, the implicit nudes or whatever.
Disney, are you ever gonna go back?
You're behind the
kill
times,
stream?
my boy.
Oh no, that was the joke. Yeah, I know. I know.
Rodozen, $4.99. How to debate someone saying COVID vaccine is not real because mRNA. Also that the definition of vaccine was changed to include these new vaccines.
I have no fucking idea what any of what you're talking about, so I'm sorry. Look at these guys' fleets. This is like the poverty fucking crew. Even if these guys wanted to fight me, they wouldn't be able to. Why are they pretending to pursue me? Oh my god. Fucking dumb fucks. Cringe. Who are you guys? Oh my god.
Have you ever made the mechanical keyboard shit? Have you ever done that?
A mechanical keyboard? Have I ever...
Have you ever made one? Like done the thing where you like put the switches in and like all that shit?
No.
Okay.
Wait, what is this? Pirates? Why are they unidentified? Oh, Ludic. These guys are like space Nazis, right? I can kill these guys?
Is Eris in the chat? If I mute someone, do you need me to put a reason? Or are we good? If it's like a small mute.
Depends on if they... Small mute for 3 days?
Well, he posted not safe for work, and it was like a weird one. Without tagging it.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It was funny, yeah. It was just fucking... It was just weird.
Oh, so now you're gonna be the arbiter of just meeting people because it's weird.
Go click his link off stream.
Okay, Mootin.
Tell me that ain't weird.
Him dropping some food facts on LiveDGG.
All right then.
Mexican food is overrated. Indian food is underrated.
Very particular
by
weird
Americans.
fetish.
Yeah,
Japanese
okay,
food is
whatever.
better than Chinese. Destiny has shit food takes.
Also, I'm a muter. I'm not a banner. You can still see the chat when I mute.
Oh, nice. Really thinking about the chat there, Moot.
I am. I'm a man of the people. True.
How is this one guy hauling ass so hard?
That feel when moved on mad he got bullied in GTA.
Wait, why are
so
people
he
saying you
takes
get bullied
it
in
out
GTA? What's going on?
T4S
Oh
and
man,
chat Tony one
I
by
actually
you
got really
coward.
fucking bullied in GTA.
Why are they bullying you? How are they bullying you?
I don't know. It was some gangsters, dude, and I was rolling
What?
up in the wrong. Yeah, listen.
Some gangsters?
They were literally gangsters. And I apparently was rolling in the wrong neighborhood, and they came up to me on bikes. On fucking bicycles, dude. And they were harassing me. and saying if I come down to this neighborhood again, they're gonna fucking kill me. And that was in front of fucking cops. Well, the cops were across the street. I was taken aback by it.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm on NoPixel.
Rion, €5. Interesting vid on Western civilization.
Wow, dude, I'm checking that out immediately.
Soy.
What? Okay, deploy left, deploy right. Let's try this. Oh my god, that works so much better. These guys are, okay, cool. Moody booty.
It's alright, Chuck's gonna run them streets.
Is he?
Oh yeah.
One still retreated? Come on, what are you guys doing? Another retreated. This guy can't get away. No way, right? Oh my god, he's so fat. What? Did all four get away? Have you seen all the weird kind of sexual clips of NMP at lol Nick on LSF lately? Wait, what do you mean?
What?
What?
I haven't seen any like these.
Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. Debate Vosh about AOT? Oh wait, is he on the cringe? Everything is fascist apologia train or whatever? Oh, finally. See ya. Oh, this guy's dead too. Now he clarifies in this tweet. No. Woody 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 cakes.
I have a D&D question, but Cake's still here.
Why does it matter if Cake is here?
He doesn't like to hear about it, you know? Trying to help him out.
What is your D&D question?
Well, someone just brought up a good point. Why the fuck are we paying 5,000 gold a dragon armor when we're providing the fucking materials? That's $50,000 a fucking armor.
They're saying to work it and everything.
$50,000 for 2 months of work?
Yep. That's what that was a stated reason, yeah. I say we should get it all for free because, I mean, we're literally...
Yeah, that's what I think we should have got it for free. But no, it's fine. I'm just thinking about it.
We just don't need any money, so I don't ask for anything more. But we still have Well, we've traded 0 sets so far, right? We've got 1 promise to the elves, so we still got 3 more to trade.
1 for us, 1 for the elves, 3 more to trade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
We didn't have to trade a set to that other people. we handled that shit.
True. Fuck them. Don't you have more scales you can work with?
Claim to
I don't know, do we?
$4.99.
No, he said that we can only make 5
Destiny's
full
friend.
sets.
You a poppy
Well,
cave dweller? Do you even play
I think he said we were
StarCraft?
only going to get 5 sets of
Debate
armors
me
made,
on the
but there should
Western
still be
Civ and
more.
family values. Beta.
Might be able to make like a
Amazed
shield or
in.
something.
But no, there should still be a fuck ton more scales.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So like, let's say his back or whatever is where you make the armor from. It's probably the easiest spot or
Oh
whatever.
no!
But we
I
have
think
a
he was just
fuck
saying
ton of
like we
scales?
just didn't have time or whatever to make more armor, but there should still be like the raw material there to make a ton more.
Maybe. Yeah. I would assume so.
No, I thought I
will agree
specifically asked him. I was like, there should be enough
Oh,
to make
okay.
like 100 sets of armor or something. And I think he said yes. I'm almost positive I asked him that.
I remember you asking him that one session before we did it, and then after when we did it, he was like, "Yeah, you can make 5."
Well, because that's how much money we had with the
That's
extra.
how much money we had.
Yeah,
oh,
I
okay,
think so,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay, sure. Yeah, then it's fine.
He said like 20 sets. Okay, sure.
Instead of giving the +3 scimitar to the family, maybe we give it to those people from Eridon so we can get Nick's book back and keep the Ring of Reaction or whatever.
They made it sound like they wouldn't do that before because I offered to trade other things in exchange for it. Is Nick? What spells does Nick's books have? What spells does Nick's book have? Is that correct? What spells does Nick's book have? I think that's correct.
You probably just say like what spells are in Nick's book.
Well, I'm trying to think. What does need to agree there? But it needs to agree with book. So what spells does Nick's book have? I think that's correct. Sorry, but anyway, yeah. What does he have in that book that he needs to?
Higher level spells. So like the next section of spells, 5th level.
We really need another Ring of Reaction.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So that we can give this shit back. Well, but we also really like the boots too, right? Like the boots that you have.
Yeah, we got to keep the boots.
Uh-huh.
It's 2 AC. We got to keep the boots. I'm sure that they'll trade something. Even if they sounded like they wouldn't before, man. With the new items that we just got, the potions, they got to trade for sure. Oh, we can give him a dragon scale armor.
Maybe.
That's probably worth a free action in the boots.
If I were to go down and trade with these guys, if I were to go down and trade with my transponder off, do I still gain ranking with them? Will they like me? No? You can only do black market trade? You can only... Oh.
Inch.
God damn it.
Is there a reason everybody's freaking out over DMX's death? I didn't even know this guy was like in a vegetative state or anything.
What, are you fucking serious? It's fucking DMX, bro. Dude, get away from me. Even if you saw me, you wouldn't be able to fuck with me. Hold on. Oh my god, why is he chasing me? Yeah, clearly you're not a DMX fan.
I probably only know the one song. The X gonna give it to you or whatever.
Wait, that's not DMX.
That is DMX. Actually.
Wait, do you think that's the same? Wait, do you really think that? Wait, without looking it up, do you really
yes,
think that?
I do. Yes, I do. Yes, 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 yes. 100 times yes.
You know that he only made that song for Rick and Morty, right?
No, that's not true. Dumb fuck.
He's so mad.
Can we get some ha-has for Destiny for trying and failing? You just farmed, kid.
I'm farming your mom. Doing your mom, doing your mom. You ever heard that song before?
I have heard that song before.
Doubtful.
I think
Do you?
you should dual wield. I know it feels cocked, but let's talk about it now.
It's only good when
You're-
I have a whole bunch of bonuses applied to me, like spells and shit.
Yeah, your dexterity though, it cuts out the minuses to hit. As soon as you get the 2-weapon fighting, you will have 0/0. So you'll be able to do it without having any minuses to hit.
Yeah, but I think it might be better for me to just take that two-handed fighting.
Well, the reason I'm saying you do the dual wield is because when we get those dragon weapons, there's 4, right? There's a sword, a hammer, a spear, and a bow. Emmerich gets the bow, I get the spear, and you can use the sword and the hammer.
So I just turn evil in like 1 week?
It's fine by me. You be fucking up that dragon though. Also, I sent you the link of what it actually says. It doesn't say it makes you evil. It says it... Fuck, where did I put that shit? Why is Neil posting balls in that?
Because I got him, dude. I got him with a DN. Did you see it? He was so mad.
It says it's imbued with a magical spirit that communicates physically with the wielder. The spirit's personality is said to reflect that of its users. So, you know, if you're good, it'll reflect that, right?
If.
True. Out for 10 minutes.
Time. Hanging out in this.
How are they not just gonna... Oh, God. You gotta wait real world time for that shit?
Well, somebody said that if I hang out in their systems, they're supposed to give me missions, but they haven't given me shit. Mercantile convoy.
Convoy.
What?
Oh man, you're missing out. It's a good song.
I'm speaking.
Mr. Vice
President, I'm speaking. Don't you try to blame me if you're intimidated. Trying to say things are gonna change.
Why, what's the deal with people that, like, were really YouTube famous, and then they, like, leave YouTube, and then they come back, like, 7 years later to try to do it again? I don't understand why people do that. Like, do you know Ray William Johnson?
I know the name. They were, like, a huge YouTuber, yeah?
Yeah, he did the Equals 3 show. Mm-hmm. He was, like, one of the first internet memers. And then he, like, quit his channel, but then they come back always after, like, 5 years.
Yeah, they're probably done being burnt out.
Yeah, I guess. But, like, now his channel is just, like, really sad. So he's got 9.6 million subscribers, right?
Uh-huh.
And his channel gets 800,000 views per month.
Well, you know, it's working on it.
Oh!
Just you wait. He's gonna conquer the algorithm again.
Is he though? Like, look at this. 13,000 views, 7.9 thousand views. That's gotta be so weird. 10 million subs and getting 17,000 views a video. Click those new videos.
Okay, I love you guys, so I want to set this straight. This is not called pop. It is not called Coke. This is called soda. And if you call it anything other than soda, I will... Have you ever rejected someone because they're boring? Well, maybe they aren't boring. Maybe you aren't attracted to them because they're not toxic. Yeah, that's right. Maybe you're so messed up that decent people seem uninteresting to you.
Wait, why don't you have a TikTok yet?
Shit's cringe, bro.
You're cringe. Wait, why can't I deploy on the left to right? Oh, if it's like a head-on engagement, you can't do that, I guess. Just assault, fuck him. He moved to Facebook, started random shorts, we get a lot of views for some reason. Check out his girlfriend, Red Kelly, she's something else. What do you mean by that? What do you think that guy meant by that, Mood?
I didn't hear what you said.
Thought so. So you just don't want to answer because you're a fucking coward.
Just trying to prove something wrong today.
What are you trying to prove wrong?
Mike's just being a cuck.
Mike?
Yeah, he's just being a cuck.
About
He's
what?
right. He's just being a cuck. Well, he's just being a cuck. Is what it is. He's right though.
Woo! Wait, what happened to my second missile? I don't understand how these get intercepted sometimes. It's really annoying. Also, see ya, losers. So unlearning economics is a typical dumb fuck lefty after all. Wait, what?
Man, I missed the R. Sorry.
You missed the R word?
Yeah, sometimes.
Why?
Moron just doesn't have the same ring to it, but it's fine.
Steven did not mean to offend anyone in this streaming sessions.
Disabled and destroyed. Easy.
You gnome fuck!
Doing your mom woo yeah. Doing your mom woo yeah.
What? What do you mean by that? Well, what is the bonus on the sword? Or not the sword, on the hammer? Is it also +3 to hit?
Echo.
I believe so. Actually, it doesn't say.
I think he's going to cuck us on one of the giant belts. That's what I feel.
The other giant belt is already +2 strength, so we already know that.
Oh.
Out of character.
How do you
Your
guys...
giant belt is definitely 19.
Yeah.
Vincent Price, tell Lucas. Vincent misses his warmy soft body lying next to him at Neeked.
What is going on with Jimmy? I don't know, dude. Jimmy does Jimmy things.
Claim to $4.99. Unlearning economics is an actual economist. Whoever said he is dumb is an actual child. You are a child. Watch the vid and learn something.
The guy donating right now is the same tanky from last night. You are mentally unwell, dude. Do you understand that you are mentally unwell? You have problems. Also, I don't know if he's an actual quote-unquote economist. Doesn't he just have... did he finish his undergrad? Isn't he just... I don't even know if he did that. Not to shit on him, though. He seems like a smart, decent guy. But it's not like this guy's like some published... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. God damn it. Is he working on his PhD? Oh, jeez. Okay. You guys need to be smarter. Just get ahead of him. Okay. He has to fly up to get off the map, right? Yeah. There he is.
I am donating to you because I am drunk.
At least you're honest. Look, why not fly ahead of him? Now he's gonna get away again. What? These guys are dumb fucks. Oh, is he turning around to engage? Oh, I think he is. Oh, okay, now he's fucked. Oh, no, never mind. There he goes. How is he so fast? When am I playing Terraria again? I think in 5 or 6 days when I get back from Aruba.
Aruba. Is Melina coming back?
Mm-hmm.
Finally.
What do you mean by that?
The Queen returns.
Just die.
Destiny, what is your opinion on right to repair? In Louis Rossman's stream this morning he said he was interested in talking about it with you.
Yeah, if he wants to, he can. I think right to repair is based.
Wow, what a controversial take that you should be able to repair your own stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Left. Right. Deploy. Okay. You're gonna go wait there.
Huh?
You're gonna go wait
What?
there.
Huh? Huh? Bonus meme, there is no bonus meme because of cake.
There. He's going to be flying north on this line. I know you're not going to that. Okay, no. Keep going. Okay, now. No way does he get through this.
No way.
That's what the fuck I want to see. Thank you. All that for a scrap of scrap.
Anton is bringing Tyrael and Imric into the Velthara.
To $4.99.
Cohort.
I'm not a tanky.
It's gonna happen.
I'm a fan bro. I was trying to
Why do
get
you think that's
arguments
gonna
to
happen?
debate tankies with because I'm
It's just
lazy.
good. It's
I
gonna
wouldn't
happen.
donate this
Anton's gonna
much
do
if
it.
I was
He's finally
tanky.
gonna fucking preach to him, you know? Tyrael's all about and justify the means, and you know, Tyrael seemed pretty cool with eye for an eye, so that's the vengeance way, baby. Not all vengeance is bad, you know? Sometimes you get vengeance for others. Setting things right.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, why do I only have so few Marines that I can deploy? Projected rate effectiveness, rate strength is 133. Oh, because of the stability? Whatever, I'll just jack some of this. Is Destiny the first person to stay terminally online? Yeah, I will take credit for that, thank you.
We also take the no meme.
Yeah, duh.
Hey
That's
buddy,
nice, yeah.
use this money to get a much needed haircut. Love ya. 3.
I'm a beta. He's a beta. We're both beta as fuck. Have you heard that song before, Mooten?
Yeah, you showed me yesterday. It was
Really good.
Didn't really stick in my mind.
Unidentified fleet. Wait. Moving. Who are you? I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Oh, it's more pirates. Why don't? Shouldn't they be placing bounties? Shouldn't the Persian dudes or whatever? Shouldn't they be placing bounties on these guys? Shouldn't they love me? Cause I'm cleansing the system of pirates.
Get a lot of weird people DMing me.
Ouch. What do you mean?
I don't know. People are just being weird. There's just been like 2 weird people. I showed you one of them. And today there was another weird person.
What they message you about?
I don't know. It's like your messages that you're showing off in the emails.
Oh.
Weird people.
It's like, yeah.
Crazy.
Hey buddy, use this money to not get a haircut and grow a stupid ponytail like Mike from PA.
Nice. You should order your second in command to handle these small pursuits. Why?
Hey buddy, use this money to not get a haircut and grow a stupid ponytail like Mike from PA.
Oh, no. Back up. Ouch. I did not mean to just ram that dude. Fuck. Okay, why don't you guys go get that guy, okay? He's clearly the one that's gonna get away, okay? I can handle this dude. Dumb fucks. Second in command autocox on second in command speed. Even super slow ship will always catch and kill. Wait, really? Oh shit! Wait, I just got way too much shit. Check out this game. It's like DayZ, but 100% enhanced. Oh,
1,000 viewers. I'll let you know how it is.
Alina Hose? What?
Talking to me?
I'm asking you what the fuck you're
No,
talking
I said I'll let you know how it is. Are you even gonna not father moment?
What are you talking about?
After RTBA banned me on Discord, DGG, Twitch chat and LinkedIn. I will be on YouTube stream chat now.
Okay. Damn, I don't need that noise in my life. What the fuck?
My Cinnabon Ethly hoodie came in and I wore it to work. As soon as I entered the building, all the men and women in it immediately tried to have sex with me because of how cool and awesome this hoodie was.
True.
Thanks for the hoodie, buddy.
No problem, dude.
Did they give a release date in this trailer? Dumb fuck. In a nice way, chatter.
What do you mean by that? Who are you? Oh, more pirates. This feels like bullying. Oh, hello. Oh, wait, that's a bigger fleet.
Q2 of this year for what, a pre-alpha? Full release? No shot.
Get wasted 2 on bow proficiencies? Yeah, I should have never done those stupid fuck bow proficiencies. I didn't know anything about 2E when I started, though. If I ever do it... My next campaign is 2E. I'll know way more about like what I'm speccing into and everything.
True.
Yeah. Don't ever true me. I don't need you to true me.
No, it's true.
I know
like
what I'm
that.
saying is true.
Oh, you're true for that. True.
Jesus Christ.
All right, show me the gunplay in this game.
Uh-oh.
So far, it's got my attention.
Whoa, 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 dude, you're taking... What? I can't send my frigates ahead to responsibly manage themselves? They're just gonna go get blown up like dumb fucks? Are you fucking serious? Okay, you are also a dumb fuck. Stop shooting at me. Doing full assault makes your ship super aggressive. Oh. Okay, we're charging this guy. Fuck him. Oh wait, he's got those red torpedoes are one-shotters. I got a couple too, though. Are you turning your back to me? Dumb fuck. No way! Does he just get to fly off the screen while he's being shot at?
All right. I'm not intrigued.
You're not
I'm
intrigued.
interested now.
Is that
Yeah,
better?
that's a level
or-
up. That's the level up, yeah. It seems like there's not very many zombies, though, which could be an issue, but there's actually a lot of interesting mechanics that I think add to the experience a lot. This looks like a lot of fun. If it's not trash, I recommend you watch the trailer if you want after this. Alright, fuck you, guy who posts the Ask Your emote in GIF form at me. Link me an image.
13 minutes.
Skip the first 2 minutes.
Okay, hold on one second. If I fly to a pirate station with a transponder off and try to sell shit, they're probably not going to buy it, right? Because I've been blowing other shit up. They'll tell me to fuck off.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined Dis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Serious question. I'm seeing a lot of people like thousands of messages criticizing Derek Chauvin's defense attorney. Are these people just stupid or something? Don't understand that we need people like this in society. Oh, yeah. What was her name? Janet? I don't remember her gamer name or whatever. Toast's ex-girlfriend. I remember she tweeted out something once that I got super ass mad about, where she was like, why do people even exist that defend criminals? Like, you know they're guilty. Like, why do you waste your time? I was like, okay, dude.
Destiny, I don't think you have a position on your site about student loan forgiveness. I was wondering what you thought about it.
Dumb.
If I missed it, I'm sorry, just wanted to pick your brain.
I'm gonna come back and get that. That'll stay on my map, right? I'll remember that it's there. No, 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 no. Stop, stop. Yeah, that's right, get away. The song is still in your head? Yeah, it is. True, if college loan forgiveness does happen, I'm gonna get a lot of donos that day. Hell yeah. Wait, where were my Biden stimulus donos? What were you guys doing there?
If that happens, I'll donate you $1,000. Fuck it.
Oh, cool. I'll remember that.
Blessed be to Biden. You know what? If Biden does it, I'll...
What? Oh, yeah.
I'll create a religion around him, you know? I'll be a follower of Bidenism or some shit.
A follower of Bidenism?
Yeah, blessed be his name.
I just want to know why you thought it was funny. Do you know what that's from?
What?
Do you know what that's from? I just want to know why you think that's funny. Okay, never mind. There was a guy that one time, somebody made a joke, but it was slightly ableist. He's like, I don't remember, fuck. And some guy tweeted, it's like, why do you think this is funny? I just want to know why you think this is humorous. Fuck, never mind. It's not funny if I have to explain the meaning. All right, hold on, let me...
I'm Oliver Frost.
Cringe,
this is probably my last radio broadcast.
Skip to 2 minutes?
Yeah, skip 2 minutes, just talking.
So the thing I would say is there was too much.
Is this in the Unreal Engine or whatever, guys?
Smith 551, $5.
This looks awesome.
Not just the owner, president, and CEO of the 1015 Club, him also a member.
Wow. Now that, Mootin.
It looks interesting. Don't lie.
Does it though?
It depends on the sounds of the weapons. I think that's a huge part of DayZ that the standalone got missing.
No.
Yeah, it needs to. You need to be able to fucking pinpoint shots like an Arma.
Why is it that every person here is a pirate or independent? What kind of dumbass bar is this? Yeah, we're living.
Cookie cutter as fuck. Yeah, shut the fuck up, you dumb motherfucking white name piece of shit. You don't know shit about cookie cutter. Okay, I am a DayZ master, and that looks intriguing. How many hours?
He mad.
Legitimately, probably thousands.
How many hours did
probably
we have?
like 1,000.
Let's check. I don't know, actually. Now I'm
For
worried.
the standalone, you're not gonna be able to check, right? It was on a mod.
Can't we check our Arma too? Oh, no, I guess not.
I don't think so. I think it was on a different launcher.
Oh, yeah, 'cause wasn't there like,
Well, I'm looking at it, and 5 minutes and 5.5
minutes
hours
and 4
is
hours.
not correct. Yeah.
Well, rip. Doesn't get much to say. What?
Human history do we see a day that is looked upon with so much excitement and so much fear as we're going to see April 9th, 2021, 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the Hippy Dippy Podcast. Fatal four-way for the Hippy Dippy Championship. The word chairman.
Okay. Oh, how did that Vosh versus Demon Mama debate on veganism go? I found some of the tweets. Oh my god, this was so long ago.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined Is has joined the omniliberal nation.
He killed 4 innocent people with no fair trial, one of them being an 8-year-old child, yet they fight for his life. Yeah, because there was defense attorneys. Oh god, this was so stupid. I remember this. I got so triggered by this. Wait, what was this?
I just feel like lately Among Us has been a little bit hard with chat. Like, everyone's just so mad at me. I just want to play games and like entertain.
You're the worst streamer on Twitch. I hope you die a horrible death IRL. I can't wait until your streaming career dies and Twitch becomes a better place. What a sweet thing to say.
Who do you know the Eris guy? Something the puddle?
Yeah, avoiding the puddle.
Avoiding the puddle.
Yeah, he's base.
Does he do anything with any other streamer ever? Or does he just like in his own world?
He's pretty solo. He's in his own world, yeah.
I don't know. Every time I see Shiver, it just looks funny as fuck.
He's definitely just chilling.
I'm a beta, you're a beta.
You're a beta.
We're both beta as fuck. Do it. Do you want to fight me? Engaging Captain Starworks. Wait, what's happening? Wait. Are they gonna go engage that space station? No way. Wait, we can. If I help them, will they like me? Or wait, how can I help them? You encounter an ongoing battle, neither side trusts you enough. I don't care if they trust me. Click Rage Pop link. Oh my god. Wait, did I really say that? Or was that somebody else? Holy shit.
I don't think you'd say that.
Oh, okay. That's like maybe a 2010 or 2011 Destiny. I'm trying to think, did I ever call women sluts as an insult? I don't know if I ever did that. I'm not sure. But if I was just shitting on somebody on Twitter, I might, maybe. This was not me, though. This was somebody else. Okay, if these guys are fighting the pirates, the only reason they're able to beat the pirates is because I've been blowing them up constantly. Also, there's no way they win this fight. I don't believe it. I can't believe I can't join this battle, though. That's triggering as fuck. If I turn off my transponder, I can't help either, no. They will lose hardcore. Yeah, their fleets suck. No offense, guys, but they're just not built for it. Finish
built differently.
Oh my god, one ship remains. What were they thinking? If I wanted to... So this ship is at 50% combat readiness, but 100% hull integrity. That would never, ever, 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 ever win that fight.
Never, ever, ever, ever.
Was it worth it to take a hammerhead? Only 2 D-mods? It's a free ship, right?
Why didn't you use credit card to charge back that guy?
Which guy?
The never, ever, ever German guy.
I didn't care about what I'd paid them. I didn't even pay them. That was somebody else. What I cared about was the $2,000 I had to spend on a new ticket. And I can't charge back the airport.
Oh, you can't charge back. Yeah.
Press 6 to salvage ship. Well, I think I just want this ship, right? And it's just a free hammerhead. Like, based.
Take it. Fuck it.
I did take it. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Derelict ship. That one's fucked. What about this one? A brawler. Oh, salvage. Oh my god. A nearby hostile fleet is tracking your movements. No one is tracking my movement. That doesn't count as a hostile fleet.
Oh, so that Stalin place is controlled by a level 20 cleric of Veracity who is like taking it over, I guess. And there's gonna be like 80 more years of war until he dies. You're gonna fucking kill him and take his shit.
Christ. Wait, which oh, where we're going?
Yeah.
Is he like a level fucking 20 cleric or some shit, or?
He is, yes, a level 20 cleric.
Wait, then no. We're not going anywhere near him.
Why are you scared? We could 3-round him.
Didn't Neil's first campaign, didn't everybody just get slaughtered over there by NPCs? Like,
yeah, but they were betas, not like us.
I don't want to die in some dumbass continent.
Come on! Some niggas that you don't want to try. Some niggas just really do or die. But how you come was ready to cry?
Guys, 1999 was a different time. Oh my god, this is the service of the sun. This is the widest audience I've ever seen in my life. What would No Name say if she saw this?
That was today. Everybody would be just silent.
Oh my god. Oh wait, that's so good.
That's a good sketch, yeah.
No, that'd be a good meme. I need a video editor. Can I do like a 2020 version? So I post this video, and then after the 2020 version, every time the mic goes out, it's just crickets or something, or the sound is completely silent. I need somebody to make this meme so badly for me.
August will help you. He's gonna get
August, where are you?
That's a good tweet.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined has joined the omniliberal nation.
Now, it can't be crickets. It's got to be better than that. It has to just be the background of like the song, like the next part.
But it has to be degraded in quality like it would be at the concert.
Yep,
everything.
correct, yeah. Because if you just do crickets, it's going to sound
It'll
like
be a little bit
meme.
too memey. Yeah.
Get on it, August. We need it.
August, seriously, I don't know what you're doing right now, but it needs to be this.
I think she'd say
forget the
nah
next
N.
video.
I think she'd say nah N.
Can we wait till DMX bodies get cold? No, you gotta do it now, so it's fresh.
True and based.
Maybe I have a meme here. Hold on, I want to...
Uh-oh.
I'm not gonna say it, but I...
Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. I'm following. All right. Okay, there's some working.
There's something there.
Why isn't your missile officer on the missile ship? Wait, what is a missile officer? Is it this person? Missile specialization. Oh, they should be on the... Can I switch? Light Batix should be in that big... in this guy.
I need to buy more Tupperware. I feel like I need more.
Why?
It's just nice to like make a bunch of meals, store them in the fridge, and then like be ready for them.
Cringe. I'm a... Okay, sorry. Okay.
I'm a beta.
Stop.
Nah.
Okay, we're leaving the system. We're done. These guys clearly don't want to be our friends.
Later, bitch.
We're not going to be their friends. Also, I need more crew. Fuck.
I need big Tupperware, though. Done with this small Tupperware shit.
Yeah? Wait, you didn't swap your commanders? Really? Why? Oh, wait, we didn't. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Why not hire someone to make meals for you fresh every day? Oh, I don't know. Because I'm not fucking a millionaire?
I still think my one Edward stream idea, we got you like 500,000 viewers on Twitch if you hyped it up on social media.
Edward stream? What do you mean?
N-word stream.
Oh, oh, where it counts down or whatever?
Where you'd have from progressively.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
that's sure. By the end of that stream, 500,000 viewers guaranteed. Waiting for the last, like the whitest people to start.
Imagine if XQC did it. You'd be at millions of people in the arena watching, ready. Yeah, Twitch. There'd be hundreds of Twitch staff.
True. Oh my god, 280,000 bounty, dude. We're never killing that. The light strike cruisers, the cruiser class ships are super scary.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
I'm asking, what do you mean? Why are they scary? What do you mean?
Because they're big boys.
Oh, you. Man, you know it'd be so fun.
What?
Came and play GTA with me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We could run that shit.
Pursuing your fleet. Unknown fleet identifiers. Oh no, fuck out of here, dude. You guys hate me anyway. I don't care. Leave, loser. Look, my transponder's on. Now stay the fuck away from me. What if I started doing GTRP full time and then picked up like 3 more D&D campaigns? Oof. Oh my god.
If you did GTRP, you have a lot of viewers.
Yeah.
I'm saying that's a 6,000.
1 sec.
1 sec? More like 1 sex.
I'm a beta. You're a beta.
You're a beta.
We're both beta as
Beta
fuck.
as fuck.
It's a catchy song, guys.
True. Oh, yeah.
What?
Just buying something on Amazon with my points for free.
This things take a long time to build up. What are you buying?
That's true. It's just 20 bucks worth. There's no reason to hoard it, right?
Wait, you're just gonna waste it at $20 instead of saving up?
Save it up for what?
I don't know. There's no way you can take out a pirate station? Oh, wait, this is to take out a whole pirate station? Why do they only offer you 50,000 for this? These missions are so hard.
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Wait, all these bounties are like way out of my league. Okay, let's go.
I do not care at all about the royal family shit.
Why?
Whatsoever. I don't. I just don't. I hope that they go away, actually. I changed my opinion. I liked them before, but you know what? Nah, get them out of here. I'm done hearing about that shit.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Moon? Can we get some clappers in chat for that brave opinion?
Sure. Please clap.
Wait. Didn't I have an AI core stored here? Oh wait, wrong system.
Ben MC, £5. Ban Mr. Mouton off with his head.
No, it's over here. Off with his head. Wait, why do we hate Mr. Mouton?
Who?
Someone said off with Mr. Mouton's head.
Yeah.
You want to die then? Is that what you're saying, or?
I got a lot of D&D left to play. I'm not ready to die yet.
Wait, did these guys blow up the pirate station here? I was stealing from them so much.
I still need to get my 4th for the pirate campaign. Soon someone's gonna say yes. Or soon Arcadium's gonna have his answer figured out.
Wait, to what?
Just figure out the last person for the pirate campaign.
Oh, you're still looking for one person?
I'm kind of waiting on Arcadium's answer, but I want to have a backup in case he says no, you know?
Sure. Ask him why he's fucking Koibu so hard. Why are you fucking Koibu so hard? What are you fucking Koibu on?
I have no idea. What am I fucking him on?
I don't know. Wait, where the fuck? Where is the little planet that I used to store shit on? Am I crazy, guys? It was in one of these systems, isn't it? I think I have like an AI core somewhere. in the oh. The Jangala system? Where the fuck is that at? Press D to check your income tab. Corvus. I felt like I was just in Corvus. Did I go to the wrong world? Oh, maybe I went to the wrong place. I don't even know if I have enough feel for this. If you pay for storage, it shows that I ain't paying for storage. I found some free shit. Shit,
I ain't paying
exactly.
for shit.
I ain't paying for shit. How long did it take us to beat all the bosses in Valheim? I don't know. I think we played 50, 60, 70 hours in the world, but we built pretty bases, so it took us longer. Who are you? Unidentified fleet. You're lucky I'm bored right now. No, actually, I'm not that bored. Where are you? Come back here. Unidentified. Ah, pirate. Ah, aha, aha. What you guys doing out here? I need some fuel. Oh my god, I have so many ships. Just deploy them all. Fuck it. I'm a beta. Okay, stop. Fuck, guys, I should have never listened to that.
We're both beta as fuck.
Dumbass.
True. Actually true.
It's a big mistake. Oh, somebody got blown up already, right? Dumbass. Oh, phase ship. Can you just phase forever? Oh no, it costs flux to phase. Gotcha. Oh, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Are you
What are you doing, Jar Jar?
No. Where are you?
No, I heard Jar Jar at me.
Easy. Transfer. Okay, order your second in command to handle
Mike
it.
G, $5. Yo, really enjoy your content and personality in general. Have a chill stream.
So what does this do? Let's find out. So I click OK. Oh, and then he just blows them all up. Cool. Okay. Okay. I think this... Wait, I have no supplies. I think this planet was where I was storing shit. No, wait. It was in the station. Yes. There it is. My gamma core.
Been meaning to say I appreciate you going over some relationship issues you had with Mel while back in more specifics. It's easy to think everyone has a perfect relationship, and hearing how you deal with differences helps to make me feel better about ups.
Wow, thanks. Wait, what did you say your new schedule thing is?
On Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh, hold
What
on.
did
I'm
that
gonna turn
mean?
off the music. Oh, I'm gonna try doing 2 days off a week instead of 1, and just streaming longer on the other days. So instead of doing 6 hours 6 days a week, I'm gonna do 7 or 8 hours 5 days a week.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I feel like I'm getting. I just feel like I burned myself out on all the Dark Souls games that I played. I don't know why, but I'm gonna see if that helps.
Gotcha.
Not a gaming warlord like you or XUC. 7 days a week, fucking 12 hours a day. It's nuts.
Probably, yeah. I think it just depends on like what you're doing or what you're playing or whatever.
Yeah.
You got time to switch to League again.
Bro. Must be tough gaming for money? Hey, you're just a dumb fuck.
Uh-oh. Is there a difference trading between the station and the planet? That had 383 supplies. This is no, it's the same, I think, right? We'll just have to break out the big words there. Uh-oh.
It's alright.
Oh my god, this is so expensive.
How can any of you support this streamer, man? He is a meme jacker. He is probably jacking you right now.
True. Should I buy a bunch of people if I want to go establish a colony somewhere? I kind of want to establish a colony. Where is Dan? Dan is... Just forget about Dan.
Dan's gone.
Just forget about Dan.
Dan's gone.
That shit's expensive. You need more money? Oh. Well. You need 1 mil for a colony? Oh. Well, okay, never mind.
Fuck, what was the Wire's ending again? Had to do with Marlowe?
Well, he got off. He walked away from him.
Fuck, what's his name? Didn't kill him, right?
To do this type of like reliable trade, I need a colony set up for these contracts, right? Or I would have to manually trade it myself. Do I have the option to? You need a colony. Okay. I mean, with 46 units of recreational drugs to Volturn. Fine, dude. The Wire's ending is it literally doesn't end. True. Everything continues on. Dude, do you want to sell crack for like 2 months?
We can talk about it off stream.
Loser. Wait, hold on.
So 1.1 million police interactions, resulting in about 3,000 prone position arrests. That those these are real people, real incidents, right?
Yeah.
And in those 3,000 or so interactions, there were no deaths that occurred.
Isn't that amazing? When you consider that virtually every forensic pathologist in the United States has probably had an officer-involved death like this. How did they... It utterly baffles me, which is why I kept saying Canada, because I think... I don't know what's different, but
Jack this time is not responsive.
What did he say?
So the...
I don't think it said anything.
Oh, no, the judge, I think. Is this his defense? Is that the defense or prosecution? I don't even know.
How did they? It utterly baffles me, which is why I kept saying Canada, because I think I don't know what's different, but that
this time is not
sorry.
responsive. So the
But I don't understand what I'm supposed to take from this RTB. I'm sorry. Mine might just be a dumb fuck.
So, was 3,000 or so interactions. There were no deaths that occurred.
Isn't that amazing? When you consider that virtually every forensic pathologist in the United States has probably had an officer-involved death like this. How did they? It utterly baffles me, which is why I kept saying Canada, because I think
All right. Okay.
Okay, I am a tiny poster. I'm sorry, unban me, ooh.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Why are these guys pursuing my fleet? Why do they care? Can you fuck off, please? I have no relationship with these people. Losers. Contraband found. I thought you guys said I had shielded cargo holds.
Don't blame them.
How are they seeing my shit? It decreases the chance of getting caught? Hey, just please go away. Do they have like signal boosters in here? Oh my god, a pirate planet. That's based. Okay, so.
Oh, I learned with Uplift, I don't even need another caster who can cast it. I just need like a level 1 cleric who can cast with me.
Nice.
That dumb bitch. It's gone.
Nelson objected to the forensic pathologist's sarcastic response. I thought that when you bring in an expert witness, I thought they weren't supposed to offer their opinion like that. Like, I thought that an expert witness is just there to testify on behalf of like what is known, like academically or research wise. Destiny, what do you mean? So like, Pisco, I thought that wouldn't her response here be like out of line when he's asking a question about like this for her to like remark, because she's essentially implying that like the data is rigged or something. Oh, here.
1.1 million police interactions, resulting in about 3,000 prone position.
I think the defense is trying to make the argument here that prone position arrests aren't bad. And then I think, or here, you can watch it. I'm sorry. But he's trying to make that argument here.
So 1.1 million police interactions, resulting in about 3,000 prone position arrests. That those these are real people, real incidents, right?
Yeah.
And in those 3,000 or so interactions, there were no deaths that occurred.
Isn't that amazing? When you consider that virtually every forensic pathologist in the United States has probably had an officer-involved death like this. How did they? It utterly baffles me, which is why I kept saying Canada, because I think I don't know what's different, but that
this time is not
sorry.
responsive. So the
I don't know.
Yo.
What's up?
So basically...
Wait, hold on. Campbell, $5. I'm
pausing,
libertarian
hold
with
on, 1 second.
conservative leaning. I used to think I hated you until I heard your debate
you're a lawyer,
on public
right?
versus
I'm
private
3L,
speech.
law student.
Been binging
But
the content.
This is legal advice.
Thanks.
It's not legal advice, no.
All right, hit us up.
I've
Go
been
ahead.
following pretty closely. I didn't catch the first part of that question, but it sounded like that it is precisely what the defense attorney was implying. But they objected as non-responsive the question. The experts are free to, it's up to the attorneys to say it's beyond the scope of their expertise, or for whatever reason it's not including the report, so they can't cross-examine it effectively. That's all on the attorneys to object, and you saw effectively the defense attorney did there as non-responsive. Also, I have a bone to pick with you.
Oh, fuck.
Why do you keep saying that like murder 3 is more probable than murder 2?
Why do I keep saying what? Oh, I
Murder
don't know. Because I
more
don't know. I feel like the felony murder shit is just so sweaty to try to nab a police officer on. We kind of talked about that, right?
A little bit, but
I thought you said that they could go down charges if one doesn't stick. Is that not true?
Okay, fuck this.
they can. They could convict on all 3 if they wanted to.
Oh, why not go for the highest then?
They're going for the highest. They're going for all of them. But in this case, I think the most plausible case is that of felony murder. But I don't know why Destiny think that's implausible. Do you think that a police officer shouldn't be liable for assault? Suppose I'll give you a hypothetical.
Well, no. So I think we talked about this a little in DMs. I was just saying that it feels like if you set the precedent that felony murder is okay to nab cops on, it feels like there's all sorts of like that would come up in like almost every single like wrongful death or whatever. Every single death like that resulted from police interactions would all start to fall under that.
Well, I'll preface this by saying I don't agree with felony murder anyway. I think it's a bad doctrine. But if we're going to have it, do you think that cops should be liable for felonious assault? So suppose that a cop pulls you over, takes you, and is, whatever the use of force here, it's okay for them to pull you over, and it's okay for them to cuff you. But instead of cuffing you, they just beat you over the head repeatedly with a flashlight. Would you think that cop should go to jail or at least be charged with assault?
Yeah, I think they should be charged with assault. Yeah, for sure, with battery or whatever, right?
And if that happened between normal people, same deal, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Now, if that happened between 2 normal people, and as a result of that assault, you didn't intend to kill that person, but the person just dies because they had a traumatic, it was at the wrong time, the wrong place, and you just happened to kill them with your flashlight. That would be liable for felony murder, wouldn't you agree? It's an assault is an inherently dangerous felony.
Okay, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't that just be?
It could be another form of murder.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wouldn't you get like second degree or something at that point? I thought felony murder is more like. Here's not my issue with felony murder. Maybe I just misunderstand felony murder. So you can tell me. My issue is, let's say that you're like 3 or 4 cops get called to a scene or something, right? And in the course of resolving an altercation, one cop engages in assault or like unprovoked, like something that would be charged, right? Not just he's not just trying to.
Yes.
I'm guessing. Yeah. And let's say that in the course of doing that, somebody gets killed. Aren't you essentially saying that the 3 other cops could then be charged with felony murder as accomplices to that primary officer's assault? I thought that's what the main felony murder charge. Because like if you kill somebody in the commission of doing a violent crime on them, I don't think many people would disagree in that case. That like, wow, felony murder is horrible. In that case, it's almost like second degree murder or something, right? Like if it's like reckless endangerment of a person's life and you're engaging in activity. But I thought the felony murder shit is that like you're the getaway driver for a robbery, and during the course of the crime, somebody has a heart attack in the gas station, and now you're looking at down the barrel of like a felony murder charge. I thought that was why people get so upset about felony murder.
So let's start even more basic. What in your mind? What's murder? Well, this is a good informational exercise, I think, for DGG as well.
What's
murder?
First degree?
Murder in general. No, just murder. What's murder?
The unjustified killing of another person
with malice. So the term that is the legal term of art that's used in the common law and for decades has been, or centuries really, is malice aforethought. And there are many ways to get to malice. With not all killings are murder, right? We talked about the Rittenhouse case. Obviously, you're familiar with other types of homicides, including negligent homicide and involuntary manslaughter, things like that. Those are types of potentially criminal homicides, sometimes not even criminal. I mean, some homicides are totally justified. Specifically, murder is a killing, a homicide with malice aforethought, an unjustified killing. And
And the malice
That
aforethought differentiates it from something like manslaughter, where maybe you get an
there
accident.
exactly
Yeah,
right.
of
So
course.
you can have an intentional killing that's not murder, even if it's a crime. So there's such a thing as voluntary manslaughter. And in that case, you actually intended to kill someone, but the state or the government will downgrade your offense because of some other collateral circumstance, such as, let's say that you catch, I don't know, your girlfriend in bed with another person, or your wife, let's say, and you in the heat of passion kill your girlfriend or your wife and the person who's sleeping with her. That, you know, in many jurisdictions, that might be downgraded to voluntary manslaughter. There's, in the sort of model penal code context, there's something called extreme emotional disturbance, and that's another way of downgrading what would be an intentional killing into manslaughter without malice. And likewise, you can have murder without intentionality. In fact, every single murder charge, the 2 murder charges in the Chauvin case, no one is alleging that Chauvin intended to kill George Floyd. None of the theories rely on that. The third degree, and don't get your guys'
Doesn't
heads twisted.
I thought the second degree murder did imply some intentionality, even if it lacks like forethought or whatever. That, like, if you were getting on a second, now for the third degree murder, my understanding is you're correct, but for the second degree murder, that would require him to have that malice of forethought.
So let's be clear. Every single state can have different rules about how they define their murders, and so degrees change between states. And so when we're looking at degrees, this is very specific to Minnesota, although other states might have similar type statutes. Minnesota defines second-degree murder as either an intentional killing. So let's suppose that you're on the street, you see someone on the street, you don't like how he looks, you pick up a gun and just shoot him in the face. That would be an intentional killing, would be second-degree murder. You might be asking yourself, well, what's first-degree murder? In Minnesota and many other jurisdictions, there's an additional sort of factor known as premeditation. And that's essentially lying in wait, cold-blooded murder, where you planned it out a while back or something, or not even, it doesn't even have to be that long. But there's another theory of second-degree murder in Minnesota, and that's felony murder. And it's an easier charge to complete, which we'll explain in some reason. The third-degree murder in Minnesota and many other states is something that's known as reckless indifference murder or depraved heart murder. Evincing a depraved mind or without regard for human life. And that is when your behavior is very, very, very reckless. And it's so reckless that we're going to attribute malice to you. You know, you shot randomly in a parking lot. Sure, you didn't intend to kill anybody, but it just so happens that you ended up killing someone. You were so reckless that the law is going to consider that malicious, and we're going to attribute malice of forethought to you.
Sure. And this was for second degree?
This would be in the context of Minnesota. That's third degree.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
what they're saying is Chauvin's knee was depraved, and his hold depraved an indifference for human life, namely George Floyd's. And there was this big legal discussion prior to the case about whether or not this conduct qualified for third degree. They actually dismissed the third degree charge for a big part of the pretrial stuff. The judge actually said, in Minnesota, you don't qualify for third degree, but you do qualify for second, because there was this discussion about whether or not the reckless conduct at issue can be particularized to a singular individual. And what happened is, in the middle of the proceedings of this case, a higher court came down and said it can be particularized and reversed the judge's decision to dismiss the third degree charge and reinstated the third degree charge. But that, I believe, right, and my understanding, my sense of it, is the standard for proving a reckless, depraved heart, sort of so gross conduct beyond the scope of what the cop was allowed to do, is harder to prove than just a regular felonious assault. I mean, think about this. So one is just you intended to commit a felonious assault. So you're right that there is some intentionality that you have to prove, and that's namely the assault, the underlying qualifying felony. And so that needs to be proven no matter what. By the prosecution. That to me seems much simpler to prove, that felonious assault. And once you've proven that intention to commit the felonious assault and the felony assault, you almost have murder de facto, so long as you prove. Remember, we had that conversation with Bastiat about whether felony murder requires causation. As long as you prove causation. And so much of the debate shows you that, in fact, I was right in that discussion. Causation is absolutely necessary. That's why they're having all these debates about whether or not it was drugs that killed him. Because if it was 100% drugs or there was no substantial causative factor for the knee hold, then Chauvin walks. And that's why these expert witnesses about how he died are so important. Because if they say it wasn't the knee, it was the drugs, for the most part, Chauvin wins.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And so my reading of it is, as a legal plausibility thing, to me, it's a lot easier to prove a felonious assault than this depraved heart standard and this gross departure.
Wait, so the depraved heart thing, you saying that would be third degree, or that would also be second degree?
That would be third degree. That would be third degree. And it's weird because the second degree, for me, it would be extremely weird to see a third degree murder conviction, a manslaughter conviction, and not a second degree conviction. Because if you prove that he's, gone far beyond the standard, you prove that he's caused the death already, how can you have not proven the simple felonious assault? It would seem almost to be a byproduct of.
And how would you prove the assault? Sorry, say this again.
Right. So one of the big other questions besides causation is, what is the police standard? In fact, right. So everyone's talking about, well, is this knee hold acceptable? Did they teach it? Is this a gross departure? Is this what was the crowd acting like? Were the cops confused? Did they hear things? Did they not hear things? Those kind of factors play into whatever the police standard was. And because you can have, as you know, cops interact with people all the time in aggressive ways. They have to do their job. You can't just have a system where if I believe that cops shouldn't be allowed to touch you, I don't know what I would say to you in the defensive property cases. Because then it really would be, you let all the robbers of the world get away with everything.
Yeah, there has to be some implicit threat of violence behind every police interaction.
Correct.
Otherwise, you would just infinitely avoid cops. Or who the fuck would care if a cop was approaching you? Just walk away and never
That's
talk
right.
to them. Yeah.
But you, of course, you would probably be aghast at the flashlight example I gave you. Like, you would, of course, want that, whoever that cop was who hit me with a flashlight when he only should have, did a DWI check, he should go to jail, right?
Yeah, or be charged, yeah.
Or be charged. And so the question is, was this a departure from the use of force standard? And was it so you can already see why it's so much harder and complicated to charge police officers, because they have a ready-made defense of justification for their use of force. And so that's what makes oftentimes charging these cops very difficult. In the case of the Breonna Taylor shooting, I don't know if you remember, there was no charge in that case for the cops who actually shot at and supposedly killed Breonna Taylor.
Wait, for those cops, for sure. And I mean, I don't think there should have been any charges for the shooting. I don't know about the breaking and entering, but the guy that shot from outside, that guy was charged.
That guy was charged, but so notice what he was charged with.
Reckless endangerment or something?
Yeah. But why wasn't he charged with the murder? Because
he wasn't the one that hit them.
He didn't cause it.
Yeah.
Right. And so because he didn't cause it, they can't even charge him with manslaughter because he didn't cause it. They determined, right? And remember, this wasn't a jury determination. This was, people have discussions about this, so that you should trust the police. They had a quote unquote special prosecutor, I think, brought in but I think he might have just been the state attorney general. I don't know what the deal was with him. But he determined that that there was no charge to be had on murder because the bullets that killed him, her, came from the cops at the door, and he determined that the cops at the door were justified in shooting, and so no charge because they were justified, even though there's no dispute that they killed her. There's no dispute, and there's no dispute that she's innocent, in fact, right? And she didn't do anything as far as we know, but they nonetheless said that she was justified. And also, I'm seeing something in the chat as well about qualified immunity. Get the qualified immunity thing out of your head. That's mostly in the context of civil cases and the extent to which you can find civil damage liability for cops who go above their force. So this is not quite the same as qualified immunity. Yeah.
So it was found that the cops did have the right to, how did they resolve the idea behind whether or not they entered unlawfully into the apartment?
So that almost, in the Breonna Taylor case, you mean?
Yeah.
From what I recall, there was a factual dispute about whether or not they knocked.
Yeah.
And what happened there. But essentially, I think the decision from and I could be wrong about this, someone correct me if I'm wrong, even if there was a invalid warrant or whatever process, and I think it has been established that eventually there was a no-knock warrant issued at some point.
Well, initially I thought it was no knock, but I thought they changed it. I don't remember
They
if
might
they
have
legally
changed it.
changed it or if they just agreed that they would change it. Like it wasn't like from a judge or whatever that it went from a no knock to a knock
Right.
and serve or whatever.
So there's some factual dispute there, but remember, this is not a case about whether or not we broke and entered. It's a case about murder potentially, or some
Well, but
kind
that
of
seems
homicide.
to be materially what matters, right?
Why is that?
Because, well, I mean, I think that to most reasonable people, the cops returning fire is somewhat justified, right? They were shot upon first.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's
So you would-
obvious. But the question is did they break and enter a house? Because if they did everything right, let's assume that they heard the cops from the outside and then the boyfriend fires a shot at the police officers and they return fire. Yeah, then everything is, I think that at least the cops inside, I mean, acted in, I guess, how I would expect them to, or arguably in what we should expect them to act. But if they broke and entered with no warning and then somebody shoots at them and then they return fire, that if I break into somebody's house and they shoot at me and I shoot at them and kill them, I don't know if I can claim self-defense, right?
So it would depend on the situation.
Yeah, it would depend. Of course, like if
yeah.
I'm in somebody's backyard and somebody like runs up to me
Right.
and we get into a fight, yeah, of course. But like
What
if I
if you have a
literally, and
mistake?
if we duplicate that situation, if I break somebody's door in and somebody from inside fires at me and then I pull out a gun and I shoot them, is that like a justifiable killing on my end? Like,
Just remember, you're the one who has said, I think rightfully, that there can be situations in which both individuals have a right to self-defense.
Sure.
And I think whoever the attorney general was, they didn't end up charging the boyfriend who shot at the cops precisely because they think that his shootings may have been justified, or at least they thought that there was some chance that could be reasonably argued. But suppose that you think that you're in the right house, or let's say you think you're arriving into your friend's house and you're about to surprise him in a party, and you break open right away, and all of a sudden some guys just start shooting at you, and you have a gun. In that case, even if they're private citizens, you could potentially see a case in which, because of the mistake, the honest mistake, you might say. Again, I'm not saying that I know that as a factual matter the police were honestly or not honestly mistaken about the warrant or what's going on there. But you could still see a case in which the shooting could be justified even among private citizens.
sure, that's why I feel like it's pretty important to figure out if that initial break-in was justified or not, or at least that's what it feels like to me. But you disagree with that? You think it doesn't matter?
I think it's of limited, unless it's really, really grossly some sort of gross, malicious warrant process, or just some random, capricious, arbitrary entry into some apartment. I don't see how that would. But maybe if you had evidence,
I guess So maybe I'm looking at this more morally than legally. Maybe there wouldn't be a crossover here. But so one of your pushbacks against my self-defense thing is that you're like, well, let's look at how this could theoretically be abused. Anytime you've got lethal self-defense involved, you're only going to have one person left. It hurts our ability to figure out what happened to things, right? If I was looking at this at least morally, and then I don't know legally if this taken into account, right? Couldn't theoretically any officer just break down any door, hope the guy shoots at him, and then just execute him?
Yeah, and I think that's, you've examined a big policy problem and why people want the warrant procedures changed.
Oh, something related to this, whatever happened to the one woman cop that broke into that black guy's house? She thought she was in her house, but she was in his house, and then she killed him. Yeah, what happened with that?
I think she might have been charged with that. She might have been charged with a murder there. I think she either was convicted or she might have pleaded or something.
Because I feel like that's comparable to this, because it's fully justified, really, in her head. If she really, truly thought that she was in her house and there's a fucking stranger in her house and she decides to shoot, I think that could be justified. But the fault was that it wasn't her fucking house. She went into the wrong place.
Correct. Yes. So that's why I think the factual circumstances of this matter, and also it relates to the Rittenhouse case, because one of the factors for self-defense being justified or not is you can't try to provoke someone into shooting you on purpose.
Yeah.
And so one of the cases in which Rittenhouse, his claim of self-defense might be vanquished in the case, I mean, they're still going after him. He's still a criminal defendant, as far as I know, is if the prosecution can prove, let's say they have a text message that says, Rittenhouse says, I really hope I can get someone to try to chase me so I can shoot them down. I'm pretty sure, I don't quite remember the statute off the top of my head, but there might be certain situations in which self-defense might be foreclosed to you because of some mindset or purpose behind you intentionally trying to provoke an attack upon you. And you could see that also in the cop case that you found. Maybe if you were so reckless as to just randomly go into someone's house, we could attribute the same kind of non-justification to you, which would otherwise perhaps be justified.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to clear up some. I don't know. What do you still feel about the likelihood of either has anything I said? There's another element to this, which I guess I buy, which is the sensibilities of the jury. Perhaps the jury, not thinking in this kind of hermetically sealed, legally way, just knowing the outcome potential, could charge lower, even though I don't think it makes sense as a legal conclusion to
it really does feel like this conviction is looking for like a needle in a haystack. Like, even if I agree on the merit of everything you're saying, there are so many ancillary things that are probably justifiable from the cops' end that make it really hard. But I don't know. I guess we'll see like how the jury looks or whatever.
What do you think makes it? I don't think it's an open and shut case. Just to be clear.
So like the things that complicate this is that one, Floyd was acting the entire time like he was on something. Like that, if you watch the video, it looks like he's like out of his fucking mind. So
it's clear. That's clear to me, folks, when I see the tapes of the gas or whatever the food place, the cup foods. It's I've been in, and I'm sure you have been too, in like plenty of bodegas and food places with people who are on drugs.
Yeah. So that's one. So that's almost foregone for sure. And then there was some drugs in his system, of course. Not saying that he OD'd, to be ultra clear, but he was clearly like not in a right state of mind. So that's one. Number two.
But that's relevant to you because you recognize causation is an element for all the murder charges, even felony murder, correct?
Sure. I'm just looking at it in terms of like how I think like a jury would view like all of these like complicating causes. So one is that Floyd is obviously on something, like he's drugged out of his mind. Two is that not only was Floyd like, I don't know if I'd say belligerent or non-compliant, he was non-compliant to such a level that even bystanders were critical of him for it. Like up until they were on his neck, like, I don't know if I would use the word supporting the cops, but bystanders were critical of Floyd, like saying like, hey man, get in the car. Hey man, stop with this bullshit, blah, blah, blah. Like there were, I think 2 people on the sidewalk, at least one, I remember. I think there were 2 people on the sidewalk that were like kind of making fun of Floyd or like poking him, like saying like, dude, like get in the car or whatever. So that hurts. 3, it's pretty clear that Floyd is trying his hardest to be incredibly non-compliant the entire time. So for instance, like saying like, oh, I've got claustrophobia, I can't go in the car. Or he was saying he couldn't breathe like 10 minutes before he was ever even on the ground, right? He was constantly saying, I can't breathe. Then there was the fact that even once they got him in the car, he like ended up escaping and getting out the other end. So like, I feel like the officers for the most part, I don't know if this is controversial to say, I think the officers for the most part conducted themselves really well right up until the point where the guy has his knee on his neck and then sits there for like 8 or 9 minutes. I don't know why he thought that was justified or why he thought that was a good idea or whatever. However, once he does it, Floyd continues to echo the same complaints he did in the car about how like he can't breathe and blah, 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 blah. And like, is it reasonable that an officer would say that like, or think that like, well, if he's able to talk, he's able to breathe. I know that a lot of people think that's true, even if it's not true. So like these are like all of the complicated ancillary things that I wonder would make a jury hesitant to convict on any type of second or third murder charge. Yeah,
I understand that right now you're taking the position of the jury.
Just looking at it in terms of from the jury. Yeah. So that's why I say needle in a haystack, because I think personally, I believe something wrong happened here. I don't think that there is any justification for sitting on him for that long. You had enough officers there to control him. He wasn't being violent. He was just trying to escape, and you already had him on the ground with the situation under control. There was just no reason for it. But trying to find that conviction with all the ancillary stuff to like a normal jury, I don't know if that's going to be really difficult or not. That's what I'm.
Here's a question for you as a normal jury. Suppose you had all the same background and information that you just told me. He's in on drugs. He's being, in your words, non-compliant, and saying all that stuff. And then Chauvin, instead of putting his knee on him, just proceeds to shoot him in the head. Would any of that stuff previously matter to you?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Or it would matter to me, or it would matter to like a normal jury. I think the answer would be no.
To a normal jury.
I think the answer would be no to either. I'm just being clear. Okay. But yeah, I don't think anybody would care. I think it would be clearly be an unnecessary escalation at that point. Yeah.
Okay. And so I would, first of all, I think there is some question about everything you say or imply that perhaps there's not a question about, which is the police's conduct prior to everything. Him being put on the ground, there's some question about whether he should have been prone for as long as he was. whether or not there should have ever even been someone restraining him on the ground. There is a dispute of experts, of police. I mean, the chief of police, the lieutenant in charge of the homicide division, pretty important people in Minneapolis Police Department, the head of the police officer, saying that this was not what should have been done. The training person said, it's important to move him to the side. So there's a lot of factual questions about what the proper application of force was prior to the knee hold. And then, to me, force needs to be analyzed at every moment. And it can't be the case that previous justification of force then justifies everything and anything. And I don't know why it would matter all the non-compliance before if the non-compliance doesn't justify that hold. All it is doing, essentially what you're saying is the jury...
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
From an intellectual point of view, I don't think so. So I'll use another charged example, right? I don't think a much larger person should ever use physical force on a much smaller person. It's because generally there are so many other ways to approach the situation and to get somebody under control. So we can use the example a really large man hitting a really small woman. In almost every circumstance, unless they have a weapon or something, this is almost never going to be justified, right? But I think that you could build enough ancillary causes up to the point of the person hitting them where people would look at it a little bit differently, even if they don't do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you get a small woman that's rattling a guy over and over again, or maybe tosses something at him, or is saying blah 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 blah, that it might be the case that even if that final use of force isn't necessarily justified, a jury might look twice at it and be like, well, I don't know, this guy was getting really rattled, this guy was being badgered quite a bit, blah 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 blah, to where they're not comfortable with that conviction. I don't know how often that happens with juries, but yeah.
But it just appears to me that that evidence, I mean, once you've said that the force is not justified, you've taken into account all of those factors that you've just mentioned for purposes of the force analysis. And now everything that you're saying is kind of window dressing, and in my mind, irrelevant prejudice.
Maybe to you it is, but that's, I don't know if, I just don't know how juries normally look at it. Because don't juries respond pretty emotional to stuff like this? Aren't there cases where juries won't convict if they feel like the prosecution is being too aggressive in the charges they're looking for, or if they sympathize, or look at the O.J. Simpson case, right? That just might be a one-off. I don't know, maybe that's not standard. It reminds me of, there's I want to say an old Chris Rock skit where I the name of the skit is something along the lines of the punchline is something you should never hit a woman or whatever, but sometimes I understand. It's something like that, right? And I wonder if a jury mentality might take that into account and then not convict on a certain charge because of that, depending on how much ancillary stuff you can prove. Sorry, go ahead.
So isn't this astrology? I mean, you're trying to mind read a jury that you don't know.
Isn't this part of what you do though, as a prosecutor? Isn't that literally part of what's going on? Is trying to you're not really there to win in a logical, well, here's the facts and my soundness and validity of my argument is triple. You're there to convince a jury. That's essentially what you are doing. You're playing astrology a little bit. If we play astrology right from the start when we try to find an unbiased juror, right?
I agree that there's a lot of tea reading, or I don't know, tea leaf reading, or I don't know the analogies. And surely there's a lot of pseudoscience going on in terms of trying to predict what jury behavior is going to be like.
Yeah.
But I wonder what the use is in speculating about that, other than to say these are some. I guess that's all you're saying, is that we shouldn't just hold out hope that this is a 100% sure thing. And to the extent that that's your point, I guess I agree with you. And I will say, for those who have been closely following the case, the defense has, for certain witnesses, been quite successful in their cross-examinations. And so don't be surprised. Juries are unpredictable. And to the extent that that's your point, Destiny, and that there's the jury is told to disregard general police relations, general race relations.
But come on, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Right. And so to the same extent that this case is, quote, not about race, it's 100% about race.
Of course.
And to the extent that it's not about police, quote unquote, it's 100% about police generally. And to the extent that it's not about those other factors, because those are limited to the tests and they should never infect any other part of the jury analysis, it will absolutely affect other parts of the jury analysis. So, to the extent that that's your point, and it's more of a legal realist or jury realist perspective, I suppose that I can give you a little bit of I agree with you to that extent.
Yeah. I'm only talking about like the likelihood for conviction in terms of things that I think would like, not necessarily like what are the merits of the case or like if a bunch of law students are going over it, like how would they decide, but more just I'm curious because of everything that's going on around it, like how that's going to impact the jury.
Yeah. And I hope they're really trying to take control of this case and not introduce arguments, like objection arguments in the middle of the testimony, and not introduce to the jury sort of evidence from outside and media representations. But to me, it seems so hard to try to distance anyone from this case. I have to imagine there's a lot of temptation from the jurors to talk about this, or I think there's already been either some accusation that there was some talking going on between jurors. So yeah, those are things I'm worried about, and I'm worried that the population and in general people will see this case as illegitimate if it comes out a certain way. And so
I mean, like people are going to see it as illegitimate literally no matter how it comes out, right? Or it's like both sides. This is incredibly politically charged.
But what's not helpful, I have to say, are people like Steven Crowder having these nonsense videos
where the guy's like on the his lower like fucking fuck, he was like so far down his back. I don't even know if he was on his neck at that point. Yeah,
disgusting. And that is people who are not drug people or forensic people or medical examiners are making conclusions about what did or did not cause the death of George Floyd. And it's already happening on all these. I like watch this trial, I think 4 days this week at night, and people will come in with their minds made up that it was 100% drugs and nothing about the need did anything. So I guess I agree with you. No matter what, people have already made up their minds.
Yeah, because of that, because they find fentanyl in his bloodstream, but they ignore like, well, what does a fentanyl overdose look like? All right, some people were saying that like he was eating fentanyl like in the back of the cop car or whatever. Is this true?
Oh, I think that might be a bad fact for the prosecution. I think it is the case that he had some drugs. I don't know this, but I think it might be true that he ingested some drugs sort of quickly.
Well, because I tried to find information about this, and I said that there were drugs in his car, but I heard somebody saying that there were drugs. Somebody in my YouTube chat was saying that there were drugs in the back of like the cop car, that he was literally eating them in the back of the cop car.
Huh.
But I couldn't find any information supporting that.
I don't know if it's been. I haven't seen every single witness. I don't know if it's been introduced, or they're trying to also limit the other person in the car's involvement. He's pleading the fifth because, of course, if the police it ends up that they didn't cause his death, who's the next likeliest suspect who caused, quote unquote, caused the death of?
Well, I mean, it would have been him
drug
ODing,
dealer,
right? Do drug dealers get charged when their clients OD?
They may.
Huh.
They may. And so there's a fear of letting this drug dealer testify and having other elements about the car be introduced, and all of this is bound up in a lot of evidentiary questions. But even the extent of his overdose, if it can be proven that he was overdosing, but he wouldn't have died, and the knee was like the one thing that caused it. This is just
my emotional thing, okay? Yeah. My emotional feeling, that will never ever happen. If he was overdosing, you're never ever going to convict the cop and say like, well, he was ODing, but he wouldn't have died without the cop being there. I found that so hard to believe that a jury would be like, yeah, for sure. That just seems.
I think your intuition is correct here because the other theory, right, is, well, it wasn't the knee that caused. He actually did die of drugs, but our theory of causation isn't the knee; it's the failure to render aid. And there's a little bit of talk about that within the prosecution. You can tell the prosecution is flirting with that idea of an affirmative duty. Imagine that you were like a parent of your child, or you are a parent. You have
if your child gets arrested, the child is like on the say a cop pulls a child out of a car and they need like an asthma inhaler or something. The cop's like, chill, just whatever, and then the child dies because they don't get an inhaler or something. Yeah.
If you were, for instance, a babysitter and you assumed that responsibility through contract or some other things, there are situations in which you have an affirmative duty to act, which you wouldn't have if you were just a bystander seeing the baby in the middle of the street. You would not be charged with murder for not saving the baby, but you might if you arrested that baby or you were the parent of that baby. And
if you took them under your control, basically. And
correct. But so you see the prosecution flirting with it a little bit, but I think you're not seeing the prosecution fully throated go towards that theory precisely because the jury is not liable to have like factual theories in the alternative. because you could we would essentially be saying to the jury is it was 100% the knee, it was the hold, it wasn't drugs at all. But if it was drugs, he also failed to render aid. And I feel like you're right that if your intuition is that juries' minds will naturally reject conflicting factual theories in the alternative, if that's what your point is. And I think that's on the money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks.
That's gonna be it's gonna. I don't know what's gonna happen after this. I don't know if we're like past the BLM stuff because the economy and I think that largely I feel like a lot of the BLM protesting and rioting and everything. I think a lot of that played into or came from the coronavirus stuff. Like you've got a lot of people at home, a lot of people not working. The environment is very strange, a lot of free time, just a lot of crazy stuff going on. I wonder with the economy picking up and everything, if people are going to be not as much paying attention to the outcome of this trial because stuff is going to be moving along, or if it's going to reignite everything again. I'm super curious.
I think that you would be naive to think that if like a acquittal or something, even a hung jury, if there's not a conviction on one of these. And if there's only a conviction on manslaughter, I think that it could be painful.
Possibly, yeah. But I wonder, like, is it going to be localized protesting and rioting, or is it going to be like a nationwide thing again? I'm
sure.
I hate that there are no historical counterfactuals because, like for instance, for the George Floyd stuff, like I'm really curious how big would this have been had we not been in the pandemic? I don't know. Maybe it would have been about the same size, or maybe it would have been like way more localized. You know, I don't know.
Is your thought that the pandemic escalated or intensified?
Yes, massively escalated because so many people had so much free time and weren't consuming much other media. There was just like so much, yeah.
Oh, so the logic is because they didn't have anything to do?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. It sounds mean when you put it there, but like for instance, like I think that like the GME, like the stock stuff, I think a lot of that was fueled by the pandemic as well. You have an unprecedented amount of people that are kind of at home without being able to go out and do much, and now they're sitting on a lot of money from like cash reimbursement from the government, and then it like drives up like that type of speculative behavior, that type of like retail investment. I think that the pandemic really did play into that. I do. And I wonder for the BLM stuff as well. I don't know. It might be that it didn't at all though. It's hard to measure, you know.
It was also, I think, a perfect storm as well, with the election looming, the Breonna Taylor thing happening.
Yeah,
sort of similar in time.
And then you've got the video of it, and yeah.
And it wasn't helpful for COVID response either at the time, because people like you and me had to field accusations from hypocrisy for people like Rob Noir.
Why are these BLM protesters going out when they're supposed to be quarantining? Yeah.
So it was a very uncomfortable, but important. I think these are one of the largest, if not the largest, set of protests. Correct?
I think the women's protest / march was larger, but other than that, I think But that was like a 1 day thing. It wasn't like weeks like the BLM stuff. The BLM stuff was probably larger in totality.
Yeah. Well, listen, I wouldn't be surprised if the verdict. If I were to guess, I think this case might have been decided at opening. Just based on that video. The video just looks so bad. So if you're talking about things that might inflame the jury, it is hard for me to see that video and see the MMA guy, saying things like, he's not responding, he's not responding, he's not responding. And then to buy arguments from the cops saying like, well, he wasn't aware that he had lost consciousness. And to me, there are some bad facts for the prosecution, namely the drugs and the surrounding circumstances of the initial arrest, which I agree with you. I think that you can justify probably the fact that the police go up to him initially, giving a counterfeit bill.
Well, of course, he was a counterfeit bill.
Stealing,
right? Yeah. And
right?
Did he have a record? Why were they trying to arrest him? Was it just over the counterfeit bill, or?
So that was another piece of evidence that the chief of police testified to, which is typically this kind of charge wouldn't see an arrest.
For a counterfeit bill, really?
That's what he testified to, the chief of police. And I don't know who else I would believe besides the chief, at least in the context of Minneapolis. But he was, behind the wheel of a car. I don't know if that changes your analysis at all. But certainly, police are within their rights to arrest you for that crime. I mean, police can arrest you for jaywalking if they want. Well, most jurisdictions probably, barring some law. I don't think there's anything in the Constitution that says you couldn't be arrested for even the simplest misdemeanors.
Hold on. I'm totally just this is just an assumption I made. I guess I could be totally wrong. My assumption was that you can only be arrested for stuff that would otherwise incur jail time. I just assumed that to be the case, but I guess you're telling me that's not. So, like, for instance, like a speeding ticket is just a fine. You can't be arrested for speeding. Like they would. But
as a constitutional matter, I'm not sure that.
I don't know constitutionally. I just thought.
Yeah,
I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and again, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that there have been there's some case that I'm remembering now where like a woman is traveling with her child and like didn't put on her seatbelt or something, and the cop got really pissed for some reason and just like arrested her in front of the child and was trying to tow the vehicle or something. They had to like call everyone and anyone to pick up this child. So I think as a constitutional matter, police are within their rights to arrest for crimes. And so I guess my main point for all that was saying, despite all these bad facts for the prosecution, I think the worst fact for the defense is that all this was filmed and it looks really, really bad. So if you had to put a gun to my head, to quote a phrase, I still think a conviction is the most likely outcome at this point. But I wouldn't put all my marbles on it, and I would tell people to prepare for the jury verdict, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Because you never know what these jurors are going to decide.
So you think it's either going to be second degree or nothing?
I don't. If they're being rational, this is me. If they're being rational, it doesn't make sense to me. The two convictions that would make sense to me is the manslaughter charge or everything. But it doesn't make sense to me that you would be charged with third-degree murder, this reckless, depraved, evincing no heart for human life or whatever, and not have the requisite departure from police conduct to avoid the justification defense for the assault charge. And once you have the assault, you have the felony. And so long as causation is met, and that's kind of assumed given that it's a conviction, you have a murder conviction for murder too. So ironically, in my mind, I think it's easier to convict on two. In fact, I think it's possible you have a conviction on murder 2 and not murder 3. And in that situation, I don't know how I feel about that conviction, because I don't want to see the doctrine of felony murder given any legitimacy by this case, because I think felony murder is unjustifiable as applied to anybody. To me, it is the height of immorality and arbitrariness to convict people who of the same conduct by mere chance that someone was a victim that was particularly vulnerable, or they have a heart attack in response to seeing you emerge with your gun in the place. I don't want to see that random chance dictate lifetime convictions in people. And so I don't want the doctrine of felony murder to be given further justification by the outcome of this case. And so I'm hoping that murder 3 sticks.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway, have fun with RuneScape. Sorry to interrupt your stream, and much love to the chat. Pepe wins.
Have fun. Be careful, bud.
Yeah.
What a cringe loser that guy was. True. Give me some truths in chat. Oh.
No, we have these huge battles.
This
You
might
know
have been the
what the
skit I
maddest
was
she ever got
thinking
me
of.
was? One time she was watching this show. It was like a poor excuse for The View. And they started talking about domestic violence, right? For the 9 millionth time this year, they're talking about domestic violence. Just in case, you didn't get the memo. Evidently, just some people didn't get it. It's not okay to slam your wife's head into the cupboard drawers because she didn't dry the can opener off properly, It's gonna fucking rust, right? How do you not know not to do that shit? Do they really have to keep talking about it? It's like wife beaters watching. Oh, fuck! Now I get it. Upset daisy, sweetheart. Here we go. There you go. Oh. So at the end of the hour, they come to the logical conclusion. They're like, there is no reason to hit a woman. There is no reason to hit a woman. And I was just like, really? I could give you like 17 right off the top of my head. You could wake me from a drunken stupor, I could still give you like 9. Dude, there's plenty of reasons to hit a woman. You just don't do it. But to sit there and suggest that there's no reason Dude, the level of ego behind that statement. What are you, levitating above the rest of us? You're never annoying? Women, how many times have you thought about slapping your fucking guy in the head this week? There you go. Every day. You didn't do it, right? Oh, dude, it drives me nuts. There's no reason. There's no reason. Really? No reason? How about this? You marry a girl, you fall in love, you buy her a house. You go to work every day paying off the house. You come home one day, she's banging the next door neighbor, hands you divorce papers. You got to move out, sleep on a futon, and still pay for that house that she's going to stay in. No reason. I'm not saying you should do it, but there's plenty of fucking reasons.
I feel like this was a Chris Rock skit first. Not saying he copied or whatever, but yeah. Okay. All right. We've got our Squad W out of the way for today.
You gnome fuck!
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Okay, we'll watch this since everybody wants to hear about...
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation.
You gnome fuck!
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Oh my god.
You gnome fuck!
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal
60 nuggets
nation.
for the jacket. Why does it say undefined? I don't know. I'd have to go and look at it.
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Or maybe I should just do this now. Let's look at it. Alert box. Because I obviously fucked something up when I tried to make the other Dono voice work.
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Let's see. Subscription. Alerts enabled.
You gnome fuck!
I wonder if this case would have been better for Siobhan if he didn't use a jury trial. This case seems like a jury wouldn't be able to either understand or care about the nuance in the law and instead run more on emotion over the facts in the case. I wonder if this case would have been better for Siobhan if he didn't.
You gnome fuck!
Destiny has joined the omniliberal nation. This is a test. Levi Sutton, $10. Harking back to credit score. My dad and I have the same name. We got a credit card account together. 6 months later he turned the account over to me and I adopted his 750 credit score magically.
Cool. What's up?
Would you? I'll give you $1,000 if on stream you level a World of Warcraft character.
Why? No, I'm not. No, I don't want to.
Why are you playing this game? It's not as good.
It just gives me something to talk about in the background. That's it. And I got a little thing to level.
Do it with WoW.
No, I don't want to do it with WoW. I don't know anything about WoW. I've never played WoW before.
I'll buy you the Zygor guide at $7 a month.
No,
I'll pay for it.
I don't even know
you...
what any of that is. I don't know anything about. Listen, this is revisiting my childhood. Okay.
Okay.
I love you. What got fucked up in my... Oh, God. Text-to-speech is enabled in donos. Enable clipping on donations. Donations from viewers will be clipped. Enable custom HTML CSS. I think that needs to be enabled. Open donator message settings. I don't know. Fuck. All right.
Penguin, $5.
Hey, Darman
Screw
fan.
this game and screw WoW now. Maple Story, that's where it's at.
I'm good.
Scarcely a day goes by on these here internets without some goddamn 14-year-old telling you that you don't understand economics. Well, I'm here to say that these 14-year-olds are wrong. But this video is about so much more than just arguing with children. The problem is that many people in positions of power and influence, as well as parts of the economics profession, share the view that Economics 101 is the reason we can't improve the world, especially for poor people. In some cases, this seems like a genuine intellectual commitment by people who sincerely believe economic theory helps us make sense of the world, but that it just leads us to unpalatable conclusions. In a recent YouTube documentary about the economist Thomas Sowell, which mysteriously appeared in everyone's recommendations, there was a famous quote from the man himself.
The first lesson of economics is scarcity. There is never enough of anything to fully satisfy all those who want it. The first lesson of politics is to disregard the first lesson of economics.
Deep.
In other cases, the same argument can seem like an ideological commitment underpinned by nothing but empty sociopathic tendencies. Not too long ago, noted personality vacuum Abby Shapiro tweeted that learning how economics truly works is like taking a bite of the forbidden fruit. You can't go back to when you naively believed you could solve the world's problems with good intentions. Let's leave aside the question of what education Abby has actually had in economics, because it's not just for the extremely online among us that economics makes its influence felt. You can even see it pretty often in popular culture.
Spend money to make money. Economics 101, dude.
What have we here? Ooh, economics. Very, very interesting.
I'm confused.
It's a question of economics.
I'm sorry, boys. You just don't understand economics. Simple economics.
The reality is that economics is just a set of theories which may or may not hold in the real world. And over the past few decades, it has been shown time and time again that the standard Econ 101 story is misleading at best and flatly contradicted by the evidence at worst. Over the course of this video, I want to detail both the theory and the evidence in this debate, with some help from Mexi, who kindly agreed to offer her views. And before loads of tedious economists pop up in my mentions claiming that I'm strawmanning them or that I should learn economics before I unlearn it, I'd like to say that yes, the content of actual Economics 101 classes has changed recently. This video is largely about how a selectively interpreted version of this has been used in political debate, on issues spanning from minimum wages to rent control to taxes and spending. Having said that, I do think these ideas still exert something of a grip on the profession of economics, as we'll see. In the Thomas Sowell documentary, they single out the minimum wage as an example of how economics shows you the true impact of well-intended policies.
One of my biggest concerns was about minimum wages. At first I thought, well, this is good because all these people are poor and they'll get a little higher income, and so that'll be helpful. And then as I studied economics, I began to see, well, there's a downside. They may lose their jobs completely, so that is that.
This reasoning is based on standard demand-supply analysis, which epitomizes the core of Economics 101. When somebody tells you to go and learn economics, chances are this is what they have in mind. So let's do what they say and learn about it. Demand and supply is used to represent a variety of markets, but the one we've got here is the labour market. It shows how, in theory, the market for labour will settle at a given level of wages on the y-axis and employment on the x-axis. It can also show the effects of the minimum wage on these quantities. But we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, so let's take demand and supply one at a time. The demand for labour depicts the willingness of business.
Watch the August video in 44 minutes. Please stop. Actually, never mind. Okay.
Business to employ workers in the form of a relationship between wages and employment. If the wage is high, say at the level W1, businesses will not find it profitable to employ many workers. On the graph, if you travel right from W1 until you hit the demand curve, and then go down until you hit the x-axis, you will get to E1, the corresponding level of employment at this wage. On the other hand, if the wage is lower at W2, then businesses will employ more workers and employment will be at E2. Generally speaking, the lower the wage, the more workers businesses will want. The demand curve slopes downwards, an expression you may well have heard before. So what about the other side of the equation, supply? Well, here we are looking at the amount of labour workers are willing to supply for a...
Destiny begs for a meme to be made. I'm gonna watch the shit I see on video for 40 minutes. Okay, never mind. Link me everything you want, and we'll just constantly keep interrupting the video with every link you guys want to post me, okay? If you link something, I'll watch it, okay? Sorry, my bad. Okay, link me everything you guys want. Okay, Eric and Andre meme. That guy was linking that earlier for a while. Here's a DMX meme.
Come on, man. Some niggas that you don't wanna try. Some niggas that's really do or die. For Patrick, I was ready to cry. For fry, for fraud. Come on, man. Some niggas that you don't wanna try. Some niggas that's really do or die. For Patrick, I was ready to cry. Fry.
Wait, the audio's a little distorted.
Some niggas that you don't wanna try. Some niggas that's really do or die. For Patrick, I was ready to cry. Fry. For fraud. Come on.
Okay, thank you for this meme. I appreciate it. Okay, what else did we need to watch real quick? Okay, Couple, thank you. Gangnam Style. Wait, watched this before. Thank you. Eric and Andre skit, thank you.
Who are you here to see? Jeff Pocock. I just gotta check your bag. You don't have anything sharp in your bag or anything, do you? Let me just put this pho in here.
What do you do that for?
We just can't use the chemicals anymore. We gotta put Vietnamese food in here to just check. Yeah, a little sriracha.
Is that the laptop?
Yeah, it's all over the laptop. Is that okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know the Vietnamese food was gonna trigger your PTSD. I know you just got back from Vietnam.
Really serious.
Oh, I don't even work here anymore, man. Hey, dude, check it out.
Okay, good one. Any other memes? RTBI wants us to watch before. Is there anything else? Okay, all right.
Wage. This is a strange way of putting it that might not come naturally to most people, but the important thing to know is that if the wage is higher, more people will want to work, which makes some sense, I guess. So if the wage is high at W1, employment will be high at
joined the
E3.
omniliberal nation.
If the wage is low at W2, employment will be low at E4. The supply curve slopes upwards. I hope you're ready because we're about to put the two curves together. Demand curves depict the number of workers businesses are willing to employ at a given wage. Supply curves depict the amount workers are willing to work at a given wage. Where these cross over, the decisions of the businesses balance with the decisions of the workers, and we get the outcome of wages W star and employment E star, what economists call an equilibrium.
You have a product, you have no means of distribution, they have demand, they don't have any product. That's market equilibrium, yin-yang, ebony and ivory. Tell me what the fucking problem is.
So how does our minimum wage affect this happy depiction of the labour market? The minimum wage is represented by this god-awful ugly line, MW, that's interfering with our precious market. It might seem odd that with the name minimum wage, the line is high up on the diagram. Maybe it's just me that finds that odd. But remember that the point of a minimum wage is to increase wages above the level they're currently at. So it has to be higher than where the curves cross over to have any effect. Now, how do we work out the effects of this minimum on employment? Well, no matter what, the market wage is stuck at MW, so we need to ask where this crosses the demand curve, how much labour businesses will hire at MW, and also where it crosses the supply curve, how much workers will want to work at MW. At the minimum wage, businesses will only want to employ the number of workers EMW. More will want to work because MW crosses the supply curve much further to the right, at a higher level of employment E star S. But businesses are not willing to employ so many workers at such a high wage. Therefore, the employment level EMW will be the one that is realised. Notice that this is also lower than the previous equilibrium E star. The minimum wage has reduced employment. Shit, what are we going to do? It is important to remember that this is a prediction of the model, not some kind of logical necessity. And I actually don't think most non-economists are aware of quite how convincing the empirical evidence against standard theory has been on this issue. For example, in a video on the minimum wage, the YouTuber Vorsh makes some good points about why the minimum wage could be a positive thing, and raises some valid questions about a well-known Congressional Budget Office study predicting that it would lead to job losses.
How many of these are like real fucking 40-hour-a-week proper jobs? I'd be willing to bet very few of them. most of these are cuck jobs, and the loss of these jobs could actually be a good thing because it would mean the people who were otherwise taking them can now afford to live off of only one job instead of having to take 2 or 3.
But we can add a bit to what Vorsh says. Sorry, scratch that. In a recent video on the minimum wage, Manlit Vorsh shows how little he knows about anything by failing to bring up well-known studies on the minimum wage, and accepting the central finding of the CBO study like a cuck, even though it's definitely false. To see why Vorsh is so hopelessly destroyed by facts and logic, we're going to take a deep dive into the literature on the minimum wage. Doing so will teach us not just about why minimum wages are good, but also about the kind of empirical studies that have shown this, as well as the limitations of Economics 101 itself. Newly elected US President Joe Biden promised to introduce a $15 federal minimum wage once elected, which sparked a renewed debate over the pros and cons of the policy. As I write this, the proposal has been voted down in the Senate, which is extremely disappointing, but shows that Econ 101ism is alive and kicking, I suppose. Since the dawn of time, the USA's federal minimum wage has stagnated or even fallen, as you can see here. In the early 80s, it was around $3 an hour, and despite steady rises in the headline value, it has only kept pace with inflation since then, barely changing in real terms. The USA lags behind other rich countries and even many poorer ones in its low minimum wage. As this table shows, the ratio of minimum to median wages is only 33% for the US, compared to 54% for my own country of the UK, or 69% for Chile and Costa Rica. The debate is relevant to a broad range of countries. In the UK, we have had the Living Wage campaign.
AB, £5. Do you still have an email for people to send arguments to you with? Love the content.
Not right now, no.
R.I.P.
Post my subreddit.
Which used social pressure to force companies to increase their wages, and eventually made its way into policy for those aged 25 and over. There is also the Global Living Wage Initiative, which campaigns for a global living wage. So what does the evidence say on minimum wage increases and employment? Before we go into this, I want to define a crucial term, the elasticity.
Yo, you know what we got here? We got an elastic product. You know what that means? That means when people can go elsewhere and get their printing and copying done, they're going to do it. You acting like we got an inelastic product and we don't.
In economics, this means the percentage change in one thing because of a percentage change in another thing. Stringer was talking about the change in demand owing to the change in the price of their product. But here, we will mostly be talking about the change in employment owing to a change in the minimum wage. So, an elasticity of -1 means that if the minimum wage increases by 1%, employment will fall by 1%. An elasticity of -0.1 means that if the minimum wage increases by 1%, employment will fall by 0.1%. You can see that the former would be hugely problematic, while the latter could easily be considered a price worth paying for higher wages. For a long time, economists accepted that the minimum wage would be bad for employment based on the supply and demand theory we've seen, as well as using what are now seen as relatively crude tests that today are not considered credible, even by opponents of the minimum wage, except for the people in the Thomas Sowell documentary, evidently. Beginning with a famous paper by David Card and Alan Kroeger in 1994, a wave of studies sometimes dubbed the New Minimum Wage Research have used careful empirical techniques to investigate the elasticity of employment with respect to minimum wage changes. Card and Kroeger looked at the effect of a minimum wage change using 2 adjacent US states, New Jersey and Pennsylvania, in 1992. New Jersey increased its minimum wage while Pennsylvania did not. This is a kind of natural experiment, when a policy applied to one area is not applied to a similar area, and comparisons between the two approximate the ideal of a lab experiment. The argument goes that if 2 areas differ only in the policy, in this case the minimum wage, any difference in outcomes between them, in this case employment, can be attributed to that policy. Since the US has many state-level policies, it's fertile ground for these natural experiments. Card and Kroeger phoned fast food restaurants, which employ a lot of minimum wage workers both before and after the change.
Can I help you, sir? Undefinedness has joined the omniliberal nation.
Wow, thanks.
My God, you're greasy.
What they found was that far from reducing employment in New Jersey, the minimum wage may actually have increased it. That's right. For some of their results, the elasticity was positive. The study made quite an impact. Reed Garfield, senior economist of the Joint Economic Committee, commented in 1996.
Debt cert, $60. Just saying THX for all the years of content finally grown up and able to provide money for myself.
Wow, thanks. I appreciate it, buddy.
The results of the study were extraordinary. Card and Kroeger seemed to have discovered a refutation of the law of demand. Economists were stunned. Because of these extraordinary results, they debated the results. Many economists argued that differences between the states were more than simply differences of minimum wage rates. Other economists argued that the study design was flawed. Since this, thousands of papers have been written in the USA and elsewhere on the employment effects of the minimum wage. One of the most pertinent critiques of Card and Kroeger was how narrow their study was. A single change in fast food restaurants in two relatively small US states should not be generalized to minimum wages everywhere. More recently, the frontier of minimum wage research has been led by people like Aaron Dube and his co-authors. They have mostly followed in Card and Kroeger's footsteps by taking advantage of natural experiments, but have substantially broadened the number of states they include, as well as the time frame of the studies and the depth they go into estimating the effects. For example, in a 2010 paper, Dube, Lester and Reich found no employment effects of the minimum wage using 316 adjacent pairs of states. That's Card and Kroeger times by hundreds.
My God, I don't even know what that is. Nobody does.
A 2019 paper by Sengiz, Dube, Lindner and Zipera estimated the effects of minimum wages on the entire distribution of jobs, using 138 different minimum wage changes in the USA. The x-axis here shows the part of the wage distribution we're in, relative to the minimum. 2 means it's $2 higher than the new minimum wage. The y-axis shows the effect on employment at a given part of the wage distribution. Just below the minimum wage, 0 on the x-axis, a substantial number of jobs disappear, as shown by the negative blue bar, which makes sense as it's now illegal to employ people at that wage. But this is offset entirely by the appearance of jobs at or above the new minimum wage, as shown by the positive blue bar to its right. There are no effects anywhere else in the distribution, so this gain in wages for low-income workers is not offset by other workers losing out. The same paper looks at these effects over the long term, and it shows that the new jobs which appear do not disappear after a few years. I favour this type of natural experiment approach. It's transparent, and the core of close comparison between pairs of real
if we get really bored, we might look at these later. One thing that's really important to keep in mind when we talk about like wage impacts is and I notice they do this a lot when they go back and forth on the Seattle studies for how those wages have impacted new workers. I think it's really important that we disaggregate workers from each other to make sure that you're not positively impacting some section of the economy while dramatically negatively impacting some other section. So for instance, I think that it's pretty well understood that as long as minimum wages aren't set too high, generally they have favorable impacts. However, even in those cases, even if on the aggregate wages paid to certain workers are higher, and even if on the aggregate employment seems to be either equal or boosted, the problem that you run into is that you start to disproportionately impact more narrower sets of workers. So for instance, workers with only high school education tend to lose out on these deals, and then more educated workers or people that are doing better socioeconomically already are getting like bigger gains with the minimum wage boost. Tends to be the arguments that I hear.
regions keeps the method grounded in empirical reality, instead of blinding us with complex statistical methods. But I should say that it's not the case that every study has found no effect like this. There are dissenters within this literature, specifically economists like David Newmark and his co-authors. The details of this debate are too heavy for this video, so maybe I'll leave a comment with my thoughts if you'd like, along with their papers in the references. Overall though, most systematic meta-analyses find a small but statistically significant negative elasticity of employment with respect to minimum wage changes. Having said that, these studies also show evidence that there is a bias towards publishing negative estimates. Why that's the case, I'll leave you to figure out. So, how does one make sense of such a vast and tricky literature? Well, not the way the CBO does it. To give you some background, the Congressional Budget Office is an official but non-partisan entity in the USA, which produces research on important policy topics. Their recent report claimed that raising the minimum wage to $15 would lead to 1.4 million job losses, a pretty concerning figure. Where did they get their estimates from? Vorch said that he'd have to get...
Something else that I also take issue with so far, now it's possible he'll address other things I've said, is, again, when we're talking about boosting the minimum wage across state lines or whatever, when we're doing these comparisons between control cities and whatnot, the 15 an hour minimum wage bump is huge. Huge. Like, if I were to say, like, is drinking 20 gallons of water bad for you in one day, and then somebody were to start flooding me with studies showing, like, well, look, increased water consumption is good. When these people drink more water, it helps. Actually, you're totally wrong, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, well, hold on. Like, we're not talking about just increase in consumption of water. We're talking about a dramatic increase of consumption of water. I don't know if these other studies are necessarily valid. I don't know if it's valid to look at prior, like, small bumps in minimum wages between different states and say, like, oh, well, look, 15 an hour should be fine, right? Because then at that point, we could theoretically argue for 25 an hour or 35 an hour or 50 an hour, right? I think we need like more to see more dramatic increases in the minimum wage. So, like, I think the Seattle study is good, although even that isn't as dramatic as what's being proposed. Aren't all these changes only like $1 a year per less? I think it's within $2 a year. We looked at that New Jersey one at one point for the fast food. I don't remember what the increase in the minimum wage was, but yeah, it's nowhere near the dramatic level that the 15 an hour stuff is.
Textbook out to understand this debate. I'd hate to be the reason that anyone had to read an econometrics textbook, so let's save him from having to do so. Uh-oh, too late, bruh. The first thing to say is that this report was kind of opaque, even for someone who is used to reading this type of thing. It's full of phrases like CBO concluded and in CBO's estimation, often with little to no explanation. They select 11 studies from the literature, but why these 11 were chosen is not explained. The CBO then computes the effect of minimum wages on employment from an average of the 11 studies. But they increase the magnitude of the actual average because of a really weird thing they do where they randomly drop some of the studies they use and recalculate the average with those studies missing. I don't know why this method is chosen or how it really works because, again, it isn't explained.
It's garbage.
To be fair, I don't think anyone's arguing that we flip a switch and go to 15 hour. Isn't it supposed to be raised over 5 to 10 years? Okay, so people keep saying this, but I don't think it matters. Even if it is raised over 5 years, that's still a huge boost in wages. That's still massive. Yeah.
Jube himself has commented to similar effect, though in more measured academic terms. He says the CBO overemphasizes the negative estimates in what we already know is a literature biased towards finding negative estimates. He points out that more recent, better quality research has found employment elasticities of the minimum wage closer to zero. As an alternative, he suggested his own 2009 review for the UK Treasury. This only includes studies which estimated the effect on employment for the same workers whose wages are increased by the minimum wage, which gives a clear picture of the trade-offs faced by the workers actually affected by the policy. This is known as the own wage elasticity. Along the y-axis is the study. The dots represent the estimated effect size for that study, with the bars either side of the dots representing the uncertainty surrounding that estimate. Jube concludes that, based on this review, the average elasticity is minus 0.04, meaning that a 25% increase in average wages for a group affected by the minimum wage should reduce employment by 1% for that group.
Also, I feel like this elasticity, I don't know if there's... I would hope that like people that do econometrics probably would know this, but that elasticity is probably going to be a function and not just an integer. What the fuck am I thinking of? F of x equals 5. What would you call that? Like your elasticity is constant. Yeah, Jesus. Your elasticity is probably going to change depending upon how far away you move from whatever your baseline value is. It's part of basic elasticity theory. Okay, good. So, like for instance, like I can probably demonstrate a very low elasticity in a product at very low price changes. So for instance, if we start with $1 for a can of Coke, the difference between like the demand for Coke at $1 versus $1.05, the elasticity is probably going to be very, very, very low, I would imagine. But once we start to move further and further away, I imagine that value is going to start to change more dramatically. That like if we increase it from $1 to $1.10, it's going to change between $1.10 to $1.20 or $1.20 to $1.50. That elasticity is probably going to grow a bit and then slope, I guess. How would that look on a graph? What if I had to like guess what this curve would look like? I guess it would look like probably something like this or whatever, where like if this is our elasticity here, I don't know if there's like a textbook on this, I'm sure, but like I imagine that like little changes right here probably wouldn't matter much. But as you start to change, the elasticity is going to grow significantly until it like tapers off here, whatever. That would be like my guess. I say that would be my guess, but I'm almost positive that's what would happen, right? An S curve, sure, okay.
There's a lot of debate over whether $15 an hour is enough, and Jube also comments on how high the minimum wage could be. Across US states, the best evidence suggests that the employment effects are small, up to around 59% of the median wage. Evidence using sub-state county level variation found this to hold even in lower wage counties, where the minimum stood at up to 81% of the median wage. Research conducted for this report also finds that in the 7 US states with the highest minimum wage, where the minimum is binding for around 17% of the workforce, employment effects have been similarly modest. Now, to return to demand and supply. Strictly speaking, this evidence alone doesn't contradict the supply and demand model. It could just imply that the curves have a specific shape, albeit an unlikely one that contradicts other evidence. I'll provide a reference for that below. But here's my bottom line. When effect sizes are this small and uncertain, it's suggestive of something that's just not that interesting, whether theoretically or politically. As the economist Thomas Leonard pointed out, this whole debate does prompt the question, what evidence would convince you that your theory is refuted? Let me illustrate this with one more recent study. This shows a bunch of different elasticities for 16 to 19-year-olds, the group most likely to be affected.
I'd also like to say, too, that like when an economist uses like a model like supply and demand, I would hope, okay? Maybe economists are really fucking stupid. Maybe we're all smarter than economists, right? Would hope that when an economist uses a supply and demand curve for things like employment, it's not literally like our graph isn't literally going to be called U.S. employment. Here it is. This is the whole supply demand for all of the, right? This supply and demand is going to be like relevant. It's going to be incredibly localized to different sectors of the economy, right? That like your quantity demanded of labor is going to change significantly based on our locality, like what cities we're on our industry, based on what types of jobs we're talking about, on the types of workers we're talking about, right? Like, so these supply demand curves probably still work pretty accurately, but they're going to be incredibly localized to different areas. It's not like we just draw one giant fucking aggregate supply demand curve for the entire U.S. fucking economy, right? That would, if people do that, it would be incredibly fucking stupid. Like, Jesus Christ. But, yeah.
By the policy. As you can see, in most cases, the blue horizontal lines cross zero, which is given by the red vertical line, indicating that the effects estimated are not statistically distinguishable from none at all. As a contrast, consider a more straightforward question. What is the effect of the minimum wage on wages themselves? This might seem tautological, but if the minimum wage is low or is not properly enforced, we may not observe an effect. Unlike our previous figure, the estimates here are universally positive and statistically distinct from zero. This is the pattern one would expect to observe when the relationship one is estimating is strong and reliable. The minimum wage effects do not look like this. Higher labour costs as a result of the minimum wage are obviously a thing, but employers often have more bargaining power than workers, so they can afford it. Increased pay can motivate workers, leading to higher productivity. It can make them more likely to stay, reducing turnover costs from hiring and firing. And at the economy-wide level, the minimum wage increases the spending power of workers, which will increase...
Okay, you know what I would like to see done as an experiment? Just in one place.
Savvy D $10. This guy's completely ignoring dead weight loss. The cost of a deal not done. The hire not made kitten to incurring cost. Also, businesses on average don't stop growing, they change their priorities.
Well, I imagine that we try to account for that with unemployment, right? If we're increasing the unemployment, then we're probably talking about people not hired generally, right? Something that I would like to see done, just tried as a mass experiment in some huge firm or whatever. I wish that there was like a combination of like hourly wage plus like wage for jobs done. Because I guarantee you, in every single fucking job in the United States, there's a lot of people that just fucking lazy about, because why the fuck would you work any faster when you're not getting paid anymore? Like, I know that at the casino, like when you're assigned like certain tasks for like restaurants, like there are some things that you could do them in like fucking 5 or 10 minutes, but like why would you? Why would you bust your ass and bust tables hard, like wrap silverware quick, do your prep work fast? Like fuck no, like you know that you can spend about 2 hours doing prep for the kitchen. Like fuck it, why the fuck wouldn't you? Why would you bust your ass and do it in 20 minutes, right? I wish that there was like some type of like payment per task or something, that a system like that would be tried out, because I feel like you could take certain workers that work 40 hours a week, pay them their same wages, but they could work 20 hours a week and do the same amount of work. I know this is the case. I wish that there was like more, like a drive towards this in the economy or something. Like, Jesus, fuck. Yeah, because if you work harder in most hourly jobs, that means you just get more shit to do. You don't get a break. Like if I'm assigned to do some task for 2 hours and I get it done in 1 hour, I don't get to jerk off for an hour. They give me some other shit to do. Like the fuck? What the fuck is the point of that? Like,
demand for businesses. I'm happy to debate the importance of these different effects, but the standard economic approach only helps us with a tiny part of them, if at all. And arguably, the effect on employment is so...
Yeah, or the worst case scenario is your supervisor's like, oh, well, no more work to do. Time to send you home early. It's like, wait, I got bills to pay, motherfucker.
...uninteresting that it's distracted us from other questions, such as the effect of the minimum wage on mental health or poverty. So now we know that the minimum wage just doesn't have the kind of reliable negative effect on employment we'd expect if the theory were useful. But now I want to talk about another, similar...
Okay, so again, I just want to qualify. Now we know that minimum wage set close to what price floors we'd already imagine are, or the price floor that's set close to what the natural minimum wage would be, it has little effect. That we haven't proven that a 15 an hour minimum wage wouldn't have that effect, right? The closest he got was when he talked about when median wages are set at 59, or when a minimum wage is set to 59% the median wage, which nationally would work out to around 12 an hour, I believe, or like 11.59 an hour or something, or something like that. It wouldn't be 15 an hour, but...
Prominent example, rent control. It's no secret that both house prices and rents in many countries have skyrocketed over the past couple of decades, especially in Anglo countries. Housing is probably the main cost for most people, so this has prompted questions about whether governments should do more to help people cope with these costs. The most direct policy to do this would be rent control. Rent control isn't a hugely popular policy, although it exists in a few countries and localities. For example, New York City, as discussed by the Friends in the popular sitcom, Friends.
But more important, because of rent control, it was a friggin' steal.
In their debate on housing, philosopher Ben Burgess and streamer Destiny also discussed the policy.
Rent control is like, it's like $14.90, not 11. I'm almost positive it was around $12. We looked this up. Deduced random. If you want to link a source for it, go for it. Or we can just do the math, I guess. The median wage in the U.S. is $35,977. So if we times this by 0.59, and then we divide that by 12, so this is $1,700 per month. and then in a month you work 40, like about 160 hours divided by 160. It's around $11 an hour. So it's lower than what I estimated. I'm citing no opinion. I don't really like what he's written on minimum wage much. But I mean, we can literally do the math on this now to figure it out. I made you link something and then you got muted for it. Good meme.
One of these few issues that economists broadly agree is a garbage policy. It doesn't help who we want it to help. It usually hurts who we want to help, and it just doesn't usually get what you want done.
Destiny was correct. Opposition to rent control is possibly the area where economists agree the most. A 1990 poll had 93.5% agree that a ceiling on rents reduces the quantity and quality of housing available. A 2012 poll asked for economists' views on the statement, local ordinances that limit rent increases for some rental housing units, such as in New York City and San Francisco, have had a positive effect over the past 3 decades on the amount and quality of broadly affordable rental housing.
I'm really curious why he shows the IGM polls on this. These are the IGM polls, aren't they? They are. Why does he show the IGM polls on this, but he doesn't show the IGM polls on the 15 an hour thing? That really makes me wonder. Because on here, 50% or more of economists agree that 15 an hour would increase unemployment, and that it should be pegged at something different. I wonder why he didn't show the IGM polls on the minimum wage thing, but he did for rent control.
Have used them. 81% of economists disagreed or strongly disagreed with this statement, with answers including, next question, does the sun revolve around the earth? Unless all the textbooks are wrong, this is wrong. The planets are lined up here. Theory and evidence point in the same direction. The award for the strongest statement about rent control, however, goes to the economist Assar Lindbeck, who claimed, in many cases, rent control appears to be the most efficient technique presently known to destroy a city, except for bombing.
Oh, we've read
To understand
this.
where all this strong opposition is coming from, let's return to our supply and demand diagram. Instead of the market for labour, we are now looking at the market for houses. Apparently they work in exactly the same way. We have rents on the y-axis instead of wages. We also have quantity of houses rented on the x-axis instead of employment. Again, the supply and demand for houses should balance, with rents at R star and quantity at Q star. What does rent control do in this situation? It's represented by the horizontal line RC, which forces rents down. At this low rental rate, the quantity of houses supplied is lower than the previous equilibrium.
Bob Savvy, D, $5. I don't agree with MW, but why are you leftists not recommending a tiered wage by age adjusted for inflation?
I don't think I qualify as a leftist. I don't really like minimum wage that much at all. I think there should be other forms of cash transfers. So things like the earned income tax credit, like not deductible, refundable tax credits, I think are way better ways to target this type of policy. I think minimum wage is just way too broad a hammer. You're just swinging around like a sledgehammer trying to fix a much more nuanced problem.
Even though more people want to rent, we have a shortage and a fall in rented units compared to the free market. I want to say outright that there is more evidence for the predictions of the supply and demand model for rent control than for the minimum wage, depending on how you interpret it. But the blanket opposition to rent control that derives from this is hugely overstated, and Econ 101 reasoning is, again, more of a hindrance than a help for understanding the debate. First, what does it mean for the quantity of housing to be reduced? I would contend that the supply-demand model can mislead people into thinking that the reduction is in housing supply, rather than the number of houses specifically used for renting. The 1990 poll mentioned above failed to distinguish these two clearly, and in the debate with Destiny, Ben Burgess largely accepted this framing, contending that you could compensate by building more housing.
Because if we just have rent control, there's going to be far less investment in private housing. There's going to be far less private housing built. But if you're building a lot of public housing to make up the shortfall, then it's literally, you could accept your premise. You could accept what the economists are saying and still think that it's just irrelevant to that package of policies.
Why not just
Undefined has joined
Building more
the
housing is good,
Liberal
but a reduction
Nation.
in rental housing doesn't mean that houses disappear. There may just be a corresponding rise in ownership. Our concern is surely whether people are getting the houses they need, not whether they're renting or owning them. We can have a debate about the relative merits of renting versus ownership, and which demographics are more likely to use one or the other, but it's not immediately obvious to me which is more desirable. Second, rent control captures a wide variety of different policies. The standard demand-supply analysis only depicts a straight-up cap on rents, whereas modern rent control just limits increases and allows for inflation in landlords' costs to encourage maintenance. Such provisions are common and common sense. For example, if you're worried about rent control discouraging construction, exempt new buildings, like Berlin. Recently, a Bloomberg...
There's a whole... Well, he might be... Yeah, maybe he's about to talk about that. Hold on.
Hi Destiny, I started watching your content about a year ago, and I just want to say that I really appreciate you and your honesty regarding your thoughts and stance on topics.
Wow,
I
thanks.
used to be far right, now more centrist. Much love, my man.
Thanks, buddy. The problem with rent controlling buildings before that were constructed before a certain date and then making all the newer construction to be exempt from the rent controls is that you cause a huge explosion of cost or price of those later buildings as well. So for instance,
Undefined has joined the omniliberal nation.
Hold on, Jesus. I'm pausing these. So for instance, like if you've got a city and there's 50% of your housing stock is now restricted by rent control and the other 50% isn't, the price to rent on the non-restricted ones is going to increase and increase and increase because that's where all the new development is going to take place, right? Like people that are going to develop new buildings because all the other buildings hold on. Fuck! Oh my God, the donuts just totally fucked my train of thought. I don't even remember what I was going to say now. If you have a city and you restrict some buildings to rent control, and the newer buildings are no longer rent control restricted, the old supply is not going to be renovated anymore. A lot of it is going to be converted to condominiums, things that can be bought and sold because people are going to rent it. And then the newer stuff that gets constructed is going to end up being like a higher cost for people coming in. It's going to be more expensive than the prior rent control supply. That's what I was looking for. Jesus. Okay. I'm eating donuts for the rest of this video, okay?
Seriously appeared in everyone's trends on Twitter, discussed the impact of rent control in Berlin, which froze rents on older houses and allowed tenants to force landlords to lower existing rents. True to form, the article claims, if populism on the political right corrupts democracies, populism on the left ruins economies. It's based on a report which is in German, and fortunately I'm fluent, so I was able to consult the original document. Just kidding, I'm English. We'll have to go on the article itself. Some of the outcomes it chooses are kind of strange. The results clearly show that rents have plummeted for those affected, a huge benefit which is downplayed. The article charges that...
Real quick! Rents plummeting for those affected isn't necessarily a good thing because we didn't want to reduce rents for people. This is what I mean when I say rent control doesn't help always who we want it to help. We don't want to reduce rent for everybody in a city. We just want to reduce rent for people that can't afford it. That's the issue, right? So just because a reduction in rent has taken place, you can argue that's a success of the policy, which it arguably is, but we don't really want to reduce rent for everybody. We want to target certain sectors of the population, right? Is something wrong with the subs on my site? It says every single person is 6 months. Is every single resub actually a 6-month resub, or is that like a glitch? I've noticed that today, I think.
Rent controls have reduced house prices, as if that's definitely a bad thing or somehow unexpected. It seems to me that both more affordable housing and lower rents might be considered a good thing by some people. The article uses a couple of graphs which apparently show the policy has had negative effects.
The reason why those places being worth less is because it means that people aren't going to reinvest in them. They're not going to update them. They're not going to renovate them. Like that reinvestment just doesn't take place anymore. That's why people argue that those units being worth less and less is a bad thing.
One shows that prices in uncontrolled units have risen.
He must know this, though.
Since the policy. But from this graph, it's hard to see whether this is really a change or just a continuation of a previous trend. The graph doesn't go back far enough for us to know, and even if it is true, it may just be because the uncontrolled units are new. You could say exactly the same thing for their graph showing that the number of rental apartments has declined, especially since they follow this up with a graph showing that the supply of unregulated units has outpaced other German cities. Somehow, this is also framed as a bad thing. As you're all now budding natural experiment enthusiasts, I know what you're going to ask. Is there any more credible evidence than this crap on rent control? And the answer is some, but not enough, and it's mixed. One of the most recent and commonly cited papers on this topic is Diamond et al., which uses the sudden introduction of rent control to older houses in San Francisco in 1994 and compares them with more recently built units, which were exempt. Let's take an in-depth look at this paper, as I think it raises some interesting questions. The paper claims that the policy led to a 15% reduction in rental units, although if you unpack this, it's actually a combination of 8% being converted into owner-occupied buildings, with a further 7% being converted into rental units which were exempt from rent control, which isn't a 15% reduction in rental units. The paper does show that residents of both owner-occupied and exempted units are likely to have higher income, which is a cause for concern because it favours richer residents. There are conflicting effects, though. Part of the reason for the higher income residents is that rent control leads to higher maintenance and upgrades so landlords can increase rents. We can see on these graphs that, top left, rents fell, while top right, redevelopments rose, and bottom left, conversions rose, and bottom right, repairs rose. This suggests rent control does increase quality, in contrast with economist poll answers that we saw earlier. Rent control also means existing tenants are more likely to stay, which is more...
Okay, I'm too lazy to go through this paper. I should do this instead of just citing somebody in my subreddit, but supposedly he got this... Wait, what is this? Hold on. User report. It's an ASCII dick. Why? Okay. Where is the unlearning economics? Oh. Apparently the Diamond et al. Study, this guy says he takes issue with our quoting. Now he's going over to around 28 minutes, and I think he gets some things wrong with figure 8. The top loop isn't showing rents going down, it's showing renters going down. Maybe he means rents is in the number of people renting and not the price of rent, but if he meant the latter, he's just wrong. Perhaps I'm misinterpreting the point of the top two graphs, but I think the implication is that the number of renters in redeveloped housing went up, less than the number of renters in rent-controlled buildings went down, suggesting that there's one group of people who are priced out of their homes. Also, he claims that rent control increases quality, but not by increasing the quality of rent-controlled buildings. Landlords redevelop buildings to avoid rent control. control, and the redeveloped housing was probably more expensive than what people could afford. He then takes issue with the paper's framing of rising income inequality, arguing that the alternative is only having rich residents, but that's the inevitable result of high inequality. The paper suggests that this is a problem because this prevents new middle-class residents from moving in. This is already unfair to future residents and potentially deleterious to business growth, but if only rich people can afford to migrate to a city, that means that demand for higher cost amenities will eventually outstrip low cost amenities, and people living in rent-controlled housing won't be able to afford anything except their rent. Unlearning Economics presents their arguments as if the authors are just dogmatically shouting inequality bad without really justifying it, but the problem isn't just some inequality statistic goes up, it's that inequality's bad knock-on effects.
Pronounced for minority groups. The strangest spin in the Diamond paper is to frame this as a bad thing too. It appears rent control has actually contributed to the gentrification of San Francisco, the exact opposite of the policy's intended goal. Indeed, by simultaneously bringing in higher income residents and preventing displacement of minorities, rent control has contributed to widening income inequality of the city. Keeping existing residents in the area while rich residents join is a bad thing. The solution is obviously to have only rich residents so the income inequality in the area is low.
Look at this place.
So what I don't know how he misunderstands this, or maybe I'm just being uncharitable. I don't understand. I don't know what he means by this point. One of the problems with rent control is one group of people that are hurt by rent control that you don't really see much is people that would move into your city who otherwise would move in if there were units available are no longer moving in because one, rent controlled units are being overconsumed, so the people that live in them are never going to move no matter what because they have a really good deal. And two, the additional housing stock that's being created is overpriced because now there's a huge section of the rent-controlled units that are just cut off from the supply. So supply of housing goes down, cost of housing goes up in the newly made units, and now you've got a whole bunch of like middle class or working class people that can't afford to move into that city anymore, causing the inequality to grow, is the argument that most people put forth when they talk about.
Somebody ought to build a town that works.
Somebody did.
I'm being facetious, but only a little. At other times, the paper argues that existing tenants are ultimately forced into poorer areas, and here they frame gentrification as a good thing, saying, this evidence is consistent with the idea that landlords undertake efforts to remove their tenants or convince them to leave in improving gentrifying areas. In addition, the rent-controlled tenants are more likely to remain at their address within the less gentrifying areas. So it's bad when existing tenants stay, but also bad when they leave? Gentrification...
Wait, I don't know if that was saying it was bad or good at all. Maybe we should just go read this whole paper. I don't understand that.
...is good, but also bad? I found this paper quite confusing, and it seems to be a go-to reference for opponents of rent control. With such a variety of competing effects, the authors eventually conclude that the overall effects of rent control are a wash. But the important lesson here is that ultimately...
God damn it. I need to... Do they really conclude that? I spelled it all here incorrectly. This et al. Guy has published a ton of papers. Congrats for that, dude. He's doing work. In this paper, we've studied the impacts of rent control on its tenants' beneficiaries as well as the landlord response. To answer this question, we exploit a unique rent control expansion in San Francisco in 1994 that suddenly provided rent control protections for small multifamily housing built prior to 1980. By combining new panel microdata, we find that on average, in the medium to long term, the beneficiaries of rent control are between 10 and 20% more likely to remain at their 1994 address relative to the control group and, moreover, are more likely to remain in San Francisco. Further, we find the effects of rent control on tenants are stronger for racial minorities, suggesting rent control helped prevent minority displacement from San Francisco. All our estimated effects are significantly stronger among older households and among households that have already spent a number of years at their current address. On the other hand, individuals in areas with quickly rising house prices and with few years at their 1994 address are less likely to remain at their current address, consistent with the idea that landlords try to remove tenants when the reward is high through other evictions or negotiated payments. We find that landlords actively respond to the imposition of rent control by converting their properties to condos and TICs, or by redeveloping the buildings in such a way as to exempt them from regulations. In some, we find that impacted landlords reduce the supply of available rental housing by 15%. Further, we find that there is a 25% decline in the number of renters living in units protected by rent control, as many buildings were converted to new constructions or condos that are exempt from rent control. This reduction in rental supply likely increased rents in the long run, leading to a transfer between future San Francisco renters and renters living in San Francisco in 1994. In addition, the conversion of existing rental properties to higher-end owner-occupied condos condominium housing ultimately led to a housing stock increasingly directed towards higher income individuals. In this way, rent control contributed to the gentrification of San Francisco. Contrary to the stated policy goal, rent control appeared to have increased income inequality in the city by both limiting displacement of minorities and attracting higher income residents. These results highlight that forcing landlords to provide insurance against rent increases can ultimately be counterproductive. If society desires to provide social insurance against rent increases, it may be less distortionary to offer this subsidy in the form of government subsidies or tax credits. This would remove landlords' incentives to decrease their housing supply and could blah, blah, blah. I don't know why he would read this paper and would conclude that they said at the end it was a wash, but okay, that is very strange to me.
I found this paper quite confusing, and it seems to be a go-to reference for opponents of rent control. With such a variety of competing effects, the authors eventually conclude that the overall effects of rent control are a wash. But the important lesson here is that ultimately neither theory nor...
These kinds of conclusions make me not 100% trust anything else that the person says. I don't understand why he would say that this paper is a wash, or why they say it's a wash. I think that's a pretty misleading way to state the conclusion. I think the conclusion of the paper clearly states that rent control leads to unintended policy things and are counteractive in terms of what they're trying to achieve. But, okay.
Or empirical analysis are going to make the issue of competing values and perspectives go away. When considering the effects of rent control, do we prefer rented or owned housing? Do we want higher quality houses which are more expensive? Do we want to favour existing residents over new ones? I don't have easy answers to these questions, but Econ 101 leads people to believe that they do. The economist Josh Mason argues that rent control research is in a similar place now to minimum wage research in the 1990s. A few well-formulated studies are displacing conventional wisdom, and this will likely expand as time goes on. He summarises a few studies similar to the Diamond one, which you can look at if you're interested in pursuing this topic further. So here we have two of the most important markets, labour and housing, where the crude Econ 101 approach has failed to make sense of hotly debated policies. But what about more generally? Where has the influence of Econ 101 come from, and how does it affect our understanding of other policies like taxes and social spending? I don't think I can answer this one, so I'm going to have to hand over to someone else.
The influence of basic economics is everywhere, both pervasive and perverse. It really is why we cannot have nice things. For every earnest call to make our political economic system ever slightly more just or livable for working people or the planet, there's a capitalist, an economist, a politician, a corporate news outlet, or an average Joe saying, that's cute, but that's just not how the economy works. James Quack calls the reductive invocation of basic economics to explain all social phenomena in our society economism. Economism relies on the abstract concepts taught in Econ 101 classes to explain why things are the way they are and why any attempt to redress the externalities of capitalism is futile. This is despite the fact that many of the concepts taught in to be increased by the distribution, whether voluntary.
Why is Economics 101 so pervasive as a set of propositions? It's kind of odd that an introductory diagram based on obscenely unrealistic assumptions would have so much influence, right? Well, it often favours the rich and powerful, which, as Mexi pointed out, isn't a bad feature for a theory to have.
Okay. She's the same person that was on Philosophy Tube's horrible housing market video. Gotcha. Okay, well. Should think about getting a rune pickaxe, by the way. You're probably never going to get a dragon one. Wait, why? Also, I need to go smith some shit to sell stuff to get the rune pickaxe. It's going to take me a little bit. I don't even remember if dragon pickaxes were in the game when I played. Have to go to the Wildy for dragon? Came out when they're paid to play model came out. Cool. You can buy a rune pick at a shop? I think you can buy the rune pick down here in the mines. I just don't think I have enough money for it. Hold on, I'll be back 1 sec.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined Dis has joined the omniliberal nation.
You gnome fuck!
Feels okay, man. Feels okay, man. Jacob Earwood, $5. Last stimulus bill had only 8% to Americans. Maybe they should send money for people who rent based on tax or being applied for instead of 8. Poopies. Ben MC, £5. Hi DGG, have you ever thought about leaving the house? No? Thought not. YouTube chat neither lose. Streamerman. Gone. Kuma. 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 Stimulus check your mum. Woo yeah. 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 You oo. Ara. 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 You oo.
Wow. Well. are we doing today? Where the fuck is my Burning Bridges shirt? Oh.
You should use your friend's Twitter to publicly challenge Vosh to a debate on socialism, and this time for fuck's sake take the kiddie gloves off and actually just scream at him and make him look like a complete moronic fat Marxist idiot that he is.
Okay. Who is Jack Posobiec or whatever? Do I know this guy? Alt-right conspiracy theorist. Gotcha. 18-month ban on Twitch without replies from the site lifted shortly after having the case reach the front page of LSF. Nice. Wait, does this page look different? Oh.
Do you want anything to drink? Not alcohol?
Later. Coke later, please.
Letter?
What is that?
What does letter mean?
It means later.
Lighter?
Later. Late, as in timeline.
Yeah, you gotta speak slower to me. I don't... First of all, my first language is not English, and you speak in cursive.
I speak cursive, yeah.
Okay, you can dress your own tacos.
Sometimes I can speak in hieroglyphs and shit.
What?
Yeah, hieroglyphs, yo.
I don't know.
Hieroglyphs.
Is that Minecraft?
Makuba, c'est l'heure du duel. C'est tout, Xari, c'est tout. Voilà, tout ça pour ça, mais...
Based.
最後まで。
Now that's what I call. Cool story, bro. People are saying apparently he's tied with second, though.
Why am I the only one getting shit-faced? Am I the alcoholic?
It's 11 a.m. in the morning!
Yeah, drink! It's fucking 6 o'clock in Norway!
I got work later.
Yeah, and
All
your
right.
work will get more entertaining if you drink.
No more
I don't
bets.
understand.
No more bets. You know, Minecraft drunk, you know?
Oh, it shows how you log in. Okay. Don't!
Don't talk about our competitors. They are literally irrelevant. That's true. Fuck. Never mind. Don't critique the food photos. That's not why we hired you. Don't read this word for word on stream. And if you already are, hi chat. Ah, fuck it, dude. They know. Hey, fuck it, dude. They knew I was gonna do it anyway. It doesn't fucking matter. Hey, it doesn't fucking matter. I don't care. I don't care, bro. They didn't know. Hey, it's fine. Showing the bundle, go through the steps, how to order the bundle on screen right at around 3 p.m. Eastern.
Wait, is this for like a food delivery thing, or is this
They didn't know.
for...
Hey, it's fine.
Oh, God, I want wings so badly right now. Fuck! I ordered Subway.
Hey, it's just, of course they want to know. I mean, it's always interesting to see some content creator go through some crazy weird shit.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's life, I guess.
Okay, here we go. This guy figured it out. The second name that came to mind, the second name that came to Soto's head when naming was Maya. Maya has no public history or past evidence of infidelity. Therefore, I can state without a shadow of a doubt that the cheater was Shroud.
I don't know the context.
Anyways, would you rather be smart and beautiful or dumb and ugly? Dumb and ugly. No, wait! Smart and beautiful! Wait, I didn't understand the question.
Developer console. It's the last thing on the first thing.
What? How do I click apply? Oh.
I think it...
Hi Destiny.
Hi.
I live in Sweden and I understand you have some insight
Nope,
in our current
sure don't.
political discourse. What is your stance on the current Swedish immigration situation, and if you have some kind of prediction for the next election?
I don't know enough about it to say. Good luck.
Auto applies it when you do it.
How do I click apply?
Oh. I think it auto applies it when you do it.
Mods, please help me. I mean, it's a $300,000 tournament. Are you serious?
I think it should be like under developer console.
Plumbers are there to pull you out of laundry machines, right? If you're distressed in a laundry machine, that's why you call the plumber. That's what I saw. So I checked into this laundry machine business. I Googled it on Hornpub. And what I saw is that the purpose of plumbers is to help people get out of laundry machines. There may be some plumbing that goes on afterwards with the person who's stuck in the laundry machine.
Nice.
Hello?
Lily.
Everyone?
Lily.
Oh, jeez. Oh, thank God you're here. Oh, man, I was stuck here for the longest time, Scara.
What do you mean
There
stuck
was a
here?
monster.
Yeah, it killed me.
Oh. Well,
That's the
too
person
bad,
that-
huh? Hello?
What
Lily?
is this game? Labyrinthine. Why is my DoorDash guy been stopped for 5 minutes? Is he visiting a friend? What's going on here?
Come on, my. Some niggas that you don't wanna try. Some niggas that's really
Whoa, why would you write it with the R? That's not how they're saying it. What? Jesus. Isn't it? Wait, no, wait. How white is my audience? Wait, what's happening right now? Oh my God. Oh no.
You gnome fuck!
Reminder that League
English is
viewers
my
are an
third
oppressed
language.
class in D.GG,
This feels like the,
and RTBA is basically a high-ranking Gestapo officer for us League viewers. Anyways,
I want to help with the investigation. This is my case.
the Rift calls. Reminder that League viewers are an oppressed class in D.GG, and RTBA is basically a high-ranking Gestapo officer for us League viewers. Anyways,
This is you, Horrorcifer.
What's up, my nigga? What did you just say? What's up?
Even Jackie Chan didn't use the ER though.
Nigga.
Unbelievable. Why? Why are they stopped? What are they doing? Oh, they're waiting to pick up my order. They haven't picked up my order yet? I want to take an implicit racism test. Oh, yes. Black bad, white good. Left hand for E, right hand for I.
You gnome fuck!
Okay.
Undefinedis has joined the omniliberal nation.
So you'll see items that represent African American children, European American children, pleasant words and unpleasant words. Each item appears to be asked to make responses on the left or right side as quickly as possible for touch devices, blah, 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 blah. Speed is important. Work quickly again. Your results will not be accurate if you go too slow. Well, how fast am I supposed to go? I'm a gamer, okay? We do things fast. Okay, E and I. This is a practice. The I key is used for African American. E is used for European American. Okay. I for African American. E for European American. I, E. Oh my God. It's not even in color. If it's just in black and white, how am I supposed to tell the difference between black and white? I is used for pleasant words. E is used for unpleasant words. Oh, well, is it? I already fucked up. Lucky could be bad. I is used for African American or pleasant words. E is used for European American or unpleasant words. Oh my God. Okay. I is African American or pleasant. E is European American or unpleasant. Pleasant, African American. Unpleasant, European American, unpleasant. This is so hard. Fuck, I fucked up. It's not quick enough. Oh wait. Oh, God. I is used for African American or pleasant. E is used for European American unpleasant. Wait, didn't we just do this one? Wait, did I just do the whole last one backwards? Oh, wait, I figured it out. Oh my God, I just figured out how to solve this.
Ben MC, £5. RTBA has no power in YouTube chat. We can make fun of him as much as we like without being banned. YouTube chat best chat.
Keys have changed. The I key is used for European American. The E is used for African American. Okay. E is used. Did I get none of them wrong? Okay. E is used for African American. I is used for European American. Okay. Am I racist yet? Fuck. Oh my God, I'm crushing this section. Jesus Christ. Okay, I is you. Okay. Okay, we got it. Okay. Oh, okay. We're picking it up. Yeah.
Be nice to RTBA. They're a good boy. No
Wait,
bully.
now that I've gotten better at this, is it going to say that because I'm doing the associations quicker now that makes me racist? Could I have done them in the other direction? That's not how this works, is it? Because that's going to fuck me if that's the case. Because now I learned it the past time, but I figured out halfway through the last time, if I do white bad, black good, I can speed through it. That's why I picked it up quick. But now I have it, so now it's white good, black bad, and now I can like zoom through this. But I need to do the other one. So this is. Now, but I didn't know, I didn't figure that strategy out last time. Now it's gonna fuck me, so I should degrade my performance here. Like, I'm on a roll now. Wait, yes. Ugh, fuck. Yeah, no. Okay, let's do it one more time. Let's go again.
This isn't looking good for you, buddy. I don't know.
Well, you're just a bad person, so I don't need a thing for you. Okay, INE. I literally did this test and did the exact. Well, yeah, because I was figuring out like, well, what pattern works. So I was trying to think of like, is it a good word or is it a white person? But then if I shortcut it to like white bad, black good, or black good, black bad, then I can like do it like really quickly. But I didn't figure that out until halfway through my before. Okay. How far away is my person? All right, I'm out of time. Okay. Here we go. Oh, whoops. Fuck. It's gonna make me do this again. I for pleasant. Oh, fuck. Hold on, I gotta get my shit. Hold on, I'll be back 1 second.
I had a good meme, but now he's going to get his food. I'll save it.
Ben MC, £5. Right to bear arms? More like right to be arstuckers.
Quit, give him the pass before they come for him. After seeing his performance on the last one, I think I'm gonna have to revoke my offer. I don't know. Scrub King, you have been cringe today. Well, at least I only have to be cringe for one day. My mic sounds worse than usual. It's just a shit mic. Now that I have real money, I might buy an actual good one. But who knows? Maybe I'll like the shit mic. Yes, I did get a job. A real job. Am I an engineer like Darius? No, I got a tutoring job. I get to raise the bright young minds of the future, making little omni-liberals wherever I go. Indoctrinating the youth. Uh, I had not one of my students, but there's 2 tutors per room because of COVID. And there was a kid with another tutor who made the devil's advocate argument for Jim Crow, which was hard to sit through. What was the argument? It was like the I actually had this argument thrown at me once when I was in high school. I had a conservative. The argument was basically, would you rather be under Jim Crow or in Africa? And the kid was trying to argue, well, Jim Crow is bad, but at least it's not as bad as living in Africa, which was a take, I guess. And the one that got thrown at me was at one point, I forget where it was. I think it was because I was president of Young Democrats at my high school, and we did a meme where like the Republican club would sometimes come over and we would yell at each other. And at one point, one of the Republican kids said, "Would you rather live in Chicago or Zimbabwe?" that was a that was a strong stance to take. Am I from the South? No, I'm in the DC area, right in the heart of America. What age range? All of my students are middle school or early high school, but the place goes from K through theoretically college. I really hope you guys think that I'm smart enough to not fall for a low tier Kumon joke. Come on, I'm better than that. By the way, yeah, the answer to the Chicago or Zimbabwe answer is even if Chicago's better than Zimbabwe, we should still strive to improve America. It's really simple. I don't know why people are asking.
Pepe wins. Pepe wins.
Oh
Pepe
shit, Pepe just
wins.
won.
Pepe wins. Pepe wins.
That's it, it's
Pepe
over.
wins.
Pepe just won right
Pepe
now.
wins. Pepe 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 wins.
Okay, my DoorDasher is literally just sitting in the parking lot to the mall next to my place. I don't know why. Oh my god, and now she's moving. Oh, I hate my life. I'll be right back.
Little does he know, I have the DoorDash driver on paycheck, so I can maximize my orbiter time. What's my rate? I just get paid hourly, 15 an hour. Some spicy takes.
E
Why do you
wins.
guys always just
E
want spicy
wins.
takes?
E wins.
There's a
E
hypothetical me and
wins. E
Peach were talking
wins.
to earlier
E
today,
wins. E wins.
and it actually had us
E
both stumped.
wins.
But I
E
need to work on. I need to
wins.
workshop it
E
more.
wins. E
But this could be
wins.
like a real
E
doozy of a
wins.
question.
E wins. 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 Ben MC, £5. How can Pepe win if Ye Neva lose? How can Frog beat Dino? How? Dino eat Frog. Frog bad, Dino good. Ye Neva lose.
You gnome fuck!
E wins. 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 E wins.
Stupid dino posters can't even donate correctly.
E wins.
You meant to
E
say
wins.
ye wins,
E
not
wins.
e
E
wins.
wins. E 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 wins.
All right.
E wins.
Jesus Christ.
E wins.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Okay. Starting this over.
Reminder that Dinos lost to a Rocco Megalal. Pepe wins. Pepe wins.
Okay.
Pepe wins. 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 On a Friday evening, Pepe and Yi were driving around town delivering food to lazy people. Then they got an order from Steven and they decided to drive to his place, eat his order and texting dirty pictures to Scrub King's mom with the title, "Woo yeah."
No, I missed one. I fucked it. I hate black people. That's it. That must be the case. I already know because I missed that one. That's got to be the case. It's got to be over.
You know, in 2021, I want to be more focused on the positive optics.
No, you stop! Okay, white.
Jacob Earwood, $5.
No!
If implicit bias is real, we need to sign a deal with South America, the Russians, Middle
No!
East, India, and China to work
Oh
on
my
it.
God.
90% one race.
It's too late. We're doing it. Hold on. Okay. I fucked it all up. It's all fucked up. Just everything. It's gonna say I hate everybody after this one. Oh, okay, never mind. Perfectly equal. Because I just fucked it all up. Well, what do we find out from this? Idiots are the least racist people, guys.
Truly does love black people.
Fuck yeah! Holy shit! Yeah! He wants some booze. Anybody got booze?
Do you think Mr. Moon was on this bus and that's how he knew?
The Premier is gone.
Yes, the coward has already fled. The USSR is at death's door, comrade.
Which is why we must hurry. Sir, I beg you, please.
What is this? Some sort of escape route?
No, sir. 12 months ago, I was put in charge of a top-secret project.
Whatever it is too late.
With respect, General, you are wrong. Please. For you see, sir, time is on our side.
No. It isn't ready. It hasn't been tested. We don't even know if it works.
If what works?
My time machine.
Prepare these coordinates.
No. Please. Please.
Now!
Sir. No. No. No, please. No.
Please, honey, get in.
All right.
You cannot be serious. Come, Comrade General. A new world order awaits. Come.
No, no, touch nothing. We mustn't do anything to disrupt space-time continuum.
Where are we? Brussels, 1927.
1927.
The Solvay International Physics Conference.
Is that Einstein?
Yes, Doctor. The man most responsible for our enemy's technological superiority. The man who made them invincible.
What do you plan to do?
Gentlemen? Doctor.
Wait, how did they get back?
I do not understand.
We have altered the past and changed the present.
Ah, good to see you, sir.
Damn.
I have the reports from the front that you requested.
Thank you. What do you have for me?
I'm sorry, Comrade General. I meant Premier Cherdenko. Sir, the Allies are on the run soon. Western Europe will be ours.
You hear that, General? Our enemies have been defeated.
Hold on, sir. I'm receiving an emergency transmission from our northern base.
They're attacking! There are too many! We have to evacuate!
Who is attacking?
The Imperial war machine has been unleashed. Do not struggle against what is inevitable. All who stand in the way of our divine destiny will be swept away by the march of
Name drop.
history. You will bow before us, or you will cease to exist.
Sir, it appears that the Empire has mounted a full-scale assault.
What empire?
The Empire of the Rising Sun, of course.
We now have two mortal enemies?
We must unleash our nuclear weapons. Annihilate them all.
Excuse me, General?
Our nuclear weapons?
Those don't exist.
Our atomic bombs?
Don't you understand? Without Einstein, there is no nuclear weapons because we have altered the space-time continuum. Oh, who knows what nightmares we have created?
Whoever left, fuck you.
I didn't leave. What the fuck? Stop duckering me.
Wow. Okay, so I mostly met with Vietnamese people at the casino, although we did have some Chinese people. I feel like I've seen a variety of people in my life. Who talks like this? I feel like I've never in my life actually heard somebody with an accent like this. This is... Cantonese people? Oh, okay.
Something I first saw in a children's discovery
Feels Peak Man. Feels Peak Man.
Cool.
room at the Museum of Science in Boston.
it was bigger, they were using
You gnome
racquetball balls instead of
Undefined
ball
has
bearings.
joined the omniliberal nation.
This illustrates the same concept. Everybody has seen an inclined plane, but I've got two ramps here. One is the straight ramp, and the other one is the ones with the dips and the hills. And so the question is, if you put the ball at the top of both
My guess is same time. What are we going to think, guys?
ramps, which gets to the bottom first? One can make a good argument in favor of this one, which is shorter. Some people say it's going to be the same because the height at the top and at the bottom are the same.
Oh no, it's not that.
But we'll let you make your own decision.
No! Wait. Wait, let me think. Let me think. Let me think for a moment. Which will go faster? Curvy hill or straight ramp or same? Oh, fuck. Chat's already seen the answer? Oh, well, now I don't want to guess. Because it's probably going to be the curvy hill. If chat's already seen it. My guess is I would have said maybe the ramp is quicker because it has to travel a greater distance on the hill. But these drops, maybe the speed that it picks up on these bigger drops compensates for that or something? I'm not sure, but, well, let's see.
So we'll put the two balls at the top. I'll hold them with the pencil so my fingers don't somehow affect the way things are released. And if I release the pencil...
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Oh my god, the curve was not even close.
Slope goes the way things are released with the pencil so my fingers don't somehow...
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal
And
nation.
if I release the pencil...
I think the surface area doesn't totally matter either, though, because this was the other thing I was thinking. Because let's say that you have something that's like this versus something else that's like this. Even though there's more surface area being covered here, you'd pick up so much speed that the second you hit this, you'd go like flying off. And then this one would just be rolling the whole time anyway, right? Or if we exaggerated it, if you had one curve, or I'm sorry, if you had one thing that was like this versus another thing that was like this, even though this is covering far greater area, it would definitely go faster than this. What do you think the optimal curve looks like? An optimal curve would probably be... It would have to be whatever... Oh, fuck. This is the shortest distance. But this is probably like the greatest speed. Wait. This one probably goes the fastest. So it's probably some combination of something that I don't. If I had to guess, the optimal thing would look probably something like this. You'd want to pick up some amount of speed, and then once you have the speed, you want to redirect it without like stopping it. So it wouldn't be this because that wouldn't work. It probably wouldn't be this because that wouldn't work. I feel like it would be something like this. That would be my guess, that this would be the optimal. Whatever your like velocity, whatever your, let's do these things look fancy. At some point you'd hit your terminal velocity, and then once you'd hit that, or slightly before, you'd want to start moving it in this direction. That'd be my guess.
The one on the curvy slope goes much faster.
That's not what terminal velocity is, I'm almost sure. Terminal velocity is just the fastest you move in free fall through a given medium. I'm pretty sure. when the resistance in your medium meets the or exceeds. What's the term for it? As you drop, it's when the resistance matches the force of acceleration. Is that what I'm thinking of? When those two numbers reach equilibrium, then you hit your.
Because I believe that the greater acceleration at the steep point overcomes and exceeds the extra distance and having to go up this hill and that hill that you might think would slow it down.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Oh, nice. So, terminal velocity might have nothing to do with this, I guess, actually. Well, I'm guessing they're not calculating drag here. So it just has to do with the acceleration due to the changing velocity, I guess. And then the gravity. Vsauce video. Fun fact, both balls must leave the track with the same speed even. Would every ball have to leave? I think that... Yes. Assuming we're in a frictionless vacuum, because if we start here and we end here at this lower point, if we think of potential energy here, if we're not applying any more energy, it is impossible that any energy can be lost or gained by the time we hit this point. Everything would have to be exactly equal because of like conservation of everything, right? I think?
They all have the same potential at the start, and if you end at the same point, you have all the same kinetic energy. So assuming the balls are the same, they all have to be moving at the same velocity.
Yeah, unless you're applying...
or speed, because they could be going different directions, sorry.
Sure, unless you're applying something different at the end here. Don't forget gravity. That gravity is acting on all of them the same way. Oh, wait, is it though? Oh, no, wait, that might not be true. No. No, wait, hold on. Wait, I don't know if that's true.
No, it is true, because the bottom ball that goes under, it gains more kinetic energy because it's going lower, but it has to spend some of that coming back up. They all still equal out in the end.
Oh, yeah, that would be true, if there's no friction or anything. So we could actually say that there are 4 points here where all of these balls would be moving at the same speed, maybe? Would it be accurate to say that would it be accurate to say that the balls here would be moving the exact same speed as this ball when it reaches this point here?
Brachistocrones are based.
It can drop a little bit and gain kinetic energy here, and then it comes back up here, and it'll lose some, and it'll be the same. I think that's yeah.
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Okay. 25 minutes now.
All right, this was fun, but I'm gonna go get myself some dinner.
Be careful.
Adios, chat.
What's up, guys? Did you take physics in school? No, but I took a lot of organic chem. And if you've studied a lot of organic chem, it's basically just a lot of physics. Okay, Jade update. Why'd you take organic chem? I really wanted to study theoretical physics, but it feels like most of the exciting work in theoretical physics happens in mechanical engineering. And if you want to be a mechanical engineer, organic chem, or like those lines of class are generally the most important you take. So I did a fuck ton of organic chem, do a lot of work with QM, do a lot of math work, and then eventually come out the other end, mechanical researcher / engineer. They're both the same thing basically, and yeah. A lot of Gödel's theorems, a lot of paradoxes, you know.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined Dis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Yeah, basically like Elon Musk. That's right. Exactly right.
How old are you? Amos.
Where are the names being written on the skin? What's happening?
I'm sure there's some people watching. You're 32. That's not old. No. Not old. That's not old. No way. Where is the sub names being written on? Steve!
Ben MC, £5. Hey Steven, why do you not like GTA RP? If you gave it a chance, you may like it.
That's what they said about meth.
This is gonna be your content. When you get here, this is gonna be your content. You've talked about this for like 2 months now. This is what we're gonna do.
Askers? I had a watch officer that had an accent just like that in the video. No one could understand him except the people that stood watch with him regularly. Askers?
Stop.
What? Oh, nice. Okay. Oh my god, Jade's journey to gold! Oh no, Yi. Oh, she's not even gonna kill him!
Lovely. Lovely! This is fucking lovely. This is my fucking cup of tea right here. This is a walk in the park. You fucking stupid ass cat. You're a fucking... Dude, I hope you go into the fucking jungle and...
Hello!
And get ganked by the whole fucking team.
Steve?
That's me. That's my name, don't worry it out.
Wait, do you know who this is? Guess.
Guess. Am I allowed to look at Discord, or do I just have to know by the
No,
voice?
don't look at Discord. Don't look at Discord. Just guess. You can ask questions too.
Oh, I can ask questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you incredibly upset about the recent death?
Mr. Truly Obnoxious.
No, you're
$5.
not.
What?
Yo, buddy,
I'm asking you if you're incredibly upset by the recent
Oh,
death.
am I? Oh, this is an identifier. Okay, I am actually.
For what reason?
Because we're never gonna know where the hood's at.
What?
Yeah, we're never gonna know where the hood's at. You never heard that song? Where the hood at? How to...
What are you talking about? For Prince Philip? What the fuck?
Oh my god, I thought you
Who are
meant
you
DMX. Okay,
No,
it's
what?
both.
Who are you
It's
talking
both.
about? Oh my god, Prince Philip
DMX
died.
is dead.
Now, he's not dead. Okay, wait, fuck. Is he actually dead? He was brain dead yesterday, but I thought the mom was still waiting on whether or not to pull the plug.
Nope, he's out, dude. He's out, and you know what? I'm actually really surprised by. I'm surprised that people haven't like tried to post death cancel him, because a lot of the lyrics to his songs are pretty homophobic. Nobody's talked about that, but
You know, don't
rest
dig too
in
deep
peace.
into any rap that was made before the year 2014. Because a lot of it's
Well,
pretty
you know,
homophobic.
all I'm saying is, you know, people like to. Anyways, that's not what I'm here for.
Okay.
You got some time?
Yeah, you know, I do have some time. What's up?
Just a little bit? Just what do you got? You got 10, 15, 20?
I got about 5 hours. Okay.
Oh, well, I don't have that long. I think we can wrap this up in probably less than 30. Do you know what we're doing today?
I don't know.
Okay, so I never had a father figure or a male figure in my life, so I don't understand men, and I'm coming to terms with this. So what I've done is I've gone on Reddit and compiled some of the top questions from our Ask Men that I need to know about men, and I need you to answer these things.
Okay, hold on now. This is important. Okay. Do you need to know about men, or do you need to know how I would respond to these? Because these might be very different.
You know what? I'm gonna pop open DGG and I would like you to answer as yourself. I want you to be yourself. I want you to be comfortable, Steven. I want you to don't try to answer for all men because all men are different. I'll read chat as well, but I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Okay, sounds good. Easy. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. All right, let's get like some of the easy stuff out of the way here.
For sure,
okay,
yeah.
So what do you use in the shower? Do you use like body wash? Do you use shampoo and conditioner, or do you just use water?
Okay. There are 3 at least things that should be in every shower, okay? You need shampoo,
Okay.
conditioner, and some kind of soap. Now, I'm partial to liquid soap, but I'll also use like bars, I guess, if I have it. I don't do that loofah shit, okay? Now, I know that, well, never mind. Yeah.
You don't do loofahs? Wait, do you just use your hands?
Yes. Okay, now, I don't know if all of my black friends growing up and none of my white friends growing up had this, okay? All of my black friends growing up were very big on using like washcloths in the bathroom and shit. And it feels like most of the white people I know don't do that. Now, I don't know if that's a thing or not, or that was just my experience.
Even not everything has to be about race.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, I'm just making sure I'm not giving the wrong answer. Okay, but yes, I just use so generally I have like a body wash for soap, and then I'll have like shampoo and conditioner. Okay.
Okay, so but you got it for that long ass fucking hair you have. Okay, that's cool because some guys, it seems like a lot of guys just use water.
Or they just have like one full body wash, which is disgusting. It leaves your hair feeling just fucking gross to touch. It's horrible, but yeah.
Interesting. And no loofah? How do you apply the soap?
Put it in your hands. You rub it on your body.
Don't you feel like once it gains a little bit of like, okay, that's...
Now, listen, I'm going to admit that this might just be my irrational paranoia, okay? But I feel like loofahs, they oversell how much soap is really there. Because I'll watch somebody with a loofah. I'll watch somebody pour an itty bitty dollop of soap into that loofah. And they scrub it up, and then they use that for their whole body. Now, is there really enough soap in there? Or are you just being misled by the suds, you know? I don't really know. I don't really know about that one. So I like to pour... While I've got conditioner in my hair, I'll pour a big-ass glop of fucking soap in my hand, and I'll take some, and I'll soap my body, and I'll go all around. I'll make sure everything is all soaped, and I know that there's soap everywhere, and then I rinse off. And that's how it works. I don't know how I feel about the loofah stuff, yeah.
Look, somebody in chat said, this motherfucker rubs his butthole with his hands.
Well, I mean, you're in the I'm sorry, but here's the reality. If you walk out of the shower and you wouldn't touch any part of your body with your hand, then you are a disgusting fucking savage.
Fair.
If you are in the shower and you come out and you're like, ew, I don't want to touch my butthole or whatever, that means you don't know how to fucking clean yourself. And you are fucking disgusting.
The way they phrased it was, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Go ahead.
First things first. That one's good. Okay. We got a couple other hygiene things here. Oh, okay. Here's just like a general men question. I have no idea how I would answer this. Okay. Do men care about wedding rings? Do you care what it looks like? And like when you and Melina get married, are you gonna wear a wedding ring?
I don't. I'll probably have to, but I think men, it's just usually used to signal status. So you want big rings for your wife to let all the other men know that you're like a big dick guy, and because other women will judge. But yeah, otherwise I don't think it matters.
Wait, do you think that are you gonna give Melina a ring?
I don't know. We've talked about it a little bit. I'm hoping that it can be like some gem thing or whatever. That's
you're not gonna do like a huge ass diamond and be like,
fuck no, it's obnoxious. It's a waste of money. I'm sure that I could morally justify it by saying there's like
gonna make
blood
a woman
diamonds
happy.
or something.
Okay, sorry. I'm materialistic. I don't speak for everyone. Okay. And then so you said when I said, are you gonna wear your wedding ring? You said,
I don't know.
I'll probably have to. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Did I say I'll probably have to wear one or get one? I'm sure that she'll probably want us to get one. In terms of wear it all the time, I just don't like wearing jewelry. I had a wedding ring when I was married before, and it was just kind of annoying to have all the time.
Okay.
And that was even without any like protruding diamonds. Like it was a pretty simple band, and I don't know.
Okay. So this is kind of a two-parter. The first part of this question is, how often do men actually watch porn? Like, can you just give me like a ratio based on like a weekly basis? And this could be literature. This could be well, not like a personal video or anything, but like you actively going to a website and being like, I am going to watch pornography.
I would say definitely no more than 21 times a week for sure.
20 times a week?
No more than that.
Are you joking?
That's the
right
upper
now?
cap of that, I'd say. 3 times a day, upper cap.
Are you serious?
But I'd say
You're
like,
literally drinking for 12 times.
I'd say the goal is like 1 to 2 times a day. I think is a good, healthy engagement with that.
It's 5 o'clock and you started streaming at noon. So like while everyone was watching you, you just had porn up on the other monitor at one point. Like, oh, may as well just check in real quick.
Yeah, the reality is that DoorDash actually delivers right up to my door, but I pretend that I'm going downstairs to get it. So I just turn my screen and I go jerk off in the other room. Like 5 times a day.
Okay.
That's what I do. Yeah.
Okay, that leads me to my next question. How often do men actually watch pornography when masturbating? Like, so do you guys ever just like close your eyes and like visualize like boobies like up close? Like, what's the deal there? Like,
Why would you
have to
do
be
that?
watching porn?
Why wouldn't you watch something?
That's what I'm asking. Like, do you ever just like use?
You're
like,
always
your
going to be
mind?
engaged with something. I think you should. I mean, you could if you wanted to just like jerk off without anything, but why would you do that?
But I mean, like, could you like just close your eyes and?
Yeah, you
imagine
could. You
boobs
could also
and that
survive
would,
on
like,
water without drinking soda for the rest of your life too. You could. Sure. Yeah, it's possible.
I'm just trying to understand, Steven. I'm just trying to understand. Okay, let's get into some more relationship stuff. By the way, this is very, very helpful. I'm getting some good info from chat too.
Oh yeah.
Okay. What do you think are the most common reasons for cheating? Particularly like women cheat too, all that stuff. But like if a guy cheats, why do you think that he usually does it?
Probably. Oof.
Is it horniness? Or is it like communication issues? Like a man doesn't know how to like always communicate.
I think it's
what he
probably
wants.
like a variety of reasons for it, I would imagine. Like so I don't want to give one reason. So like one common reason that could be given that I hear people say a lot is sometimes you're bored of your partner or you're unsatisfied. Some people can say that. But like, I would say that if you have access or opportunity to a lot of different things, I think it can be really hard to just be with one thing for the rest of your life. This is why I'll never do a close relationship. Like if I have one person, like saying that like I'm never gonna fuck another type of person ever, because different people are different things. So maybe some people just want to explore a little. I don't know. Or for other people that are like really ego driven, you know, maybe having another woman that wants to fuck you. Like guys feel like when they get those numbers up that it makes them feel better about themselves. Maybe it's an ego thing too. I don't know. It just depends.
Oh, okay. Like once you okay, got it. Let me write this down. Hold on. Okay. I got a lot of questions here. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, here's just general lifestyle one. Do you consider yourself financially literate? And if you are, how did you learn how to manage your money?
I would definitely say that I'm financially literate. I think I learned a great deal from my parents. I basically just do everything they didn't do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like lead by example, except not.
Yeah.
Got it. I feel like financial literacy is something I feel like most men are pretty in tune with that. You know, look, I'm trying not to be sexist here. I'm just trying to figure some shit out. Okay. Okay, that's a pretty short answer. Oh, so forgive me with this one.
You're forgiven.
Okay. How long can you wear like a pair of boxers? Hear me out. One time I had a friend that told me he can wear his boxers for like 2 to 3 days because his balls don't touch the fabric. And I don't know if that's true or not.
Personally, everybody's going to be a little bit different, but I would say like 2 to 3 days tops. I would say like between showers. Like I couldn't imagine.
So 2 to 3 days. So you could.
Like I'm thinking shower intervals. Like I couldn't imagine like taking a shower and then putting on a pair of boxes that you already wore. Like that.
Yeah, that's what I was
seems-
asking. That's what it seems like he did, because he said his balls don't touch the fabric. I mean,
That's
like,
what does he
honestly,
have? Are they inside his body?
tiny balls. What?
I don't know what he's wearing, but okay.
Oh, what kind of boxers? I think like regular boxers.
Okay.
So 2 to 3. So
But like every time you shower, every time you get dressed, and yeah.
Okay, every time you shower, you do change your body. Okay, great. Okay. Ooh, this one. Okay, why do you think that there is a stereotype that single men live in bachelor pads that are like messy and have no furniture at all? Where does that come from? Is it true, and where does it come from?
Because it's probably true. However, the reality is that most people live disgusting as fuck. Women are true. Women do that as well. So yeah.
Women do that as well?
Yeah, I think for some reason, like, men are the ones that people just assume, like, oh, men are gross or whatever, but women absolutely do this shit too. But for some reason, only men get blamed for it or whatever. But most women live messy as fuck lives. I've even joked about this with women on stream, and every single time I've done it, I've been correct. Like, if you ask a girl that has like a webcam on, like, to move her webcam even a little bit, where the mess is like all like out of screen and shit, like, women are just the
other side of the streamer.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. You know what? Actually, that makes me think of something else. What's something that you didn't know, or like you realized after living with a woman? Like, it never occurred to you until you lived with a woman for like 6 months or something.
Women being really messy, something I didn't realize.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What else? You kind of mentioned that. Think of something else.
There's so many things.
Okay, then why would you just give me one? Keep it flowing.
Okay,
Steven.
I didn't realize. So for women that have larger breasts, I didn't realize how unbelievably difficult it was to find a bra that is both comfortable and looks good and doesn't like dig into your fucking body. How expensive bras are, how much women fucking hate wearing bras generally. So like sleeping in bras is like a big no-no, shit like that. I didn't know until I lived with women that women have like designated like period panties. So like when you're in your period, you wear a certain pair because you don't care if they get stained over and over again because they're fucking period panties anyway.
Okay.
What else? I didn't know that women, if I ever live with a woman, I try to do 2 different laundry duties because women will go through like 3 different outfits every single fucking day of their lives. I don't know why. It blows my mind. Like, a woman will put on some dumb shit when she wakes up, and then she'll put on some dumb shit in the middle of the day, and then she'll get dressed in the evening, even if she's not going out ever. I have no fucking idea why this happens.
These are good. These are good. I'm learning a lot about myself.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Women use a lot of toilet paper all the time.
Oh, we do.
Some women will. It's really important to have a liner in your bathroom trash can because I don't know what the actual answers to this, and a lot of women disagree apparently. A lot of women for like period products will just wrap them in toilet paper and throw them in the trash can.
Is that why you have this weird thing about trash can liners?
Well, in the bathroom, yeah, but I think everybody should use trash can liners in every trash can. If you don't, you're disgusting. Disgusting! You should always have trash can liners everywhere. What the fuck?
I feel like you're not as financially literate as you say you are. I think that trash can liners, especially in the bathroom, it was a ploy created by Glad and other companies. Okay.
Hold on. What's up? There's so much weird shit that women do. Their hair gets everywhere. So if you're dating a long-haired girl and you break up, then get ready to be sad for months and months and months because you will find their hair everywhere. I didn't realize how often women get their own hair buried in like their fucking ass crack or their vagina, where they'll just randomly pull out. Like, I don't know how I have a really long piece of hair that is just like somehow in my vagina.
Yeah, have you ever pulled a woman's hair out of your own butt before?
Yep, yeah, it's everywhere. It gets absolutely fucking everywhere. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, yeah.
Do you accept putting grocery bags in bathroom trash cans as a liner?
Yeah, for sure. I use supermarket or those bags for any type of trash bag. Yeah.
No, you don't, Steven. You use Simple Human bags, which are literally the most fucking expensive liner you can get, and it's ridiculous. You literally have to subscribe. You're wasting money on your trash bag.
So 1, they fit the trash cans perfectly. Okay, but 2.
Who fucking cares? You're gonna throw the bag away anyway.
Sure. Okay. Well, because I want it to fit nice and look nice. Okay. But 2, what I do is I'll usually have a bunch of extra like bags. So like right now I just ordered Subway, and then I got like my Coke can. So what I might do at the end of the day is I'll go grab one of those bags from the supermarket, and then I'll put all that trash in those bags, and then I'll throw that right into the dumpster, and then I don't have to empty my trash as often too. That's yeah. But okay, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Are you? This can be a personal one. I just want to get a gauge. chat can chime in too. Well, you guys have been chiming in. Are you pretty chill with other guys seeing you naked? Like, if you went to the gym or a day spa, would you feel weird if you were just like, totally like balls out, butthole out?
Yeah, I
everything?
don't give a fuck at all.
Really? Oh, okay. Ooh, little bit of mixed reading here in the chat. Interesting.
It seems when me and Melina have been to a couple like spa places or whatever in Europe, it's not like the most uncommon thing. I think like in Germany, there's like everybody who gets naked in the shower area and gets dressed and shit for the spa stuff. Oh no, in New Zealand as well too. I remember that happened. Yeah, so it's whatever. I don't know.
Oh, so you've done that pretty recently.
Sure.
Let's see. We're doing good here. Ooh, okay. How about this? Has a woman ever creeped you out? Like you might have been kind of interested at first, and then she just starts doing like creepy shit. You got any stories?
Kind of, yeah. But well, you know all of my creepy stories. The problem is I think that like toxic sex and toxic relationships and all that are really fun and really hot. So it's not like I don't like them. But yeah, of course, obviously, we follow like the Anna Chronicles, and I'm sure she's gonna comment now that I just mentioned her. Yeah, there've been like a few creepy people like that. Yeah.
But wait, you have to have other creepy stories. Give us another creepy story. Wait, do you have any creepy stories that you said like, ask me in 5 years, and you just haven't told?
I think we've gotten through almost all of those. Because I have had a few of those, but we got through almost all of those. Yeah.
Can I have a refresher? I'm new.
Most of them are boring. Those are so like some like dumb fucks in chat will still say like, oh, what's the Bella story? But the story of Bella is I wanted a serious relationship and she didn't. There's nothing like more to that in terms of like weird shit, or in terms of like crazy dramatic shit that happened. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have very many crazy fangirl interactions. Unfortunately, most of them become like really public.
Okay. Let's see. Ooh, okay. In the future, like, okay, let's just say in some world, you know, things didn't work out with Melina, like we're sure they will, you know, God bless and God damn, but would you ever settle with a partner out of fear of being alone? Like someone that you're like,
no,
this
fuck
isn't
no.
Exactly my criteria.
Nope. I've even said with Melina, listen, if this one doesn't work out, we're truly done. We'll revisit the, for me personally, I'm swearing off all relationships.
Really? Like even when you turn 50, you wouldn't.
I just don't think
okay,
I'm just not built
build
for that
advance.
kind of stuff. No, it's just not. I just don't handle it very well.
Alright, I'm looking for some feedback here from chat too. Trying to. Okay, let's see. I'm getting a lot of information here, Steven. Thank you very much. How you doing? You hanging in there?
Yeah, just chilling.
Okay, we've just got about like 3 more questions, and then I think we're pretty done until I need more information. If you're okay with that.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Oh, here's a good one. Okay, when you zone out, you know how like sometimes you zone out and then girls are like, what are you thinking about? What are you actually thinking about? Because y'all always just say nothing, but like what is it actually?
Whew, that really depends on what's going on. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, think of something.
I literally am not. Yeah,
Really?
It super depends on what's going on. There's like a billion things that I'm thinking about at any particular point in time. It could be stuff related to work. It could be stuff related to relationships. What?
Do you guys ever just zone out and have like horny thoughts and then like you don't want to tell your partner about it? Because that's what I assume that it is. I just assume that you have like you guys have like a close up image of like boobs in your head or something.
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Running out of steam here. Okay, but that means we're doing good. Okay, what is something that you frequently have to explain to women?
This is just, I don't know why anybody would ever waste time explaining to this, because no matter what you say, people will never, ever believe this.
I don't know why anyone would waste time trying to explain anything to women, but I was like,
no.
okay.
So, I don't know. I hate to generalize this to women, because it could be to men as well, but I don't date men, so I don't know. It is so hard to explain to somebody that just because you do something instead of doing something with them doesn't mean that you don't love them, or doesn't mean that you like that thing more than them. I think that just has to do with like people that need space versus not. It is very hard for somebody to understand. So like, let's say for instance, somebody says like, hey, like tomorrow, do you want to go fucking climbing on top of the apartment or something? I don't know. And you're like, no, not really. And instead tomorrow you like play games with a friend, or you like fucking, I don't know, climb up the wall all day or something stupid, right? People are like, oh, why do you love doing that more than spending time with me? And you'll be like, That's something that I find is like really common with a lot of people, and it's
Wait,
very, very,
wait,
very, very,
yeah,
very
no,
annoying.
I've been through this shit before, and actually, there's no way to explain it because it means it's just true. It just means that you don't care about
what
me.
it means is that the expectation that if you love somebody, that means that you want to do everything with them at every single point in your life is unrealistic or unfeasible, or that's like an expectation that has to be clearly delineated at the start of the relationship.
Absolutely, I feel like I'm on the back burner.
What do you mean? Yeah, it's
Like-
just bad. It's just stupid. You're a R word for thinking that.
Oh my god, you can't.
It's
use that
beyond
argument.
fucking stupid when you think that.
You
You
can't
should
use that
never,
argument.
ever,
You can't
ever.
just say you're dumb.
What?
You can't just use that argument. You can't just say
You
like,
are.
oh,
You
you're
are. The reality is, there's a lot of things that can be done at any point in time. Just because you do one thing instead of like hanging out with you or another person doesn't mean you hate that person. You like that thing
Yeah,
more.
but if I ask my significant other to do something from 3 to 5 o'clock the next day and they say, oh no, I can't, I'm busy. And then the next day they go do something with somebody else at 3 to 5 o'clock, you're fucked.
What it means, the thing is that you have different desires at different points of time in your life. What it means
Yes,
is
but
that
then
at that
means that
particular
your
point
desire isn't your significant
at
other,
that
it's just
particular point in time, they might have wanted to do something different. But just because you love somebody or in a relationship doesn't mean that at every single point in time in your life, you would want to do something with them over every single other thing that you could do at every other point in time in your life.
Oh my god, this is a man problem. I've had this happen before in relationships.
Well, it's toxic. I'm telling you that you are toxic, okay? You contribute to men's problems everywhere by not understanding this.
It's a men's problem.
Yeah. And it's
Okay,
ultra
what's
fucked too, because then you get into trouble for like weird shit. So for instance, like let's say somebody asks you. So let's say like your girlfriend, boyfriend, wife, husband, whatever asks you, like, hey, tomorrow, do you want to do something at 6 o'clock? And you're like, no, I don't really want to do that. If you do nothing, well, you're fine. If you just sit at home and watch TV and do nothing, you're okay. But if you do something different, whoa, well, now there's a huge problem because now you chose something over the other person and you don't love them anymore, okay? That's oh, God. This,
You know what this reminds me of? When I was a kid and I would stay, I'd be like, oh, I'm sick. I need to stay home from school. And my mom would be like, okay, stay home from school.
Oh.
And then by 3 or 4 o'clock, I'd be playing video games and she'd be like, I thought you were sick.
Yeah.
Why aren't you in bed? And I'm like, bitch, I've been
Dude,
in
not
bed
too
for
sick
the
to play
past 6
Mario.
hours.
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of the same thing, is it not?
Well, I'm not saying those are two totally different things, right?
I feel like they're pretty similar. It reminds me of that. Okay, let's see what else. Wait, what is something else you have to frequently explain to women? That was a really good one.
I'm sure
Or
there.
think about conversations that you've had to have with partners in the past that it seems like it repeats no matter what the relationship is.
I mean, like there's a lot of stuff, but I think a lot of it is just unique to me because I'm kind of a difficult person to be in a relationship with. So I don't know how much. Yeah. I think those are probably the big general ones. Yeah. That's a big
Has there
one.
ever been a time when you were having an argument with your significant other and like you said something and you realized that you absolutely just said the wrong thing?
Kind of. If I'm like really upset, I usually say that. So this is basically how it works. If I'm really upset, I will say that I need time, and then usually the other person doesn't want to give me time and they want to argue. Anything I say in that state is probably going to be pretty bad because I don't want to talk. And if you're going to make me talk when I don't want to talk, I'm probably going to say mean shit. So yeah, or I'm going to be very curt and very blunt with whatever it is I have to say.
Interesting. Okay. All right. I got more. I actually don't have any more. I'm looking for more. I'm seeing if there's anything interesting. That's pretty
Yeah.
today,
is
but
that it?
let's
Are
see
you
if we
good?
get some more. Oh my god, wait. Okay.
Waiting.
Do men ever think about their wedding day? Like, do you ever actually like think about the day itself?
No. When I got married before, though, it was like in a courthouse. Like we didn't care much. My mom was there. A few of my wife's friends were there. It was cute, I guess, but I don't really care much.
Dude, that's so funny that women really think about this. Well, some, not everyone, but we really do this. Oh my god. So wait, do you just like go along with it? If you were dating somebody and they wanted to have like a big crazy wedding, would you do it for them since it's only that day, or would you just be like, oh fuck this?
Fuck that. I don't. If they want to do like a big thing, but it's like fun. So if they want to go on like a group like skydiving expedition or something, then yeah, I would be fine with that. But if it's like we're gonna do like a fucking Catholic mass, no, nope, I'm staying home for that one.
You're gonna ditch your own wedding? What if
I ditched
Melina wants to,
I ditched my senior prom. I told my my girlfriend, who would be my wife at the time, I told her to take her gay friend because I wanted to stay home and play Brood War. So yeah, fuck
You're
that. I can't sit through.
fucking
I
kidding
can't.
me,
Nope.
dude?
Oh, you can actually find. Well, I'm not. You shouldn't dox her, but you can find. She's got a very pretty pink dress, very cute. A few of her friends I think came over and we like talked a little before, and then they went off to fucking prom. But yeah, there's pictures of her and him. Yeah, no, fuck that. Dude, that shit is so fucking boring. Fuck that shit. I just want to stay home and play video games.
Oh my god, but they're like special moments, Steven. We're gonna have to do a wedding planning stream for you guys. We'll bring in Moot too. That'll be great. We'll do something really cool at like a church.
No, never, nothing, anything Catholic. God, Catholic weddings are so boring. Oh god. And then, no offense, I'm sorry, fuck, I'm not trying to talk shit to anybody, but like, the food at weddings isn't good either. I want like, you know what, if you had like an American wedding, and there was like a fucking bar of like chicken wings and like fucking hamburgers and shit, I'd be for that. But like the 7-course meals, where you get like a plate with like a fucking drizzle of olive oil and some like shrimp that's still alive, like crawling, like, oh god, like, just the food served at that shit is just so like, ugh, so bougie and not fucking, ugh, fuck all that shit.
Okay, here's a nice question. Okay, what's like the cutest thing that like your girlfriend or Melina does? Like a nice thing where you're like, oh, that's so sweet. I like that.
Nice thing. Okay, so this is where I have like a huge disconnect in all of my fucking relationships. Okay, and it just makes me fundamentally incompatible with fucking everybody. Okay. I like small and dumb like day-to-day things. So like for instance, usually when people wake up, they stretch. I think it's really cute to hug people when they're stretching. I think stuff like that is fun. Or like bringing somebody like coffee in the morning, or like just seeing somebody throughout the day and giving them like a random hug, or like grabbing their cheeks or something like that. Like I think that kind of stuff. Those are the kinds of things that I really like. But other people are way more into bigger grand gestures, and these things like literally mean nothing to them. In most of my relationships, it seems like most women that I've been with don't really give a fuck about these things, or they say they do, but they don't actually, and they want like larger, grander gestures. So
yeah,
I try
honestly,
to.
Steven, if it's Valentine's Day and like you're in a relationship with somebody and they're like, Steven, you didn't do anything, and you're like, what? I gave you a hug while you were stretching. Like she will literally turn around and backhand you in a video game.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry, I'm aware of that. But yeah, I just don't have as much. I don't care as much about like the larger, grander gestures as much. It doesn't do as much for me. Although there are some exceptions. Like there are certain sentimental gifts that people have gotten me. So like Melina's made like a few like card things that I think are really cute. There have been like a few sentimental things I've gotten that I think are nice. But I think in general, I'm way more like practical. Or like this thing like measurably improves my life. So I really appreciate this thing or like this thing more, or whatever.
Okay. Ooh, okay. Here's another one. I feel like, okay, when you're feeling lonely as a man, like what do you do? Because I feel like for women, we like cry and then we like call our friends and talk on the phone for a few hours. And we're like, oh, let's go to happy hour. Let's do this. But I feel like for men, sometimes it's harder to reach out and make those connections. What do you do? Like not like horny lonely. I mean like I'm lonely and in my house for months on my computer.
Man, I don't normally, it's just not it sounds so weird to say, but I just don't normally feel that way. If I'm alone, I can just like, I can do emails, or I can do work related stuff, or I can like go research stuff, or I can work on my website or play games. Yeah, I guess it's just not a thing that I usually think about much. Go masturbate, I guess.
Okay, this is kind of a specific one. What for you in particular, and don't forget, chat, you can always join in. We're reading, we're listening, we're paying attention, okay? For you, what is not only a dating deal breaker, but a deal breaker that just shrinks your dating pool to be like really, really small?
Usually women that I talk to need to be fairly aggressive in personality. If you're like a very demure or kind of passive person and can't handle like a little bit of like banter, it's not going to go very far. Like it's going to end very quickly.
I feel like there really are not that many aggressive women.
Yeah, I know. They're usually like most women. Yeah. Well, because on the flip side of that, if you are an aggressive woman, it probably severely curbs your male dating pool because a lot of men, I think, like more passive, demure kind of women.
No, I feel like most men like I feel like most men do like more aggressive women, except for generally the guys I date. I find out later that they have mommy issues. Like literally every single guy I've ever dated, I feel like has had some kind of mommy issues. Did I ever tell you the mommy story?
No, go for it.
I was dating this guy a couple years ago, like I would say it was more like 5 years ago. It was before like incest porn even blew up. Okay, it was like in the early phases, but it wasn't fully there yet, right? So we're hanging out, we're staying somewhere, we're in a hotel room, and like we're not like really like about to fuck, but like the mood is setting in, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And then he's laying on the bed and he's like, "Can you rub my tummy?" And I was like, "Yeah, I guess so." So I rubbed his tummy, and he stopped me and he was like, "Wait, no, do it counterclockwise." And it was really weird because he had a specific way that he wanted me to rub his stomach. So I obliged. And while I was rubbing his stomach counterclockwise, he leaned into me and he goes, "Mommy." Me as an early 20s woman, I'm not like mentally ready for this. And I just jumped up and I was like, "Whoa!" I mean, I didn't know what the fuck was going on, and the counterclockwise thing really got me. And we actually ended up breaking up like a month or two later. Not because of that, but there was a lot of stuff going on. But that is the most extreme side of mommy issues that I've seen, because he and I only dated for like 8 months, and there were a lot of other signs. But outside of that, every other guy I've dated has definitely had like some mommy issues. And then it seems like they tend to like more. I'm not saying you have mommy issues. I'm sorry. What I'm trying to say is, in my experience, being an aggressive woman, I've dated a lot of guys with mommy issues.
I mean, there's a difference between saying you are more interested in like aggressive women versus you literally want to like role play like a BDSM relationship where your girlfriend is the dominant.
I don't think he wanted me to like beat him while he called me mommy.
You don't have to be beating. The BDSM is like doesn't just imply like masochism, sadism, or whatever. Although I guess that's kind of a name. But like
that's what's in the title.
Sure, yeah, but it implies more of like the kind of like permanent roles of like it can be in bed or out of bed, like in terms of like the sub dom relationship.
Have you ever been mommy dommed before?
No. Don't think so.
Oh, you would know. I was just asking. Okay, let's see if we have one more question to wrap it up. How you feeling, Steve?
Feeling great.
Feeling
mommy domed right now.
No, you're not. Oh, that's a good one. Do you remember being breastfed? It's just a general question.
No. Okay. I drank some of my kids' milk once though. Well, hold on. When I say kids' milk, I mean it's the milk that technically belonged to him because it was his mom's milk. So I should say his mom's milk is what I mean. Sorry.
You tried it?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
You tried breast milk as an adult?
Yeah. Why not? How could you not? I don't know. Everything, like the human body does a lot of weird shit. She's got literally mommy milkers. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy shit that happens around pregnancy time. Yeah, why not?
I'm just imagining you in Nebraska. It's midnight. You open the fridge and there's just a Soul bottle.
No, ew, from the boob. Ugh.
Well, oh, you got it from the boob?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Do you think that makes it cooler to guys? Like, oh, no big deal. He got it from the titty. Like, it's fine.
Well, I was just curious what it tasted like. This wasn't a full fucking meal for me.
So
it
you
wasn't
have
like
been mommy dommed before.
Sure, yeah. Let's call it mommy doming. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds.
Jeez.
Oh, this is fucking weird. But honest, okay, wait. One of these posts on AskMen says, "How am I supposed to react when someone shows me a picture of their hot daughter or niece?" Has anyone ever shown you a picture of their daughter and they were hot and you were like, "What do I say here?" Is that a thing?
I don't think I'm that old yet. No.
Oh, where it's like out of category. What are you gonna do though when you're 50?
Why would I comment on whether or not somebody's? That's weird.
Look, it's a top post. It's got 13,000 upvotes.
I don't know. Like, if my friend shows me a picture of his girlfriend, I don't think I'd be like, "Oh, she's hot." Like, that just seems weird to me. I don't think I would even say that's like a friend.
Would you be like,
well, I guess if they are, sure.
Okay. Oh, this is a good one. Okay. Have you ever dated someone when at first it seemed strange that they were single and then later it made sense why they were single?
Yes.
And what was that person like?
That person was every single person that's 30 and older and is still single. You'll date them for a little bit or talk to them for a little bit and you will know within a month or two. Oh, that's why you're over 30 and still single. I'm sure people probably get
that. You've talked about that before. What are some of the I could go on and on about this, but like
They're either usually way too fucking clingy, or way too fucking overpossessive, or way too fucking like set in a certain way where they're unable to compromise or have a conversation about a particular thing. Yeah, those are seem to be the red flags. Yeah.
Way too clingy, way too. Have you ever talked to somebody and later realized they were dumb? Or can you usually tell if somebody's dumb like right from the jump?
You can usually pick it out really quickly.
Hmm.
People are very quick to, if somebody's dumb, they're like very eager to show it to you. They'll start talking about shit they don't understand, or they'll just start being stupid. Like, I don't know, people are very quick to show off their stupidity.
What are some signs?
When they say shit that's just wrong or dumb, I don't know.
Like? I remember you had an example one time about a girl that had something to do with Hans Zimmerman or something.
Hans Zimmer. I don't know. Usually just like during the course of a conversation. I don't know. I talk about a lot of shit when I'm on a date. It just depends. Sometimes people start bringing up shit and it's like, okay, you're making up a whole bunch of shit that you think I don't know about. And it's pretty obvious. Yeah. So I don't know. It just usually comes up during the course of conversation. Or sometimes you can like ask people questions when they start talking about something that you know a lot about and they don't know that you know a lot about it. So you just ask them a few questions about things that they're talking about and then you see like how much they're willing to make up. Yeah.
Oh.
Because a lot of people will just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
And like they think that they're impressing you, but
yeah, and they'll never even stop to ask you like, "Oh, do you know what I'm talking about?" They have no concern in the world. The guide to good conversation with people is usually you're just looking for the questions to enable them to talk about themselves as much as possible. If you do that with people, they'll always come away thinking they had a really good conversation with you.
Interesting. God, I keep saying one more, and then I'm just like scrolling through this, and I keep finding so many little.
Sorry, I don't know why I did that. I usually make random noise on
Hey,
stream.
hey, Steven, you can stretch. Look, hey, this is your stream.
Thank you so much. That's right, I can do whatever the fuck I want here.
Well, to an extent. Okay, I'm actually gonna find one more now. One more. One more. Please wait. Please hold. I'm looking. Wait, maybe there's more.
Maybe there's more. What do you mean?
Oh, wait. I feel like you've told Stream a lot of really, really bad date stories. There's one that says, my date booty called another dude in front of me mid-date last night and then left. What's the worst date you've ever experienced?
Jesus.
Really feeling for this guy right here. But I feel like you've told all of those stories, probably.
I don't know. Like the worst date is usually like nothing happens at the end or the other person just isn't that interested. I had one Tinder date where a girl was talking about how she likes YouTubers and stuff, and I told her that I did stuff like that, and she brought up that like her favorite creator was JonTron, and he hadn't posted in a while. That was kind of funny.
Wait, was that real, or did she know?
That was
Have
real.
you thought
It was
about this?
no, I think the most Tinder girls I met was when I lived in Glendale. Yeah, I haven't had like any like crazy disaster. Oh no, wait, there was one really weird one. I don't know if this counts as a bad date or not. It's not like anything happened that was horrible, but
Okay, give it to us.
okay, I'm just like a paranoid person in general. I don't know why. I'm just kind of paranoid. Not super paranoid, but kind of paranoid. So I lived in Nebraska at the time. Girl came over to my house. We hooked up, stayed for a little bit, and then an hour later she has to go home. And I don't know why, but for some reason I get this like fear where it's like, I have to leave now too. What if she came back and like robbed me? And I don't know why I'm thinking.
Did you have any like off vibes? Was it?
No,
was
it's
it
just I just
weird
was
that
thinking
you
like
really just
like
wanted to hook
why
up
not?
and
Why
left?
wouldn't you come back and rob me? Like why not?
Do you have anything?
No, not really. I don't know. It's the thing I was thinking about. Okay, so
Okay.
she leaves, and if she leaves, I go to leave too. Okay, and I'm in like Batmobile mode. Okay, so in a manual car, if you pull up the emergency brake just a little bit, it won't actually activate the brake, but it'll turn off your daytime running lights. Okay, so I'm like driving around, fucking secret mode. I see her take a right out of the neighborhood. I go like, I turn the other way and I go left, so that I'm like at a different part in the main street. And I watch her drive, and I see her like driving away towards the intersection. I'm like, what if this bitch like flips a U-turn at the end? And she's just waiting for a little bit. So I pull out into the main street and I start driving. Okay, I lower my e-brake. I driving like a normal human being, and I see her in front of me. And she goes to this intersection, and she just gets fucking T-boned. And I get like so scared. I don't know if I'm like in trouble or something. I don't know why, but I remember like I flip my car around and I just drive home and I don't say fucking anything. And I'm like, oh my fucking God.
Well, I guess you can't text her and be like, hey.
No, because I didn't want to know I was following her. And I was just like, holy shit. And I sat at home and I think Tinder had pictures or something, or she texted me later and she was like, oh my God, like you'll never believe what happened or blah, blah, blah. Like I got in a car accident. I was like, oh wow, really? Like that's horrible, huh? Block. Yeah, because I was like, holy shit. Yeah, it was just like so crazy. Jesus.
You blocked her?
Yeah, I didn't know if I was in trouble. For some reason, it just felt like I did something wrong. I don't know why. I was just really paranoid. I was like, fuck, what if it's like...
A little guilt?
Maybe, yeah,
that's
Jesus.
Okay. So when you feel guilty, you just block people.
I disconnect. Okay. Yeah, that's true.
Let's see. God damn it. Okay. The finale question.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you, I'll use Melina here since she is your significant other, but for anyone else thinking about this as significant other, would you let Melina cut your hair? Why or why not?
This is really boring. I would, but I just don't give a fuck about my hair. Worst case scenario, just shave it off and start over. I don't care.
Okay, but it's so fucking weird. I don't know why guys are so weird about getting it. Like they will not trust their significant other to cut their hair, or they're very particular about their barber and stuff like that. And they're just like,
I think because your hair is like, once you get past 25, it seems like hair is very, 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 very important to guys. And like, yeah, if it gets fucked up, then everybody makes fun of you and you feel like you're a worthless piece of shit or something. Like, yeah.
But you can't, I feel like it grows out after like a week or so. I don't understand why it's such a big deal.
Because getting new haircuts for guys is like, they're like the shit. They get like their shoes shine. They get their best outfits out for like a week. They're like on top of the world. Like men after their haircuts, that's like the low dose version of cocaine for a lot of guys.
Do you think Mutin would let Melina cut his hair?
No.
Really?
I don't think so.
I feel like it's not that serious. Okay, well, those are the questions that I had today. Thank you so much for assisting me. And I'm looking forward to learning more about, what you guys do and what you're thinking and what's going on. So maybe I'll be back.
Gotcha. That's great. Well, listen, if you have any more questions, yeah, just feel free to come back. We can assist you with your research, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much, Steven. Okay. Bye, Steve. Bye, guys. Have a good day. Oh, happy Friday. I just realized it's the weekend. I'm so excited.
Oh, my God. So excited. Yep. Have fun. Bye.
Bye.
Good job, guys. Key Jade alert. Is this the one we already watched? You wouldn't be linking again. Wait, is she playing League now? Oh.
Great. Great. My favorite.
Oh, she got a good hit.
I don't care. This is the only thing that I can do.
Oh, never mind. She was the Ezreal. Wait, are they... Oh, no, she's MF, sorry.
Great. Great. My favorite.
Wait, how did Sivir get back? What is happening? Whose turret? Oh, push to the enemy turret, running back. Oh, she's 0-3. Rip, she's fucked. Running it down.
Great.
Boom.
Great. My favorite. I don't care. This is the only thing that I can do. This is the only fucking thing I can do. Oh my gosh. If anybody makes any pointers within the next 5 fucking minutes, I'm banning you, okay? I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care if you've been following for 5 fucking months. If you make any pointers, I will fucking delete you from the universe. Yeah. Okay. Are you Iron 1 yet? Bronze 1 yet? Dude, okay. 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 Destiny. I'm gonna show you something. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Okay? This is what I'm dealing with. Dude, last ranked game that I did, I did a support, MF support, and my support went MF ADC, and my support went up top. She literally said, "Oh, hey girly, you mind if I go help up top? Thank you, love. Love you, babes." She fed. I did feed. But that's not the issue.
Rip. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Oh, but she's bronze 4. I played one game with Nemsko. Nemsko? Nemsko? It was a rough one, boys. Oh my god. I went 0-9. My support went 0-8. Our jungle went 1-8, and she went 0-6. Was a good game. What was the overall score to this? How do you see it? 7-37. A tremendous game. Made me realize how much I miss League of Legends.
Or not get hit by everything. I hate it when that happens like that. Like it's just.
Oh no, the Darius. What's the? Oh!
I hate it when that happens like that. Or not get hit by everything.
Are they even on his mini map at all when that happens?
Like that.
Oh, we can't tell because he's got it blocked off. Yeah.
With the hypothetical, I could tell you that in the town of Clarion, there was where I kind of have lived around my whole life. There was a company that my father worked for that made windows, and they decided to unionize.
My only interaction with Destiny was I didn't know who he was. This was like 2017. I didn't know he was a YouTuber or streamer or whatever, and I like briefly disagreed with him on Twitter about something. I think he was like, "Oh, Christianity is just as bad as Islam" or something.
I remember that. I remember the fallout from that discussion.
Yeah, and I was just like, okay, but like right now, would you say that currently? Like, I don't think so, blah, blah, blah. And I just wanted to have, a Twitter conversation. I didn't know who he was. I thought he was just another guy. And then all of a sudden he's like, debate me on stream, debate me. And then like I got all the old fans being like, debate him, coward, go on stream, coward. I'm like, who the fuck even is this? What would we even, like, I don't know how much we even disagree. Like, he just, and now like doesn't he hates me. And like, I'm like, okay, like I've seen some of his stuff. Like, I like his content.
Yeah, I probably have to come in chat. So you can present this way, but like, here's the flip side to this. Like, so I tweeted out my dumb fuck opinion because 95% of my opinions are stupid as fuck because I just grift at whatever makes me the most amount of money at the time. And then somebody asked me to have a conversation, and I was like, why the fuck would we talk about this when we could just go back and forth at 90-character tweets over this incredibly complicated topic? Like, I just want to tweet about this, bro. I don't want to have to actually like be forced to defend any of the stupid inane shit that I'm spewing out on this platform. Like, okay. Is it 80 characters or 90 characters? What were the old tweets? They were small as fuck. Oh my god. Also, it's not like this is my only interaction, and that's like the only reason oh, was it 140? Now it's 280? It's not like this is the only thing. Like, I just, in general, think she's, ugh. She is very hot, though.
Bringing in.
So, there you go. Okay. I'm not biased.
Immigration and things like that. Now the bargaining power of labor is decreased. And so now someone in Bessemer, Alabama has to think, look, the union sounds like a good idea, but I'm making a job that's double the normal rate of people that live in this area. And all in all, things are okay. So I don't know if I want to risk it given what I've seen all over the place. And was it Amazon, am I wrong, that was going to put a shop in? There was this famous story about AOC complaining about her district. Wasn't that Amazon? And Amazon just packed up and was like, fine, we won't come to your district. So those things happen. And I'm not saying that means Amazon's a good company or that's a reason to reject unions. But this is something that's in the mind of someone as they're voting whether or not to accept
I want to make
right?
sure that Demon Mama does get to talk here because they were.
I want to respond to one last thing, and then
you
I'll
respond. Then Demon Mama.
Right. Then I'll keep my hands off. So there's a lot there. So broadly, one of the problems we have with small businesses today and with unions today is that so much wealth has been siphoned off into gigantic mega corporations that it's really difficult to engage in the production of startup businesses because the capital isn't there, rents are extremely high, and people don't want to pay reasonable prices for commodities that you could sell at a mom and pop shop. Everyone wants to go to Walmart and get it for 2/3 that price because it was made with plastic injectors over in China by basically slaves and then shipped on over here through the Suez Canal. So the problem that we have is that the fact that unions can hurt small businesses is a product of a lot of downstream economic consequences that we're facing, not just as a product of globalization, but also business practices that defer to these megacorps. So one of the issues is technically outsourcing should be good for everyone in this country. It means there's more money in this country. If you're outsourcing, that means that you're engaging in I forget the term, but when you're specializing, they do this thing better or cheaper.
Comparative
we benefit
advantage.
from it. We take the wealth. That should make everyone hill wealthier because the systems that we've set up in this country should allow that wealth to be distributed, but they haven't been. More money gets stored in offshore Cayman Island accounts, which means the average worker doesn't have as much money to spend. Comparative advantage. Thank you, Chet. That's what it's called. Comparative advantage. The average worker doesn't have as much money to spend, which means that they're more likely to be forced into buying from the megacorps and not from small businesses, which also leads to a ton of other problems, like every neighborhood looking the same because all the mom and pops close and everyone just goes to the local Target. And there are a lot of problems here. I mean, maybe you call it corporatism. I think this is an inevitable consequence of capitalism because this is benefiting the people with capital, the people with power. But if we both agree that's a bad thing, I think that unions are a part of the solution to that problem because work.
It's not actually a problem with capitalism. It's actually, I think it's just a physics problem related to like what efficiency, like did anyone else here ever do the little experiment in class where you've got like 20 kids and you've got like all 20 of them are separately given the ingredients to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and then the other 20 or it'll be 10 and 10, and the other 10 are given like, you get this, you get that, you get that, and we're going to do like an assembly line, and this was supposed to show you like what's quicker, like everybody doing all the work or just assembly lines. Did anybody ever do something like this before? It was supposed to demonstrate why assembly lines were so much more efficient than like why like an individual. And obviously, the kids that had like the more specialized jobs were just able to churn the sandwiches out way faster. You'd get a sandwich, do the thing or whatever, and then the other kids were like messing around, like moving their peanut butter and jelly around and spread blah blah blah. Like yeah, I think that like having a larger mega corporation, like if we theoretically had one corporation across the entire planet that made paper clips, it's always going to be more efficient than having like 5 million different companies that make paper clips. Like. That's just a reality of like economies of scale. It has nothing to do with capitalism or anything. Like if in a socialist environment, it would be the same. Like a huge worker-owned socialist factory, like making paperclips in the entire country is going to be more efficient and make more per unit of labor or whatever than like 50 million different socialist paperclip factories.
See, unions have a vested interest in the businesses that they're a part of succeeding. Otherwise, they don't have jobs, and then the union disappears. So now, while there might be some unions that overplay their hand or that fuck up and that ruin the business that they're a part of, a smart union, which is going to be a lot of unions, or a functional union, is going to be hoping that the business succeeds, but that they're getting their just pay. So when we're talking about that, you don't have to worry too much about small businesses, because small businesses don't really need a union in order to be able to bargain. If you only have 5 employees, it's very easy for 5 employees to say, we're not coming to work unless you pay us more. It's companies specifically like Walmart, Amazon, Best Buy, whatever else you want to think of, that we need unions there. And we don't. And because of propaganda, because of constant anti-union thought, because of constant union busting and deregulation.
Outside of San Francisco, where are all of these people that get these great small business jobs? Why does this for as much as you want to call capitalists cucks for cucking themselves out to big business, dude, people that defend small businesses, where does this happen? Like, you might get lucky every now and then and run into like a small to medium-sized business where you like the people are really chill. Like sometimes you can get better work environments and shit, maybe. Or if you work for DGG LLC, like Cake does, of course. Don't worry, we're working 2022 for those health insurance packages.
And they can jack their prices up. That's what Amazon is doing. Amazon wants Amazon to be the only place you can buy anything in America. And guess what? If that ever happens and there's no unions, America is going to become an Amazon dystopia overnight. And I bet that we'd only see a few months until we started seeing Amazon company towns and Amazon bucks being paid for wages. And that's not the type of future that I'd like.
Okay,
know?
but just to be clear here, right? Like, I don't think that the unionization, if Amazon's that nefarious, and I'm not disagreeing that they are, I don't think that unionizing would be a correct fix-all that would solve all this. And I think, look, let's be clear. I think all four of us are talking that unions could be good and that they definitely should be allowed to have the option to unionize.
You're going to get a lot of pushback for this comment, but you're absolutely right. The margins in small business are razor thin, and a lot of workers are sold on we all sacrifice now for a better business in the future. Yeah, not like walk into any fucking small business. Like, if you want to know how well small businesses do, walk into fucking 90% of small businesses and be like, hey, where's the owner? Oh, like, he's down the hallway. Like, he's here from fucking 6 to 6 every fucking day, like, doing a ton of shit. Small businesses are brutal, man. That shit is not, like, you don't go work for a small business to, like, earn millions of dollars. Like, oh, yeah, like, I was going to work for the Amazon plant, but there's this place down the street called, like, Fred's Warehouse. And, dude, Fred's Warehouse, they pay, like, $23 an hour. It's fucking awesome, dude. The dental and vision there is off the fucking chain. Like, come on. Where the fuck does this happen at? Chances are you go and you work for Fred's Warehouse because Fred doesn't want to fucking pay shit for taxes, so he actually pays you cash under the table. And then that, if you're going to make more money, it's because they're paying you illegally, probably.
The actual more interesting conversation, because there's a lot of agreement here, is one, what system's more responsible for this type of thing, sort of like more left-wing politicians or right-wing politicians? And secondly, are like, would we, and I'm just going to throw this out there based on a conversation we had the other day, Demon Mama, and I'll just ask this real quick to everyone. Would you force unions? Like through government force? Do you think every company should have a union through government force?
No.
Okay.
No.
I just want.
I mean, I don't even know how that would work. I think.
Right.
I think that
we talked about the other day about.
Wait, whoa. What does she mean? No. Arguably, don't most, or hold on, I'm trying to be charitable. Don't most lefties say, yeah, we should be able to force companies to have to use unions to hire them? That's the whole point of what a closed shop is? Do these people not know what right to work laws are? Wait, hold on. Maybe I don't know. This is my explanation. I'm sorry, something came out wrong. So in the United States, we frame things as being like, you have the right to work anywhere you want to work. If you want to go work at a place, then no union can tell you no. But what unions usually push for is unions say like, hey, hold on. This is a closed shop. If you want to work for X employer, if you want to go work for Ford, you have to work for our union first, because we're not going to allow people to come in from the outside and undercut our union. If you want to work for Ford, we have an agreement with that company saying that if they are going to hire anybody, it has to be from our union. Lefties generally defend that idea. They defend that concept where, or they should. I don't know if any of these people know anything about unions or right to work or anything, but...
Rob,
she interpreted it as the government forcing employees in a company to unionize even if they don't want to. Well, but I mean, like, that's kind of what closed shops are, right? Is the government protects the union's right to have a closed shop, and if you want to work for that company, you essentially have to join the union, no?
From small businesses and workers to large corporations that this country's ever seen, and that was interventionist left-wing policies. Even the Republicans signed on. They deserve fault for this as well. Trillions of dollars that's going to cause inflation and went primarily to corporate America off the back of small businesses and workers.
Destiny, there you go. Not force. Agreement with the company. Not the same thing, no? Okay, fine. Then there's absolutely no coercive forces in anything in capitalism either, because at the end of the day, you agree to everything. Like, okay.
First off, that I would contest is that the idea that we don't have evidence that unions would be a good answer. Actually, we do. We have not only history, but we also have data on our side. Unions were responsible for a massive,
don't say the
massive
40-hour
revolutionary
a week,
change
8
in
hour
American
day
work conditions around the turn of the century. And also, we've seen that unionized workplaces have safer work conditions, better pay, and higher job satisfaction. The only reason that people fight against unions is because corporations make the most money out of it. Now, I also disagree very strongly with this idea that it's government intervention that made lobbying happen. No, it wasn't. It was Citizens United that allowed corporations to give endlessly to super PACs, that has allowed for corporate lobbying to get out of control in this country. Corporate lobbying is out of control, and that's a result of deregulation. That's a result of the government saying, nah, actually, we're not going to really look into this anymore. So,
wait, are you implying that Citizens United created corporate lobbying? Wait, what?
Also, Trump's stimulus plan, which transferred a lot of money to, a lot of corporations. Also, if I remember correctly, I believe we went over this data in the last conversation that we had on this. Actually, if I remember correctly, still gave something like 60% of it to smaller businesses. So I do agree that there was a lot of problems with the way that Trump approached it. He gave out a lot of handouts to a lot of friends.
Aren't there valid reasons for a worker to be a worker who is against unions? Yeah, unions aren't the best thing in the world. Unions are the worst things in the world. Right now, it's probably the case that capital has way more bargaining power than workers, so we should probably be leaning more into allowing unions to expand their powers. Unions aren't good or bad. Corporations aren't good or bad. They represent different negotiating interests. And right now, corporations seem to have greater negotiating power than people who are working.
For unions, you could rely on those unions to protect workers and wouldn't have to rely so much on government intervention. One of the reasons why the government seems to keep meddling in the affairs of corporations and their workers is because there isn't really an alternative.
No, hold on, I got to disagree with you there, Vosh. I'm sorry to cut you off, but wouldn't you just be replacing one overlord for another?
Well, I would rather, if I had anybody advocating for the rights
Demon
of
on
workers,
his facial
I would rather
expressions
be the
trigger the
workers themselves
fuck out
than
of
a
me.
bunch of Washington bureaucrats. I mean, unions aren't
Union
overlords,
leads,
they're bargaining. I mean, union leads are voted on by the people who are.
Oh no,
part
no,
of the union.
I agree with you there, but I feel like the human condition's being ignored here in regards to like absolute power and by the people for the people. I get what you're saying there, like who better to represent? But the same thing could be said about electing a congressman to represent you in Washington, where the case may be, that comes from your district or somebody from your workforces, which I imagine you're applying.
When we're talking about the needs of a worker in a given workplace, I would much rather have a person who works there, who's been elected as the head of a union, managing and resolving the disputes between workers and the corporation, than government lawmakers who do these massive and wide swaths with essentially no larger oversight. Sometimes they know what they're talking about, sometimes they don't. I think it'd be better for everybody, frankly, if these discussions were kept more local, more intimate, and more direct between the workers and the corporations than every couple of years we have some bombshell revelation where the government does X or Y,
You see, but I agree with you there. I agree with you in that point, because that's why you also, I'm more state versus federal. But the point that I'm trying to make, though, is if there was a union to form wherever I'm at, where I'm working, I would definitely want the representative to come from me, from the foot soldier, if you will, the factory worker. But the human condition still exists in regards to as they elevate. So if I'm an elected union representative, am I still a worker, or is that my full-time job now? That's all I do is that, or do I remain a foot soldier?
Depends on the union. I mean, if it's a big enough union, it'll be a full-time job, but for a smaller corporation, it could be. I mean, your argument against overlords ruling over people is the reason why we need some check for corporations. You get it from Washington or from the workers who you hire, but it has to come from somewhere.
Okay,
that's all I'll say.
I'll be the bad guy quick, since nobody wants to be the bad guy. So suppose all these, you're doing everything to help these small businesses, but if these larger corporations can give people cheaper products, better pay, and health benefits comparative to these smaller mom and pop shops, why should the state be stepping in, or anyone stepping in, to help these small mom and pop shops when the workers are getting better conditions and better help from bigger corporations? Why would anybody who cares about workers jump at the bit to help these small mom and pop shops when I can get a better job at Walmart?
I can explain it. Yeah, if you'd like,
Bosch 2.0.
Why would you light a fire in your house to keep you warm in the winter when you could just set off an explosion instead? The short term is fantastic for corporations like this. They can send out all kinds of cheap products all over the place, but they can't last. We know that their plan in the long run, they've been very open about this, is to essentially be able to raise prices back to what they were. Those benefits will disappear. They are gaming the system using massive amounts of venture capital, massive amounts of Wall Street investments in order to essentially screw over an entire country in the name of their own personal profit. And if we should hope for a wise government that can see forward.
How much venture capital does fucking Walmart and Amazon use? Or are we just using any term that we...
The owners of Amazon, the owners of Walmart, the owners of these other big corporations, and won't actually...
Or I could be wrong. My assumption is that venture capital is usually, that's like startup capital, isn't it? Like a venture capitalist is looking for new businesses to fund? Or I don't know if we're just saying random buzzword. I don't know.
From all winter. We want our country to be able to sustain itself into the future with good jobs. And sometimes that might mean we have to challenge some of these really, really nice short-term benefits, like Amazon selling all of their products at a massive loss so that they can get cheap products in the short term, but can ultimately screw over American workers in the long term.
Question.
Okay, so
quick follow-up question for Demon Mom, if I could. Okay. But mom and pop shops are a sustainable model comparative to what? Walmart, who's been a staple of American commerce for a very long time, providing better jobs than mom and pop shops.
Look at that face. Oh no, she's so mad.
when is the moment that they're going to undercut and be providing worse jobs than I would have gotten at a random corner store owned by, I don't know, Joe Dirt?
We're already seeing that. We've already seen that happen. In fact,
Then why does
Amazon
anyone work for
prices have gone
Walmart?
up. I don't have the study on hand, but it's very easy to locate if you want to look into it how much Amazon prices have actually changed over time. In addition, if we're going to expand this out,
Wait, what is
just
that? Amazon
and
prices
talking
change
about
over
stuff
time?
like
Can somebody
Walmart,
link me what she's
well,
talking
Walmart
about?
has a tendency to create food deserts completely unintentionally because they will
God.
put their Walmarts in locations that are not to serve any need, but to serve their maximum profit, even if that means that local people
This
have to
triggers the
drive.
fuck out of
Now,
me.
that's not saying that mom and pops are going to be the only thing that ever opens, but sustainable businesses that can last in a long time by their foundation are better than companies like Amazon that can offer in the short term, maybe 30 years or so, to offer lower prices or whatever as they slowly gut out town by town and ruin the local environment as well as the local work environment as well.
Okay.
That's the problem. Yeah.
And
That's a huge
I
problem.
just to kind of so like part of the problem is government intervention in many ways actually causes the problem, and then we say, well, now we need the government to intervene to solve the problem. That's not to say there's never a
Okay, no, we're good. Okay, let's all just chill, okay? Today might be my last day streaming, guys, for a week, unless I can stream in Aruba, okay? So let's just do boring stuff, okay? Let's just all calm it down. We have no Mr. Mooten. We have no Dan. Oh, here, have some donuts.
Ben MC, £5. Aren't you non-binary now, Steve? Why are you answering questions for Menri?
You gnome fuck!
Undefined Dis has joined the omniliberal nation.
That was a good tweet.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined Dis has joined the omniliberal nation.
You gnome fuck!
Ooh.
Ooh. Acquire 1,000 units of ore. I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to get this at.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined Dis has joined the omniliberal nation.
What does ore even look like?
You gnome fuck!
Undefined Dis has joined the omniliberal nation.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined Dis has joined the omniliberal nation.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined Dis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Can you explain the food desert thing? People seem to pretend that, like... Hold on.
Destiny's ideal wedding is Buffalo Wild Wings and ATVs.
True. People seem to have this idea that, like, poor people, the only reason they eat poorly is because there isn't high quality food available to them. But I think when people, there was a study we read, when you actually try to establish, like, healthy food near poor people, they don't go and buy it. The idea that, like, oh, well, they only eat bad food because of food does is just not true. Probably has to do with, like, other learned behaviors that come with being, like, socioeconomically disadvantaged. It's not just that there's not food available to you. It's that even given healthy food to buy, poor people just won't do it because they either don't have the time, desire, or knowledge to buy and prepare said food.
He needs some milk.
True. Wait, where do you buy ore from? Have I ever seen ore for sale before?
Undefined Dis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Dun, 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 dun.
Everyone who omega lolled at cleaning asshole with fingers has a disgusting festering asshole. Snap clean yourself right now. Snap cloth first finish with scrubby gang. Rise up. Miano hype.
How can I look at markets to see where...
The reason I have an I instead of an L is because I lost my old account a long time ago. Like root.de Steiny with Gatto, and am also in LA. Kuma. Train Rextf, I would slam your ass so hard you little weasel. Can you stop yelling or I'll make you by touching your heart through your colon?
Go to the nearest planet,
A
hit
funny
colony info, then click on
observation
the
is
pro
watching
products and
Destiny
resources.
give a correct take X, then all in DGG agree in circle jerk, then a few days later we will see Vorsh give the literal exact same take X.
I
and
don't
now
see
suddenly
or.
all
That's
of
the problem. I don't even
DGG
see or that I can
disagrees
click
with
on.
it. DGG never understood the issues.
You gnome fuck!
Colony
Goddamn,
info, hit
First we lost Juice World, then Pop Smoke, then King Von, now DMX. RIP. No longer White Duckers. Destiny serious question. Who is better? Kanye or Drake? And be honest. Goddamn, first we lost Juice World, then
Hit any
Pop
of those
Smoke,
to open the
then
market.
King Von, now DMX. RIP. No longer White Duckers. Destiny serious question. Who is better? Kanye or Drake? And be honest.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Am I supposed to see or here somewhere? Is that... Click on one of the other colonies.
You gnome fuck!
Your controversial food takes appear to be missing from your website, Pepe. Your controversial food takes appear to be missing from your website, Pepe. You could have donos with the dulcet sounds of Dan and Train. All you need to do is enable the Streamlabs clusterfuck. It's time to harvest those dono bucks crops, Tinny. Yo Dest. Will you ever play GTA 5 RP?
Nope.
It would be very poggers if you played with Sikuno, who is my favorite Twitch streamer. You are my second favorite. Love you buddy poggers, IUXD.
Alright, I guess we'll just look for or to buy along the way. Fuck it. Try going somewhere with a mining station in orbit. Okay, we'll see. Just look at Intel planets inhabited and look at the top right. Intel planets
You gnome fuck!
inhabited.
Me, I know,
And look
hi.
at the top right
Me, I know,
resources
hi.
on the planet. What am I looking for, like ore or what? Abundant ore deposits. So am I just guessing that this planet should sell ore? Or this planet looks like it has ore. It's the closest one. Is there a way to lay a course from this screen? Or am I not able to do that? Hit A. Oh. Wait, is this where I just came from? He's wrong. Those are only attributes of a planet, not the actual item. Just because a planet has ore reserves doesn't mean it has ore in its stores. It needs to have a mine for it first. Yes, you can like ore. Oh. In that screen, you can see which systems have mining stations. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so let's check this. So, am I supposed to see like a mining station? Why did we stop watching? Oh, I don't know, because...
Imagine being a literal French dish. Imagine losing to the French. Pitiful. You disgust me. E wins.
There shouldn't have been a lockdown. I'm totally against that. And you can make the face at your TV and hype your crowd up. That's fine. I haven't done that to you, but if that's how you get your people off, go for it. If you want to sit there and say that there was no government action, then where are those businesses now? Where are those businesses now? That's the problem. So the other point that I want to make in regards to as far as like the unionization is leave it up to the people. Leave it up to the local demographic. If they want to have a union, I agree. Vosh makes some solid points. I get as far as like looking out for the small workers, making sure they get a fair day's wage. I understand that. Also, they're taken care of, not mistreated. So I think,
I mean, I'm from New York. I've been eating this shit forever, but this is good stuff. I got matzo ball soup.
I haven't gotten the matzo ball.
Hey, look. Soup.
I haven't gotten the matzo ball.
things to unpack there. So,
okay. Next, we're gonna go into the next topic, which this one is a little bit more broad, so it allows for more wiggle room. So if you don't know a ton about one certain area, you'll be able to use this to wiggle around.
Oh, these guys are hostile towards me anyway.
Do
Fuck.
you think that a cultural shift to the left in the United States would be beneficial for America?
We're gonna try these people, okay?
Broad, but simple question.
Yeah,
Go
I'll take
over to Vosh. Since you're champion, you know what? I'll throw it to you first. I'm rigging the game from the start. You started off.
You can raid them? No, it's a giant faction. They'll destroy me.
For me, a socialist, but yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool. Personally, I have a preference towards that. I think a lot of people on the right, especially, have a fear that people on the left.
These guys hate me too.
The perceived imbalances in society, like Black Lives Matter types want to make it so black people have power over white people, and like women are gonna hate men, and like so on and so forth. And look, I'll say, especially if you're on Twitter or the internet or whatever, there are a lot of people who may give that impression. But when we look systemically at what is trying to be done and the power systems that are already in place, I think it's a fairly unfounded fear. Maybe it crops up time from time. You know, I'm not a big Robin DiAngelo fan myself, but generally, I feel like we could all do for a little bit of intersectional analysis. What's wrong with our country? Who's being hurt and why? What are the power relations between the people here? Who's affected by what? Who here is affected by what, you know? And what can we do about it? And I think if we take that and we have an honest conversation about it, then we can arrive at a lot of really, really positive outcomes that would benefit literally everybody. I mean, nobody would go home losing anything. So I'll stand for that, yeah.
Okay, next will be Demon Mama.
Yes, we absolutely should have a leftward cultural shift. It would not only be good for our country, it would be good for the entire world. The right simply, at this point in time, is holding everyone back. Whether you're a centrist, a liberal, or a leftist like me, you're being held back by the far right in this country. The far right that peddles conspiracy theories, that rides constantly on hate, everything from their obsession currently, and this cannot be contested. If you spend just a few minutes looking at the most popular right-wing figures online, they're churning out anti-trans content. They're churning out content that cannot be defended against the idea that it's disgustingly racist. It is disgustingly
Wait, racist or transphobic or what?
This is a massive problem, and it's holding us all back. It is, we can't even have basic discussions about the future of democracy with people who, by and large, literally call Donald Trump their God Emperor. So if you're out there and you're thinking, well, damn, I don't want to be too mean to right-wingers. Well, it's not really right-wingers. It's the far right. The far right is like a millstone hanging around the neck of this planet that wants us to go back to some sort of like super, super Christian, anti-degenerate world where equality is just gone, and we don't actually have to talk about real issues that matter. And I know that not all right-wingers position themselves like that, but a lot of them do. And the most popular voices on the right now are doing that. And I know firsthand. I am a trans woman content creator. I spend my week logging on and seeing that there's 15 new anti-trans videos making fun of my people for being something that they're not. And that's just not acceptable. It's holding back the entire world. We don't even have to touch on economics, although I think we should. But on a social level, we will never have a just world. We will never have a world that can deal with the challenges of things like civil rights and deal with the challenges of things like the environment, and climate change, and space travel. If we can't even get the most basic left-wing reforms in place. We need a left-wing turn. It's required. We won't be able to go to the future with a millstone hanging around our neck.
Okay. Next is going to be John Burke.
Oh, man. Okay, I'll stay on topic.
Oh my god, we crushed these clowns.
So a little bit about me. I used to be a diehard Republican. I used to think in a lot of terms that I would say Demon Mama actually described. There were some things that she said I agree with, a lot of things she said that I didn't. But I think, yeah, there was a lot of conservatives in the GOP, I think from like the Boomer and a lot of the later Gen X, that embodied the idea of Christian values being forced legislatively upon the people, and I don't agree with that. In regards to America becoming more progressive, here's how I see it. If you're trans, if you're straight, if you're gay, I don't care. I think you should be afforded the same human rights as every other American. And in regards to people saying things that, well, you know, I'll skip that. I'll get to that later. But yeah, to my overall thing is that live and let live. Everyone should be afforded the same right. I'll even take it a step further. When people, you know, I used to be against gay marriage. And then I actually, you know, I learned a lot. I got around a lot of people, had my mind changed a lot, and I started to understand. And I was like, you know what? I don't even think the government should be involved in marriage. I think that's a union between two people that if they want to do it, just get a priest, do your thing. But I know it's a little bit more complicated in that regard to taxes and things such as that. But yeah, I think there are some good things that have spawned from progressivism. I think there's a lot more open-mindedness that is coming, especially from like the millennial generation, because no one expected us to do anything worth a damn. We were the give everybody a trophy generation. But I think we've seen a lot of progressive thoughts, and with that, though, does come the bad. You know, if we want to say that the alt-right exists, well, absolutely they do exist. And there's a lot of people that are that do view Trump as God, King, Emperor Trump. That is very concerning. I don't see a lot of mainstream figures saying that. If you're taking into account like Alex Jones, yeah, that guy's like off the rails. But in regards to also, there's people on the far left that are promoting the idea of child drag shows and things such as that. So to demonize one side without showing, and I don't even want to say personal responsibility, because no single person in this panel is responsible for an entire group of people. I don't agree with that. I think individuals are responsible for themselves. So to say that their alt-right is horrible, yeah, I agree. They do try and hold people back. They do want to enforce their religious views on the people. And then I think there's people on the left that do fall into moral degeneracy involving children and things such as that. And it does exist on all specters. But yeah, I think the country will be better off in some capacity going more progressive. But overall, the case should be do whatever the hell you want. The government should not be intervening. If a baker doesn't want to bake a cake for a trans couple, he shouldn't be forced to do it. Freedom for all.
Next is going to be Rob.
Okay, so the problem with this topic is going to be how do we define the left? So in some senses, we do need to go more left in what traditionally were considered left-wing values, such as free speech. Like Berkeley was considered the home of free speech. Now the modern left is anti-free speech. So when they say go more left, they mean more we should deplatform people. We shouldn't engage with people that disagree with us. We need to censor everyone we disagree with. We need to have cancel culture, et cetera, et cetera. So no, we don't need any more of that. The way the left is considered today, how we understand how it's practiced in the country as we see it today, no, we don't need need more of it. And the first thing we have to ask is, what direction has the pendulum been swung? Almost every institution in this country has become far, far more left-wing. And could you say the country is better now than it was, say, even what we considered on the left 10, 15 years ago? No, I don't think so. Specifically when the question talks about culture. We could see, for example, academia is a cesspit at this point, and that's because such a radical shift to the left. You don't have to take my word for it. You could take left-wing professor Jonathan Haidt, who founded Heterodox Academy, that talks about the indoctrination that comes with the radical shift in extreme left-wing politics that's occurred in academia. You could talk to James McWhorter that talks about the toxicity and the new racism is anti-racism, where he talks about the elect, the critical race theory people that want to demonize people based on their skin color and make the world focus victimhood and skin color. We'll talk about the trans issues. That's the next topic, so I probably won't focus on it much here unless it really comes up. But yeah, I think free speech and things like that are important. We've shifted too far radically to the left. It's causing division in this country, the likes we haven't seen for decades, and it's a really bad thing. So instead, what we need is a shift back towards the right culturally, while understanding that what we really need in this country is a balance of ideas from the past and from progressing. Like, those things are important. You don't just throw out the entirety of the past. So we'll get into a definition of what we consider left and what parts of the left would be good, but certainly right now our culture has radically shifted in every institution, including corporate America, that's continuing to exploit people using the ideals of the left and lip service of the left. That's how bad this shift to the left's become. We now have Nike that's going to criticize the United States, or LeBron James that'll criticize the United States while they're dealing with China. Will move, Major League Baseball will move from Georgia over a reasonable law, but they'll still have games in China. And so this is what the left's allowed. Corporate America has totally co-opted this radical shift to the left, and it's leading to a disaster for this country and for workers and other people that we talked about previously.
Okay, so the round is open. You may engage freely. Again, remember the rules. Continue.
You're muted, Bosch. I think you are. Yeah.
Sorry, well,
the champion.
You know, the Sandy.
You should have just let him keep going for like a minute.
Moving around. Why didn't you just let me keep going for a couple minutes? Come on, I could have been building to something. Okay, I take issue to several points there. First and foremost, there's one thing that I don't want to discuss here, and it's corporate performative wokeness, okay? Because that is not the left. So right now, there are more Democrats than Republicans in America, more progressive-minded people, I guess, than the opposite. And for that reason, corporations stand to make money off of virtue signaling to that.
I don't think picture-in-picture works with this game. I don't know why.
For all of the history of businesses. Back in the 1950s and 40s, they were virtue signaling with their like anti-black messaging. No Irish need apply. Further beyond that, there were businesses which would advertise themselves as being, you know, like back in the abolitionist days, always. If a business thinks that it can make money by appealing to a certain set of moral sensibilities, it will do so. And right now,
can I ask a question, real quick question on that? If you don't
sure.
Mind? Would you say back in the 50s and 60s that one of the solutions was we should have had a shift to the left?
Well, I mean, yeah, because the civil rights movement.
Right, and it's going to be worse if the culture has shifted so far to one direction or the other that we'll see that it'll be worse. Why do you think you're admitting right here that we've already shifted massively to the left? Right, we've shifted massively to the left. That's why corporations are virtue signaling to it.
Wait, hold on. Well,
actually,
so to
Rob,
me,
I got this. He's saying that they've done this entire history, like, and I agree with Vosh on this.
Right.
It was just a different context.
Yeah. But like,
it was virtue signaling for the sake of like racism. Instead, like Jim Crow era, saying, "Hey, we don't serve black people," and it's like, "Oh yeah, I'll shop there." But now today,
they've done this forever. I mean, but this isn't like the left. It's not co-opting the left. That process of corporations trying to make money by repping the values of their perceived customer base is as old as commerce itself. If I would,
they're doing it to the left now is because we've had a radical shift to the left.
The reason we've
that shift, corporations wouldn't be virtue signaling.
Well, hold on. The society,
both are actually saying the same thing.
I want to make sure Vosh gets the period to respond.
I just want to say society has been moving to the left for hundreds of years. That process has been fairly ongoing. Whether we're talking about the treatment of like non-heterosexual people or non-white people or just basically any minority demographic, society has slowly been getting more progressive. And unfortunately, your concern has been echoed throughout the ages because the stuff you're saying right now is what they said after slavery was abolished. It's what they said after the suffragettes were allowed to vote. It's what they said after the civil rights movement and the gay rights movement in the 1980s. They said it in 2015 after gay marriage was made legal stateswide. Always the criticism is we've gone too far left, but now it's time to shift back to the right. We're going too far into degeneracy. We're going too far into anti-American values. Well, to me, I don't really care how far left or right we are. I care about addressing the problems we face with solutions that work. And right now, we have a lot of problems that I think could be fixed by moving further leftward. I felt that way about the civil rights movement, or I guess I would have if I'd been around back then, you know. I certainly feel that way about, you know, the Jim Crow and slave days. It always seems like a shift leftward helps, and that the conservatives are the ones clinging on to the dust of history, while progressives are the one making the new bold argument that a generation later gets accepted as standard fare. So what we need to talk about right now is what are the problems we can face, and what can we address them with? To me, we've got a lot of racism, a lot of sexism, a lot of transphobia. We can address that. We can address it sensibly. Some of these things can be addressed without any government intervention. It's just a cultural shift. And some of it maybe needs a little bit of wealth redistribution. But if we fix these problems once, they're fixed forever. And I think that's something worth investing in.
I got to disagree with you in regards to I don't think that it's going to be fixed forever. I think we're dealing with issues that exist since the dawn of mankind. I think these issues, I think as long as ignorance exists, we will always have these issues. I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. But I do want to bring it. Yeah, that I would say yes. We could do our best to make it 100%. But the thing that does disturb me in a sense is that I feel like there's a lot of people in regards to cancel culture, the restricting rather of free speech, disagreeing with people. I know before we actually started the debates, Demon Mama and Rob were discussing transgenderism and things such as that. And having a simple conversation like that, I think, is exactly what's needed these days. But unfortunately, regardless of what y'all were actually saying, it's like there's a lot of people who don't want to actually have these conversations because it's been classified and labeled that if you disagree with somebody over one instance, say for example, transgenderism, instinctively people naturally go to transphobic, and phobia meaning denoting the fear of. There can be actual disagreements with people and regarding what they stand for and say, I disagree with you. Doesn't mean I hate you. Doesn't mean I think you're a bad person. Doesn't mean I think you're a bad human being. I just disagree with you. And I think that's what we need to get more back towards.
There's like a lot I'd like to speak on this, seeing as how this is something I deal with on a daily basis. And in fact, on the last panel I was on here, I did encounter some pretty explicit transphobia. See, the problem is, it's not that people don't understand or want to understand and want to have a question. It's that they never get to that point in the first place. And I will give Rob a lot of credit for this, because Rob is one of the, on this particular issue that we disagree a lot, Rob is quite personally very respectful to me. And most right-wingers are not. That is just a fact. I have encountered this so much. I engage constantly. I have people in my chats constantly, and I'm always willing to have a dialogue as long as some basic respect can be established. But that basic respect is almost never
Well,
granted.
Demon Mama, you've been disrespectful to me since we started.
True.
I don't think I've been disrespectful because of your identity.
I would highly disagree with you.
Came in here talking.
No. Regardless of what I disagree with you on, you were disrespectful. It had nothing to do with identity. It had everything to do with what the topic we were discussing. You were disrespectful.
The John guy is super respectful.
Based upon what you just quoted me.
I know you're jumping in. You don't want to have me talk, but if you're feeling hurt, I'm very sorry that your feelings were hurt.
You see, now you're being condescending again. You see, so it's based upon what you've based upon everything you've just said.
One second. There's three people talking at once, and here's the pro tip. I know John must understand this. He's hosted panels. It's crazy. This is magic, actually. When three people talk at once, you don't get triple A information. You get none of it. So what we're gonna have is Demon finish their point, then John, then Vosh. Fair? Demon.
Yeah. So we have a lot of ways. We have a lot of ways to go. I don't really like the idea that the Civil Rights Act getting basic swing to the left, and that we need to go back from that. Like, what, should we just have some slavery? Like, no, I think that's a ridiculous false equivalence. We need to go to the left because the world has been staunchly locked in a far right worldview for most of history, and it's sucked for most people. For myself, there's like a couple of things I really wanted to talk on before I yield my time. The first one being that 10 years ago, I couldn't get healthcare because I was trans. That's it. Just because I'm trans, that was considered a pre-existing condition, and I would be ruled out of getting healthcare that I needed. That's pretty discriminatory. That's pretty unfair. I don't have a choice in that. It's just who I am. Next, the other thing that I wanted to bring up is that the right is the king of cancel culture. The religious right has been the main people trying to stop all forms of artistic expression, from freaking out about metal, from trying to frame D&D as like satanic.
Lil Nas X.
Yeah, Lil Nas X, they're doing it today. It happens all
That was true in the past.
even goes so far as to say that the right wing having a collective meltdown, and they did. Every major popular channel on the internet has had a meltdown over Hasbro deciding, or Mattel deciding to say that we're going to have it be Mr. or Potato Head versus Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head and having a meltdown over wokeness gone too far. It's just they're freaking out. They are the kings of fucking cancel culture. And this has been the case forever. The Hays Code was predominantly Christian. It was made to appeal to the traditional Christian Republican right in America. All of these things have been, for the longest time, the domain of the right wing. And so you get mad that a couple of people on Tumblr criticize your shitty Twitter takes. Well, that's not cancel culture. I'm sorry. Now,
That's not what anybody's really
mob
talking about.
mob mentality is always going to be a problem, no matter what stripe of the world you come from. But the idea that the left is the ones doing cancel culture, when it's only recently that even Tumblr and the internet even existed so that people could call you out on your bad takes, that's not cancel culture. You're just getting a little bit of criticism when before you ruled the culture.
Okay,
That goes
John
off my
Berg, Vosh, and then I see Rob is raising their name, so a hand. So I'm gonna write their name down. John.
Yeah, absolutely. I highly disagree with saying the right is the king of cancel culture. I'm not going to say the right didn't participate in cancel culture back in the early days of, when Christianity dominated this country. 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Like, and Vosh made a good point as well, talking about that people would virtue signal in regards to being racist, and people would favor that. They'd want to shop there. I'm not going to say that doesn't exist. 100% it did. And that's why I think progressivism has come in and actually done a lot of good in that capacity, to where I think more and more conservatives, I'm happy to see this, are starting to understand the importance of the separation of church and state, and how your religious values should not be forced on anybody else, especially through the legislative process. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with you being discriminated against in regards to being transgender and seeking mental health, or excuse me, you said ensure a fucking medical health, excuse me. No, you shouldn't be discriminated upon that. Again, I think that's not right. But to say that the right is the king of cancel culture, I disagree with that. You had Gina Carano that was just fired from Disney because she made a beep bop boop tweet, and that wasn't even regards to transgenderism, and they jumped on her for it. So to sit there and try to pin this all on the right and act like the left hasn't had their hand in this pot, I think that's very disingenuous, intellectually dishonest. Yes, they absolutely have. Both sides are guilty of this. They did it with Sean Hannity. When Keurig was going to drop Hannity, then the Republicans rallied and said, we're going to throw out our Keurigs. Like, okay, well, you're throwing away a good coffee maker. They already got your money. What sense? So to sit there and say that it's just one side is very unfair, and it's very unbalanced. But what I say the right is probably spawned it, yeah, to an extent, possibly, but why are we pointing fingers at this point? If we all agree that cancel culture is bad, pointing fingers at one another isn't going to solve that problem. But it seems like that's what this has turned into, is just a constant. No, you've talked. I'm going to speak now. So when you sit there and we want to finger point, we're not achieving anything. Sure.
Gina's the
These
Star
guys would
Wars
fuck me,
person.
right?
Okay, just continue. Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, Gina Carano, yeah. So there's been a lot of that. And if companies want to bend the knee, I'm not against that. I'm not against Disney firing her for it. If that's the route they want to take, I believe it's your right as a business owner. Do what you see fit. I don't agree with it, but it is what it is. But to go off the other stuff as far as progressive, I think there's been a lot of good that's happened as a result. We've seen a lot more push for equal rights and things such as that. Yeah, 100%. But again, I do feel like, and I do agree with Vosh, that whether it goes left or right,
I thought these were hegemony
for me, it's
people.
I wish it would favor more individual liberty, which I think encompasses what I want, and also what I think Demon Mom wants in regards to you being treated for your health. And I think that should be all encompassing, whether it be left or right. I think that's a basic human freedom. So that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, I recognize that there are some examples that you could sort of.
Next, but a lot of that was directed towards Demon Mama, so I want to make sure they have time to respond.
Yeah, I just have a quick response to this, which is that I recognize that there are some sort of cultural issues that you could probably claim a lot of people got really worked up about. I think maybe you could say even some of that is in the Gina Carano situation, but if you look into the Gina Carano situation, it wasn't just one tweet. There were a lot of tweets that made a lot of people feel offended, and she is one of the front-running actors in a public television show that's run by a corporation. Corporation made that decision to distance themselves from her. I mean, to me, that's not really the same thing as me literally not being able to have the right to healthcare because the laws in the country that are pushed and defended predominantly by the right wing of America. Right. Yeah, these are totally different things. I get it. It's frustrating when people get mad about products or they get mad about a person that they don't like in their show. But this stuff happens all the time, by the way. This happens even for non-political issues. Wrestling is a great example of this. We all love wrestling here. In wrestling, there's been a million times where somebody won a fight and half the fan base thought they didn't deserve to win that fight, freaked out, and it caused Vince McMahon to do something to make more money. This happens all the time.
What?
Obviously, that is irrelevant. But when we're talking about the right versus left with regard to cancel culture, it was the right that pushed through things like the Comics Code, which outright banned horror comics. Like, that's artistic expression being strongly clamped down. It's the right that pushed through fucking music censorship. The right has a bad track record on this.
But who are you convincing though? Like when you're sitting there saying the right or the left, who are you convincing? Like if you're wanting, I think the ultimate goal is that you're wanting to win me over to your side and support your argument, correct? Which I think is the premise of all debate. But by you continuously finger pointing, it was the left that canceled Gina Carano. But I think both the points that we're making are 100% accurate. The cancel culture is cancerous. It needs to go away. It needs to stop. But again, the idea of finger pointing and saying you did this, you did that, both sides are guilty of this. So if you want to continue the Mr. Potato Head, yeah, do I think we're getting worked up about stupid stuff? I think it goes back to what Vosh said, and I've said that many times in my own following. This is corporations playing upon the dollar bill. They honestly don't care. If you really think large-scale corporations and businesses really give a damn about your individual rights or the fact that you're trans, they don't. They really do. You know why? Because they know you're going to spend money. It's actually reported that black demographic spends way more money on clothing and shoes, and that's why Nike doubled down with Colin Kaepernick and the flag, all that stuff. Go look at the statistics. It's incredible. Do you think Nike actually really cares? I don't think so. I really don't. I think they want to make a lot of money. But again, then your point actually still stands with regards to the right pitch the knip fit of Colin Kaepernick and everything. It's like, oh my God, we're going to boycott him. Again, I'll be completely transparent. When Kaepernick took a knee, it really pissed me off. But then again, I had to take a step back and really think about it, be educated. I said, you know what? It was actually kind of a beautiful thing. The fact that this guy got to do that, exercise his free speech, protected, might I add, is fucking beautiful. Pardon my language. It's beautiful. I don't agree with it, but I can't sit here and cherry pick somebody's rights because I disagree with it. I think it's a very beautiful thing to see. Now, the NFL fired him, and then we go back into the whole idea of free market. They can do what they want. But again, go back to the original point. The finger pointing, that's not going to fix this problem. If we keep saying the right did this or the left did this, what are we going to fix? We're just going to keep sitting here going around the round table like, well, you did this. Okay, can we all agree that cancel culture isn't going to fix anything?
I have a point on this.
Yeah,
I'll get to eventually.
I yield. I'm sorry.
Vosh, you've been waiting a while, then Rob.
Yeah, so I don't know what we mean by cancel culture because there's a threshold where we all agree that it's okay to publicly denounce a person. If an actor won an Academy Award and they went up there and Sieg-Heiled and gave...
Does this play well? Does this rhetoric work? What do we mean by cancel culture? Usually we mean when somebody tries to destroy somebody's work opportunities based upon some perceived social injustice. Like, this is what we're talking about. What do we mean? Why do people act like this? What do you mean by cancel culture?
Told what I'm supposed to think by other people on this panel, so I'm kind of like...
Well, I'm assuming.
I know.
I'm taking an inference. So
I agree.
We know that at some point there's a type of behavior that warrants, I guess, what we would call cancel culture. What you said, John, is that you want conversations, and I love conversations. Yeah. To me, the problem is that oftentimes conversations are held in bad faith, or they're basically just held as a proxy to socially manifest whatever oppression is being discussed. So take trans issues. Trans issues are complicated, okay? I got a bachelor's in sociology, and my professors still didn't know what they were talking about with half those issues. I honestly learned more from the internet than I ever did from education, or proper academia. And even online, there are a lot of different interpretations, and it's an ongoing subject. And a lot of what we understand about trans issues runs in complete diametric opposition to what we've been told traditionally about men and women and how all this works. And I think the discourse there is not only going to happen, it's a good thing. Because otherwise you can't just expect people to get on board with mantra. You can't just say, this is the dogma, this is the policy, roll with it. Right. But we have to recognize that this problem has happened before. We had this problem back during the 1960s, because back before then, used to be, you were white, you could just kind of say the N-word. You were kind of okay, just fine. And then it feels like, and it felt like to a lot of people back then, I know this because I talked to my grandpa's friends, somebody snapped their fingers, all of a sudden you can't say that anymore. And all the discourse changed, and now it's not politically correct and so on. Now, that's not to say people who have questions about trans issues are the same as people who want to say the N-word. It's just that sometimes these big
Wait,
cultural
did I just delete a mod that I can't get back?
And it leaves a lot of people feeling like they don't have the right to even talk about what's just taken place. So I encourage the conversation. The only thing that I want to be careful about is, are the conversations that we're having good ones? And are they the conversations that might hurt the people the conversations are about? So some people like to, converse about, say, black-white IQ gap. Interesting subject for academic discussion, but people don't often talk about it because they're interested in the science. They talk about it because they're looking for a proxy by which to express hatred of black people. Sometimes you see that with the trans stuff too. It's not really a good faith conversation. It's just about bringing these issues to light so they can be used as weapons, as bludgeons to hit people with, you know? So we have to be careful about that. Maybe we'll have a couple of awkward years or decades on these issues, but I think that good faith conversation is the only way forward. But it has to be good faith. That's the only possible way to get through this.
I think based upon...
Next
sorry,
was
I'm
Rob.
sorry. Robin, I apologize. Robin.
Yeah. So, first time to get to talk on this topic. So there's a lot to say. First off, everything that Demon Mama and John Burke were talking about, I could sum up in this. Cancel culture. When the right was the dominant force in culture, I would have blamed the right for that cancel culture. Now the left is the dominant form in culture. Guess who gets the blame for it? Yes, I absolutely agree. I have not changed position on this. I've been pro-free speech from the time I was a youngster. I remember Dee Snider and John Denver going on Capitol Hill to argue against censorship of music. I remember reading about the comic book code and how terrible that was. Heck, one of my favorite comedians is Lenny Bruce, who was routinely arrested for being offensive because he was making fun of the Catholic Church. Yes, all of that stuff was terrible. And so when Vonch talks about like, oh, well, this stuff used to happen in the past. Of course it used to happen in the past. And it was a sign that the pendulum had swung too far culturally to one side, because it wasn't just them enforcing laws and things like that. The real problem was that was the dominant cultural narrative, which those were the things that you could say. That's exactly what we see happening today, except it's on the left. And I'm not concerned about Mr. Potato Head or even Gina Carano. I'm talking about things like the universities actually telling people that they can't teach right-wing perspectives. That's occurring over and over. Again, not my words. This is a word of Heterodux Academy that's founded by a bunch of left-wing professors that talks about how terrible it is. And even left-wing professors that used to say, look, I'm basically lean more towards social programs and things. I'm afraid to even teach things on the opposite side of that anymore, because we've gone so far to the left and there's so much power given to these people to just make accusations, such as the professor at Yale that just said, hey, maybe it's okay if someone dresses up like Pocahontas, but they're not Native American. That professor then gets circled and screamed at. This is occurring at university and campuses all over the place, and it's been occurring for 20 years, and now we're seeing it fester its way into corporations, into the media, and into other political ways.
I saw
Political venues.
last stream fails, trying to have what we have. Yeah, you know, guess what? What? Yeah, you know, guess what? What? That's when I saw her butt. And that's why Pokemon is smut. Smut. Pokemon.
If you disagree with their life choices, is something that should be achieved. In the same time that we hear the left saying, well, we need to treat people with dignity, some of the most vile, vitriolic things are being said, not just by random people on Twitch and Twitter, but by politicians. They're actually encouraging, like people like Maxine Waters is actually encouraging people to chase Republicans out of areas. We see the calls all the time to deplatform Republicans. I can talk about specifically things that critical race theory just being taught in federal government about how all white people are racist. This is being taught in federal agencies. That's how far we've shifted to the left. Again, you have people like James McWhorter, Eric Weinstein. These are traditional leftists that are saying, my God, this is getting too scary. The pendulum has swung too far. So the question we need to ask is this. We agree that if the pendulum swings too far on either side, that it'll lead to that types of forms of cancel culture. Where is the pendulum right now? And you've already conceded the pendulum has swung far to the left. That's why corporations are virtue signaling to the left. If the culture was on the right, then corporations would know it wouldn't be profitable to virtue signal on the left. So these problems that we see of the actual anti-racism, racism, going after whiteness, saying to reject whiteness, we see that there's now an industry in propagating race hoaxes, because there's so, like with Jussie Smollett, there was just one that happened today at Albion College that just came out as another race hoax. These things are getting crazy. The radical push to the left has encouraged victimhood mentality, where the number one goal to achieve is, how can I be the biggest victim? And it's encouraged this form of cultural Marxism, where instead of looking at people as individuals, I think there was a great man once that said we should judge people based on the content of their character. Now we're being told increasingly by the left that we have to focus on people based on the color of their skin. You even see senators like Duckworth and Humrono that are saying they won't confirm people based on the color of their skin. We see hospitals like in Boston putting out medical journals saying it's time to only disproportionately accept people based on their skin color. We saw the CDC try to give out a vaccine and said that 6.5 6.5 more percent people would die. And the number one factor that they gave as to why that was okay based on their recommendation was the people that died would be disproportionately white because elderly people were more disproportionately white. This stuff is running rampant. So all the like nice stuff that you're saying, like, well, hey, shouldn't we treat people with respect, like interracial marriage or gay people? Of course we would. That's not just a progressive mindset to treat them with respect, right? That could be something that's on the conservative side as well. We could have arguments as to politically what the policy should be regarding those groups. But it is clear that right now the pendulum swung too far to the left. And if it goes further to the left, the insanity that you're seeing today will look like a cakewalk. They'll take away your right to speak. You hear people credibly talking about putting Trump supporters, 9/11 style commissions, putting them in re-education camps, using violence against people. We see the violence that's widespread in the name of the left, and all of it's deemed okay. Even people on the left that are in academia realize this is a disaster, and the pendulum needs to start to swing the other way.
Okay, so I want somebody who's on the left to kind of respond to this. Sorry, John, I have your name written down. I promise to get to you.
Oh, you go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Okay.
100%.
That was just, there was so much. Like, there was so much there.
Would do smaller chunks, but I felt like...
Write it down, then write it
like
down.
Every time, it's one thing to talk, you know, at length on one thing, and it's another thing to just fire off like a list of totally contextless random things that sound vaguely scary. It's a lot of fear mongering.
Rob does
and
talk
it sounds
a lot,
like sort of conspiratorial, you know, rattling off of these things. I mean, I feel like anybody could do this. I feel like a 9/11 truther could come on here and do the exact same thing. And what are you supposed to do? Ask them for a fucking book about it? Like, you got to keep your claims down. I don't even know what to tackle there. I did want to comment on one thing that
Demon
John
Mama
brought
talks
up,
a
and
lot
I think
too,
that
though,
this
so
might serve as a little bit of maybe a small olive branch between John Burke and I, which is that when I talk about finger pointing, it's not because I like hate the right or anything. When you talk about finger pointing, the reason why I point the finger at the right is because they're still doing this to this day. I mean, the RNC, their platform is anti-gay marriage to this day. They are still. So like the problem that we have is that the right is still being predominantly the arbiters of the most serious forms of what you call cancel culture. What's that? Sorry?
Wait, no, hold on. So yes, I will agree with you that definitely did stuff. That definitely did stem from the right. Yeah, I agree with you 100% there.
Yeah,
But and that's what my hope is for in regards to the GOP, to progress in the sense of being pro marriage, pro game, pro, but go even further to say pro do whatever you want. And there should be no government. But my question to you though is who's anti-gay that's a politician calling for this?
Wait, like as
anti-gay
far
marriage.
As anti-gay marriage. Wait, that's literally the platform of the RNC in 2020.
Can you show me?
Yeah, just look it up. I promise you. Just go to the RNC's platform. They were against gay marriage in 2020. This was discussed.
The only reason I disagree with you, I've literally heard no one say anything
Also,
in regards to that.
Just so you know, Donald Trump, who was the Republican candidate controlling office, banned trans people from the military against the advice of the military.
That has nothing to do with gay marriage, though. That's
I'm talking about examples. I'm talking about examples of what I would consider to be the most serious forms of cancel culture. Yes, it is a fact that the Republican Party has included being for traditional marriage even until this last election. And maybe that'll change. I hope it does. But until it does, I'm not going to stop pointing the finger at where it's due. Sure, if you want to say that like the left gets really mad about Star Wars, to me that's very, very inconsequential in terms of when we're talking about actual legislation that affects the lives of people like myself and all over the country. And we see this has a downstream effect as well. When you have people who are willing to push blanket bans on trans people who are a vice president who less than 5 years ago was advocating in favor of conversion therapy for gay kids, this has a downstream effect on what the accepted standard is in our country, and that is, in my opinion, a much more dangerous form of cancel culture than any of the, I don't even know, other things that have been rattled off here. I hope that we can agree that that's like a little more important than a Star Wars actress who maybe the fans of the Star Wars series are too woke and they don't like her jokes on Twitter and they got mad about it. Like, I recognize this could be a problem in certain circumstances, but it doesn't even compare to an entire group of people. My people like me, who were banned completely from serving in the
she's
US
really
military.
playing up that
If
equal.
I can
Holy
respond to
shit.
that was directed at me. I know, Rob, I know you want to get an edge in real quick, but being that, so you keep bringing up Gina Carano, and you keep doing this compare and contrast using her as the example. That example was made originally in regards to leftist cancel culture. So what you're using it for in comparison right now is not applicable. You keep bringing that up. Now, you want to talk about conversion therapy for children and stuff like that. Do you think that that is covered under free speech and somebody's individual beliefs?
Do I believe that the right to torture a child?
No. Vote to speak it, to say it.
Oh, sure, they can say that, but I also have the right to criticize them for that, and I also have the right to point that out.
100%
to point out
agree.
that we have somebody who became the vice president of the United States, and I can use this as a point to say, hey, actually, we haven't really swung very far left if a guy who 5 years ago was advocating in favor of conversion therapy, which is torture, just for the record, is the vice president.
I think one of the problems we have with this discourse is that the term cancel culture equates a lot of different things that cause different levels of harm. So I will say something. I'll acknowledge it up the front. First of all, there are a lot of people on the left, and I mean all the way up to academia, who are very, very sensitive and often engage in these ideas in a performatively bad faith or sometimes in a ridiculously condemning way. Like they go out to hurt people because they disagree. I think that is a thing that the left does from time to time. And I do think that right now the left has more power generally when it comes to wielding corporate support.
God, fuck, I feel like I hear my takes. Wait, how many of my takes does he just fucking lift from my shit verbatim?
Like 70% at its peak, gay marriage about 70% right now. So these companies are going to tend to side more with those perspectives because it makes them more money. The problem is, the thing that people on the left are concerned about first and foremost isn't really cancellation, it's real world harm. That's measured in metrics. So with black people, for example, the generational income gap between black and white people in this country is enormous. When we talk about the prison industrial complex, the disparity in the rates and extent of incarceration when controlling for all of the other relevant factors. So when you're just looking at race, black people get shafted pretty hard when it comes to trans issues, all of the stuff they have to put up with, healthcare and discrimination from employers and gay people, blah, blah, blah. So these are types of harm that aren't just cancellation. I mean, this is serious stuff. This is marked social progress stuff. This is the stuff that people 100 years from now are going to look back and they're going to go, wow, glad I didn't live back then, you know, because everyone 100 years from now will be a black, gay, trans person, obviously. But the problem is, as long as those problems exist, people on the left are going to be sensitive about those issues. It's almost an immediate and inevitable reaction. As long as LGBT kids are at like an 18, times higher rate to get kicked out because of their sexuality or whatever, they're going to be sensitive about those issues. And that sensitivity sometimes manifests in a way that's toxic or unfair. And I mean that when I say toxic or unfair, because I don't think, now I'm not saying this is either of you, John, Rob, but say you're a mom or a dad. I'll just use my parents. My parents are progressive people. Really, they vote Democrat, they're nice folk. But when I explained trans stuff to them for the first time, like 6 years ago, they were lost. They were like 55. It was beyond them. And, with time, I guess they've acclimated a bit to it, but I know that if they had had that conversation with the wrong type of left-leaning person, they would have been called a fascist. I know that. I know that for a fact. I'm thankful that I was the one to have that convo with them, I'm their son. As long as these problems exist, people will react to them in harmful ways. So I think what we have to do, the only thing we can do, is, grit our teeth, try to ignore the discourse, and work on fixing the actual underlying problems. Because once we fix the actual underlying problems, we're no longer at risk of invalidating those concerns by criticizing people who are trying to cancel other people on social media. At that point, the discourse is open season, because we're no longer fighting over an underlying set of real material problems,
Yeah, and to build on that, I just wanted to have one thing on there, just while this is relevant.
It'll be quick, I'm sure. Go ahead.
It will be very quick. All I just want to say is that's fine. I just want to say that, like, do you blame people for being a little bit sensitive about this when you might not be able to get the treatment you need to live your life? If you might be fired from a job just for who you are. I can understand why young people on the internet are a little reactive about that. No, I'm just saying in general.
No, I do get it. I do get it. It's just, it's just an unfortunate situation all around.
Okay, Rob.
Okay. Yeah. So again, what they're conflating is just something like Gina Carano or Mr. Potato. Like, I agree with Vosh that cancel culture can be many things, but I think they're erroneous when they say that we're talking about actual policies on one hand versus just mean words on the other. That's not what's going on. Again, I cited in what I said last a bunch of real world implications. We now have sitting senators that are saying that they will choose to confirm someone based on their skin color. We have the CDC offering suggestion on who gets a vaccine, saying that their suggestion will result in 6.5% more people, up to 6.5% more people dying, but that's okay because they're disproportionately white. I could read, like, I'll just read, like, some of the, like, let me ask you this, Demon Mama, if I could just get a quick answer. What is torture about conversion therapy? Can you explain just real quick why that's torture?
I don't want to violate TOS real quick, but if I might explain very bluntly, many common conversion therapy techniques involve placing electrodes onto the genitals of children.
Well, that's clearly torture. Yeah, if that happens,
but guess
no
what?
doubt.
That's incredibly common. In fact, nearly every type of conversion therapy, which is basically parents having the ability to ship their kid off to a camp where they are told they are wrong for the most basic form of who they are, is a form of psychological
Okay,
torture.
let me just
This
let
is
me just ask you this.
wait,
then.
wait, hold on
Do
a
you
second.
think?
Not done.
Let me rephrase the question. Do you think that telling someone that there's an inherent flaw with them by immutable characteristics of how they were born is a really bad thing? Isn't that part of what's bad about conversion therapy? Saying that they're more.
Can you explain that further? Because that
Right, saying that the way someone was born
Sounds like
makes
Rob
them
is leading her
flawed.
somewhere, so she doesn't
You
want to
think
agree.
That's a terrible thing.
I don't know what that means.
She
So,
knows what
I
that
don't know.
means,
Sure.
but she doesn't want to agree with it because she's being led somewhere. She's so fucking dishonest. What a piece of shit.
In a series of events at the Treasury Department and federal financial agencies, diversity trainer Howard Ross taught employees that America was built in the backs of people who were enslaved, and that all white Americans are complicit in a system of white supremacy by automatic response to the ways we're taught. In the accompanying documents, Mr. Ross argues that whites share an inborn oppressive streak. Whiteness, employees are told, includes white privilege and white supremacy. Consequently,
this is
whites
where Rob was
struggle
leading
to own
her.
their racism. He instructs managers to conduct listening sessions in which black employees can speak with their experience and be seen in their pain, while white employees are instructed to sit in discomfort and not feel not fill the silence with your own thoughts and feelings. Members of the group you are aligned with, Mr. Ross says, are not obligated to like you, thank you, feel sorry for you, or forgive you. For training like this, Mr. Ross receives $5 million. I could put about a dozen examples of just federal trainings where that stuff occurs. You're not going to pop in here. I'm going to keep talking, but
Yes,
thanks
you
for
asked me a question about
you're not going
conversion
to. You're not
therapy.
going to pop in
Now
here.
you
I'm
are
gonna
trying
keep
to
talking
play an
like
equivalent.
You seem to be the only
Torture.
person that has a problem with
let's be-
interjecting.
Okay, I just want to be sure to. Okay, so the question is about conversion therapy and like a comparison to the
telling someone that there is something immoral about them based on factors they can't control and how they were born.
Okay, Rob. I mean, Dear Mama. Sorry.
I actually I'm going to be as diplomatic here as I possibly can. That is one of the stupidest comparisons I've ever encountered on any panel in my entire life. The idea that some random jackass who does some dumb presentation to a bunch of half asleep treasury workers that happens to have some cringe takes about race on it is at all equivalent to shipping your kids away to facilities where in many cases they were sexually abused in the name of converting them, quote unquote, from their sexuality or gender identity. That is it is offensive on 10 levels. And this is the type of shit that I've been talking about. In fact, I had a note on here about talking about building off of Vosh's point about good faith discussions. These types of things.
I'm going to interject since she said I was offensive. I guess this is
Actually,
how it
you're
works.
not
I'll
going
just
to.
interject.
I will
You're not going to interject.
Next time I want to interject. I want to get in on that.
I want to interject.
There's a lot of interjection, but
I'm
There's
Spartacus.
only one person interjecting. Let's be clear.
Okay.
You.
But there was just 3 interjections. Okay. So I'm gonna have D-Mama finish their point. We're gonna go with
I don't know if this is possible.
interject.
Let's try
so
it.
It's 4.
Okay, great. And then John. Okay. D-Mama, Rob, Vosh, John. There's the order.
I think this is an incredibly bad faith, and not only that, but shockingly inconsiderate comparison to make between some corporate training or government training in some random division that you think is slightly objectionable versus children literally being tortured, which, by the way, it's not just me who says that it's torture. It's every serious medical and psychological organization in the world believes that that's torture, and you're going to try and play equivalence with that. I don't think that I owe that the time of day, but I'm going to give it just a little bit of time of day for the purposes of the viewers here. Conversion therapy is torture. You not liking a presentation that you have to see as an adult at your job and having a problem with that is not even close to the same thing. With all due respect, stop being such a snowflake.
All right, so it's ironic that she calls
So
it
we're going
snowflake.
ad
The
hominem
entire
here, okay.
presentation where we're talking about
Yeah,
the
I will
left
on
is her
this, yeah,
claiming to be a
absolutely.
victim. She wanted to make this topic about trans because her identity is being a victim. That's totally the identity of Demon Mama, and she tries to interject that into every possible conversation. That's why she feels that she can interrupt people, treat people rudely because she feels she's a victim. And I only bring it up because it's a microcosm of the problem of the pendulum switching too far to the left. So she could behave in ways that are rude or just, it's not a big deal. I don't really care. She could interject. She could make all these proclamations of demands and get on a moral high horse. And it's all in the name of her claiming to be a perpetual victim. Now, if people are having things attached to their genitals, clearly that's a step further than what I was saying. I said it while you were saying that. Like, yeah, that's clearly torture. The majority of conversion therapy did include things like that. The thing that's offensive about conversion therapy that most people that understand what it is would say is it would be offensive to tell people based on the way they were born, if they were born in a certain way, that they needed to change who they were because there was a flaw with it. You saying that this just occurred in one agency, we're not talking about private people deciding what to do, although that might be immoral or heinous. We're talking about the left. The pendulum has swung so far that you're literally allowed to call all white people racist, and that is taught in federal training programs. I can go through a couple more real quick. There's literally dozens of these I come up with. At Sandia National Laboratories, which developed technology for American nuclear arsenal, executives held a racially segregated training session for white male employees. The 3-day event, which was led by a company called White Men, its full diversity partners set the goal of examining white male culture, making employees take responsibility for their white privilege, male privilege, heterosexual privilege. One of the opening exercises, the instructors wrote on the whiteboard that white male culture can be associated with white supremacists, KKK, Aryan Nation, MAGA hats, and mass killings. On the final day, trainers asked employees to write letters to women and people of color, and people apologized for their privilege in being white and promised to be a better person. Department of Homeland Security diversity trainers held a session on microaggressions based on the psychologist Harold Sue. In his academic work, Sue argues that white Americans have been fed a racial curriculum based on falsehoods, unborn fears, belief in their own superiority, and thus have been socialized into oppressor roles. Trainers taught that Homeland Security employees are a myth of meritocracy and colorblindness. It's the foundation of racist microaggressions and microinequities. The trainers insisted on statements such as America is the land of opportunity, everybody can succeed in this society if they work hard enough, etc., was racism. If white employees disagree, his point is dismissed as a denial of individual racism, which is another microaggression. The point is this stuff occurs all over the place at the federal government, in corporate America, in academia, and it's too far. All of the advances, even if we would concede, which I disagree, that all of the advances we were talking about of the left of treating people decently based on all of these characteristics, even if we say that was all part of the left, the problem is the only way we can advance as a society is to have a pendulum that doesn't swing too far to the extreme one side or another. When we have these arguments being made that people can't, this is what I'm talking about with cancel culture. You can't even disagree with this. We all know this. Like, you can pretend that it's not the case, but we all know this. For example, we saw with the Covington kids. Did you ever think we would get to a place where adult black racists and a Native American agreeing with them could surround a bunch of kids, make racial and homophobic slurs, and the media would demonize the kids and celebrate the adult racists that went after them? That's where we're at as a society right now, and it's infiltrating every single institution in this country.
Okay.
Okay.
I know that's
okay. So
is it even worth it to shoot at this, or what is even being attacked right now? I can't even tell.
I just want to point out that while I'm not saying the examples you've cited are entirely invalid, the reason you're citing these examples is because you can't do what I can do to prove the opposite. The fact that there are demographic disadvantages experienced by certain groups. So rather than me talking about individual examples or like this was like a bad workplace training seminar or something like that, I can just point to a swath of disproportionate outcomes.
Let me
black and white.
Do you mind if we just
I just want to say, I know that's not what you were trying to do. I know it's apples to oranges. So I just want to say that with regards to your arguments there, look, a lot of what you're talking about, I call it like these Robin DiAngelo like white guilt conferences, okay? What it usually is it's like white people draft up a big PowerPoint presentation to show to other white people in some government or high corporate position where they explain how being white makes you mean or something. Look, white people, racism's a thing. White people have been dealing with the consequences of them enacting white supremacy broadly in society for a while now. Sometimes they while out and do some weird stuff with that. It's like cuckold porn, okay? There's a big market for that. Big muscular black guys having sex with white wives, you know? Is this white people externalizing their guilt and fetishizing it? I don't know. This Robin DiAngelo stuff strikes to me similarly, okay? I'm just not a big fan of how they handle it.
I don't like... If I could just ask you what, like, on this...
Hold on. I think...
wait, I want to hear the question, but then I want to finish with the...
Yeah, I just want to... So, like, for example, we would say...
No questions
like,
about cuckold porn, please.
No. When you talk about like structural inequities, like, and I'll talk about that the next time we get to talk. But just to ask you, you would say one of the examples of the structural inequities, like law enforcement's treatment of Black Americans.
Oh my God! Why didn't this guy?
Yeah, part of it.
Okay, well then, if would we also say that law enforcement's mistreatment of men, which are incarcerated, in all of the negative factors that compare whites to
massively.
blacks?
The criminal
okay, so then how is it? So the left has encouraged that. The left, that's right. So the left has caused the mistreatment of men, correct?
No, actually, the issue has gotten better because of feminism. Feminists have fought against many of the discriminatory practices that have led to the disproportionate sentencing of men. But yeah, men do get shafted in the criminal justice system.
That's right. And the point is this. The left and feminism and what we see is often talking about the patriarchy and it's demonizing men. And the truth of the matter is
I
that
don't
you
believe
just want to say...
feminism is about demonizing men.
Okay, but if that's... Well, we could have that discussion. That's fine. But
there are
what we can
feminists
see
who
is like it's
men,
non-falsifiable. Like it's non-falsifiable what we see ends up happening. You say, oh, if there's inequities in a group that we generally consider a group that's a minority or a group that's underprivileged or oppressed, we say that the left can save them. We need the left. But if we see a group that the left considers to be a majority group or an oppressor group, that they're being negatively affected, you say, again, it's the left that can save them. And I make that point to say when you talk about these structural inequities, just real quick, when you talk about these structural inequities,
we never attack space stations.
You aren't proving that a further shift to the left would benefit these structural inequities anyways.
Because the term "a further shift to the left" is so vague as to be useless here. When we're talking about the disparity between men and women's treatment in the criminal justice system, we're talking about a disparity that has been alleviated thanks to feminism. There isn't some group of men's rights advocates who've been doing the work on this. Feminists have been doing the work on that. In this regard, yes, with regards to the criminal justice system, men are oppressed. It feels funny saying it, but it's true. The disproportionate sentencing of men significantly outstrips the disproportionate sentencing that black people experience relative to white people. Now, do many people talk about this? No, because a lot of people...
Hey, champ, that's really interesting. Next time, keep it to yourself. Hey, champ, that's really interesting. Next time, keep it to yourself.
That's going on the Twitter tomorrow.
I don't like this whole telling white people that they're all racist by default of being white thing. I don't think these conversations are productive. And frankly, I think that their content runs antithetical to what I was taught sociologically. The idea behind intersectionality isn't that like some power groups are worse than other non-power groups. It's that we're all bound up in a huge collection of different types of biases, benefits, and negatives that make up and shape our life experiences. So a white person may be racist. That's a thing that can happen. But why are they racist? Probably because they live in a society that allowed them to internalize some ideas about race. But they aren't the only ones who live in that society. Latin, Asian, and black people live in the same society, and there are plenty of black people who have internalized basically the same ideas about themselves that white people have internalized about them. It's all really complicated, and that's why I do not like these conferences, these workplace training panels. It's because they simplify it. They make it essentialist. They tell white people they should feel guilty. I don't think that's good. I don't think any person should feel guilty for a thing they haven't done. But we need to be clear again, while these things are problems, and I do want them addressed, I don't think this speaks to the incredible disparity between the types of real problems conservatives are trying to address and the types of real problems that people on the left are trying to address. Because I would take the left side on those issues pretty much 99 times out of 100. It seems like they have a much better idea of what solutions need to be levied here. And as a final point, very last one, yeah, conversion therapy is pretty bad. I don't know how we got on that topic. I left for a pee break a second ago. I legitimately missed how we got there.
I got it. So basically what happened was the topic of conversion therapy came up, and Rob Noor was, I believe, somewhat comparing it to the classes some corporations have on whiteness. I believe
federal government.
Yeah, or federal government. Or
saying that someone's born evil or someone was born flawed and having a conversion therapy for it is wrong.
I would agree with that.
Not
So
what conversion therapy
I
is.
have a
This is
question
an
for you.
offensive comparison. It is a stupidly offensive comparison, and it actually drives me nuts that nobody's jumping on this. Like with all due respect to you, Vosh, I love you, but holy shit, this is such an absolute fucking false equivalency that I can't even believe it. You're talking about some rattling off so fast that nobody in the audience can even understand it, and thank God, because their heads would have probably collapsed from how stupid it was. To compare some random, like, poorly put together Robin DiAngelo, like, training to systemic conversion therapy that in the best of circumstances involves shipping your kids away to a mental asylum where they will be taught on a daily basis. They will be monitored and taught to reject the most core parts of their identity. A type of therapy which has shown to induce severe and long-lasting mental health issues, and you have the gall to call me the fucking victim here? You absolute sad snowflake. You should walk away from this with your tail tucked between your legs. You sad, pathetic piece of shit.
We're really hamming it up today.
Wait,
huh?
I got a question.
Oh, she even has to step away for added effect.
Okay,
oh
to be
my
clear,
God.
that was.
Oh,
I mean, that was pretty.
Was that a
good.
violation? I'm sorry. Was that a violation of your policy rules, Dylan?
Which rule? Which one?
What she just did? Was she being nice? Was that considered
Well,
nice?
no, I
Didn't you
said
say to be nice?
I said at the beginning I suggested it, but it isn't a rule. Okay? It's like it's it's a
Vosh, if I
suggestion.
said to you real quick, this is all I'm saying. If I had a seminar at the federal government where I said black people are inherently inferior and they need to repent for their blackness, you would be like, that's crazy.
Wait, first of all, I need to be a stickler for details here because usually these conferences aren't saying white people are inherently inferior. It's usually that they're subject to a set of preconditioned biases that are ingrained in them by society, and this affects almost all white people. It's not a moral essentialization in
They
the same
say
way
all
just
white
saying
people are
black
racist.
people are worse.
All white
Well,
people are racist and need to repent.
Well, depending on which academic you ask, you would say that all people are racist, period. And that's a language that I tend to subscribe to myself.
Let's be clear. I read
Please, I want to ask you this
specific
question very
examples.
badly. I'm begging you to receive this question.
Sure.
The issue that I have with this comparison. No, wait, I'll answer that in a second. The question that I have is, given the fact that demographically, it seems like the left is fighting for groups which are demographically disadvantaged, what changes would you want made? Because I don't like these Robin DiAngelo workplace seminars, but it seems like they're deviations from an otherwise fairly consistent set of policies and cultural prescriptions which maintain white hegemony. Like, I agree these things aren't good, but the reason why they're exceptional is because in pretty much every other measurable demographic in society, white people tend to be on top, whether it's representation in higher government, CEOs, whether we're talking about educational attainment or wealth disparity. So even though these things are a problem, we're not talking about a problem that is manifesting itself is to such an extent that it's leading white people to be oppressed. So given that people on the left seem to be fighting for the oppressed, what changes do you want made? How do we address that oppression without, in your mind, enabling some sort of backlash?
Okay, that was like the longest question in the world.
But
no
right
problem.
after that, John Burke hasn't got to talking forever, so I do want to give.
Right. Oh, God. Well, shelf it then, I guess.
No, go ahead. I'm interested in hearing Rob's.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here would be my answer. Just because you're
Hiding out near a
saying that you're
gas
speaking up
giant
for a
in a
problem doesn't
system
mean
with
that
a
you're
giant
necessarily
primary
solving it.
star.
In fact, it seems that a lot of the so-called liberal and leftists that seek to speak up for minority communities are doing so from a position of privilege anyways. And so just because they pay lip service to the cause doesn't mean that they're getting results. For example, we could see the most left-wing controlled political areas in this country claim to be speaking up for African Americans and other populations, but actually they're worse off in those areas than they are in most other areas. We could also see that the left has resulted in, just real quick, like you got to, we can see that this sort of mentality has led to a like all you have to do is look at, like, the left talks about helping the poor. So let's go to LA and look how the poor are doing. Not good. The left says that they're going to help black people. Let's go to the areas they control and see how things are going. Not good. So you're conflating the idea. And we've already, like, so you're conflating the idea.
God.
If we see groups that are disproportional, you say, and we acknowledge those groups or we claim that they are oppressed groups, then it's the left seeking to help them.
No,
but
wait,
I would
hold on.
argue a
This
lot
is
of the
a really,
policies of
really
the
dumb
left.
analogy.
No, it's let me finish.
Hold
I
on.
would argue that a lot
like
of the policies
Democrat
of the left.
governors, therefore the left is causing black poverty is a completely ridiculous point. Black people tend to live in areas that like inner city areas for a wide variety of demographic reasons, and they tend to vote Democrat because Republicans have been more overtly racist in the past 40 years. The fact that we're not talking about which leaders are doing what. We're talking about solutions. I want reparations. I support Black Lives Matter. I want criminal justice reform. I want police reform. The ideas that I and the rest of the left are proposing, infrastructural reform, jobs programs, these are ideas I have that assist the impoverished, that assist the oppressed.
So for example,
I don't want to run off
areas,
with this, like,
right. So we can see the areas that have came closest to embracing the ideologies of the left you want are actually worse for the very populations that they're claiming to solve. In addition to other people, and so for example,
that have hurt those people.
Well, so for example, Black Lives Matter, you say you endorse. Homicides are up almost 200% in inner city America, in many inner city African American communities because Black Lives Matter pushed a Black Lives Matter pushed a narrative that led to defunding police or demoralizing police, which has directly led almost every time
Wait, do you have any evidence that the increase in violence is because BLM made police not want to do their jobs? The reason why violence has gone up is because of the pandemic.
Okay, so for example, no, violence hasn't gone up because of the pandemic. There's no evidence for that whatsoever.
No,
for example,
they're absolutely.
So, for example, we can see in Portland, we can see that the mayor of Portland originally defunded the police. Now he's calling for $32 million in increased police funding because they realized it was a huge mistake to defund the police. The same is true in areas like New York, because they cut the salary of the police that they were giving.
They did. They cut them by like about 16 million. No, hold on. Can I just interject something real quick? So to go off of what Vosh and Rob are talking about here, there are parts I agree and disagree with both of you. I think that in a sense that the BLM definitely had inflammatory rhetoric that pushed into the regards of which helped with the overall idea of defunding the police, which was a horrible idea. We needed police reformation. We need better training. So I think that's is that what you're saying, Rob? In regards to that's how it led to it, like not saying BLM is the cause, like the direct, like they were the ones that went in there and caused this violence. It was the propaganda pushed by the BLM in regards to defunding the police, which led to the increase in violence. And actual Seattle and Portland, places like that, it was actually shown. There's articles all over about that. They're actually saying, hey, we cut funding in the wrong areas. We need it back. Now we have police that are not being paid. Police are quitting. We can't hire enough people. We can't get qualified people to apply. Therefore, we're having a spike in violence. So I think, yes, I do agree that violence did increase as a result of the pandemic because people were stuck at home. You have like the case of the Les Miserables, Jean Valjean stealing a loaf of bread to feed his family. I can't blame these people when they're told, by the way, by the government that you can't work. What are you supposed to do to make ends meet? Well, you turn to criminal activity. And I can't say that I blame these people. I can't. I would do the same thing to feed my family. But at the same token, yes, I think that a lot of what the BLM supported, or a lot of the inflammatory stuff that got pushed out, and I wanted to lead into this point, is that I think that we're looking at the zealots in each movement and painting the entire movement because of the extremists. And I think that's magnified due to social media. I think a lot of these things that you've discussed, like everybody's discussed, were needed in our society. We did need to progress. We did need a lot of issues. Say, for example, like BLM brought some very good issues to light in regards to economic disadvantage.
Damon Mama's back,
by
talking
the
to her
black
chat now.
community, mainly inheritance wealth, which had
thankfully
they
she feels
not
way
pushed
better
that,
now.
I never would actually said, you know what, I want to look this up. This is actually a very interesting thing. And a lot of Republicans will go, no, I don't want to hear that. It's like, no, hear me out. And the reason I think a lot of Republicans' ears are closed, or we are consistently being screamed at and told that, well, you're this, you're that, based upon the zealots of a movement that are
She's
like the
raging about
representation
Dylan's
of the
chat being
whole,
mean?
according
Oh,
to some,
nice.
which I disagree with adamantly. So a good faith conversation, I agree, is needed. But when you're screaming at me, when instantly you're calling me a populist or snowflake or thing, then the conversation shuts down. We're not going to have a discussion. If we're going to sit here and virtue signal, pound our drums about how angry and upset we are because we disagree with somebody, we'll make no headway. We'll have no discussions. We will just shut down. But to go back to the overall point, go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just don't.
No,
feel
I need to finish that because Rob, I feel like you completely avoided that point. So yeah, crime has been down in the past year. Murders are up, but it's because of lockdown. People are unemployed, staying in their houses, getting mad and
Was
killing
that
their
Fleet
spouses.
pursuing me?
The idea you just spewed
Is
off
my
a
transponder
narrative
off?
that is not only not supported by the evidence. Like I think you just made it
it's
up
on.
on the spot. That the crime escalated because BLM demotivated police officers, and you avoided the central question, which is why is it that all the ideas that I as a left-leaning person have seem to serve the interests of
There's no
helping
way that
oppressed
Fleet
people?
wins,
And
right?
then when I bring that to you and I ask you, what would you do? What would your
Join that
solution to these
fight? No
problems
way,
be?
they just got
Instead of
destroyed.
answering that, you say, well, look at these Democrat cities. How are they doing? Well, I don't like Democrats. And I don't, by the way, think that cities are doing generally in America particularly well. Find me a major
They're not going to fight the space station, are they?
with crimes,
No way.
Poverty, racial inequity. What I want are ideas that will work. National solutions or local.
If I engage them near the space station should help me though, right?
Talk about it with crime, with race, with income. We can talk about the gay or trans people. We can undo the trans military ban. We can make it so that it's no longer possible to fire people for being LGBT in the states that don't have laws protecting as such. There are things that we can do, and I support these solutions, but either you ignore those problems or you find a way to address them that doesn't contribute to this cancel culture you're concerned with. So how do you do that?
Right. So what I was saying was that just because you're saying we're advocating for this group, one, many people do that from a position of privilege, that they're just virtue signaling that they advocate for that group. So it doesn't. And second, just advocating for a group isn't necessarily that you'll bring solutions to them. I would solve these problems in a totally different way. I think the more we focus on race, the worse race issues become. This has been shown to be the case when we look at all metrics of race relations in this country. By the advent of Black Lives Matter in 2013, and
people
things
said
like
that about the civil rights.
Wait, are they fighting the station or
decreased going on since then? We see it. We could see anecdotal evidence, and we could see the actual real evidence when people are asked of different skin colors of what they feel about other people. Now, when you talk about real world solutions, look, I'm pointing out that the real world solutions that oftentimes are employed by groups like Black Lives Matter, that they say they're for Black people.
Is this working?
No, that's not what I'm suggesting. Is I said that. So I just want to hit this point real quick.
Ramblin' Rob.
No, I'm making the point. It's a twofold point. One, your solutions aren't working, and second, here's what my solutions would be.
Wait, which of the solutions that I just stated to you doesn't work? The ones that I said.
For example, Black Lives Matter and the idea of defunding police. Let's see what the Council of Minneapolis, the defunded the police said. The City Council of Minneapolis, Minnesota, voted earlier this year to defund the police department, and in July, Council took its effort to reimagine public safety, additional towards dismantling the police department. Further, one of these additional actions was to remove $1 million for MPD. Unsurprisingly, the Minneapolis Police Department crime data reflects a rise in assaults, robberies, and homicides, as well as property crimes and arson. It also reflects more people have been murdered for the first 9 months of 2020 than all 2019. Now Minneapolis city government shocked to discover after it vilified, maligned, and defunded its police, meaning police are not outperforming their routine duties, crime has risen. Council President Lisa Bender said in June that her constituents' fear of dismantling police department comes from a place of privilege. Got that? Now
Rob,
they're seeking
I never
to
mentioned defunding the police.
The point is, so real quick, I'll finish this section real quick. The point is, oftentimes people that claim to be on the left and push more radical left-wing policies actually cause harm. Now, the second thing, when we could look at actual not focusing on race and just rising tide lifting all ships and conservatism and things like that, we could see under Donald Trump, employment and economic numbers in the African-American community and other minority communities were doing quite well before COVID. So the idea that it's only the left that is offering solutions is just nonsense.
Are they fighting the station and I just can't see it? Or did this
real quick here? I'm not saying that there isn't a place for the left.
This
I'm saying the question asked here is, do we need to shift more to the left? Right now, the status quo is radically to the left, and there is no evidence that's been provided that shifting further to the left would be beneficial. All of the things that you said, I don't really like this, when you were saying about Robin DiAngelo and all of these things, do you think those things are more likely or less likely to occur if we shift even further to the left?
Okay. That's the thing. I think they're relatively trivial, but shifting your way would lead to the perpetuation of actual harm. Not like being inconvenienced by shitty workplace mandatory training courses, but actual harm. Your solution to race relations is to ignore it. Where would you have been in the 1960s? Crime rose back then too.
It was
absolutely.
How do I know when they're fighting the space station?
Wait, hold on.
Really quick.
Wait, stop.
It says they're engaged in battle.
No, you say it's different now because you're around now. Back then, you would have said. No, hold on. Back then, you would have said it then. Because the logic is the same. We don't need to talk about these problems. All we're doing by talking about them is exacerbating the issue. Crime is going up. There is more racial tension between white and black people. The civil rights movement is only leading to more hatred. We just need to chill out and not address it. That was word for word the line used by people back then. And everybody now thinks they wouldn't have been back in support of second-class citizenship for black people back then. But the fact of the matter was that a lot of white people were in favor of second-class citizenship.
I don't see the station. Though. Where is the station?
Your arguments verbatim, and you didn't address any of the actual points I made. I didn't mention.
I can make the exact argument. For example,
can I ask one question of Rob now? I've been trying to get here forever.
Station is in the middle. Oh, okay. I just can't see it.
I'll let Rob respond, and then Demon can ask their question.
Right. This is a misnomer because when saying that because the objective reality now is different than it was in the civil rights movement, because I say that we shouldn't have the exact same prescription. And in fact, the less we focus on race, the better it would be. I'm not saying never talk about issues when they deserve to be talked about, but clearly we've gone too far and we make everything about race now, which is causing a substantial amount of the problems we see. If Vosh says, well, if I say that now, I would have said that then, well, we see members of the left, including examples that I just gave, that are advocating for segregated spaces and safe spaces for minorities. So that means Vosh,
Because they're running away.
that, would have endorsed segregation back in the days of Jim Crow and in the Democrat-controlled KKK. Of course he wouldn't have, but I could easily say that. I could easily say that, right? If you support segregation today, you would have back then, correct?
That if you're in favor of safe spaces, you would have been in favor of an apartheid state. I feel like that's a little bit of a reach. Your argument was analogous. It was a one-to-one argument. It was the same. The argument for safe spaces is sometimes there's a supply cabinet in the back of the room, in the fourth academic building on the left, or maybe people can just like chill out and not argue. That's a safe space. The idea that safe spaces contribute to the same social harm as like segregation did is ridiculous.
It's not just safe spaces, it's actual segregation. For example, we see universities that are having segregated classes. We see universities that are having segregated graduations. We see federal agencies that are doing segregation. We see, right, all of this stuff's occurring. So if you're for that now, you would have been for segregation and white spaces and black spaces in the past.
I'm not for that.
Okay, but many on the left are. So why would we shift further?
Democrats are at the left.
Usually this is the same problem as the megacorps that do the woke virtue signaling thing. Academics and university professors feel like they need to kowtow to a very vocal minority, and as such, they engage in these practices. As far as I can tell, in academia, what you're talking about right now, these segregated graduations classes, are extraordinarily rare, and they're usually like one-off or two-off things that are thrown out there because one action committee was especially annoying that previous semester to the dean. I don't think this is anywhere near comparable to a broader argument in favor of segregation. And to those people, by the way, those people fucking hate me. The type of leftists who engage in that behavior despise me with every fiber of their being, more so than they ever would you, trust me. So I'm not in favor of that. I'm just saying, like, I don't think that ignoring the massive race relation disparity in this country is going to fix the problem. I think we need to tackle it head on, you know?
Okay, I'm going to throw it over to D Mama to ask the question, then we're probably going to move
I've
on
talked
to the
so
last
much.
topic.
I am done now forever, I promise, for this.
I just had one quick question for Rob. Do you think BLM is a terrorist movement?
I think that some of the people that have operated in control of BLM and acted under the guise of BLM have acted in terrorist ways, but certainly there could be people in BLM that aren't terrorists.
Because that's really different than what you've said basically every time you've been on here, and I can't help but wonder if that's because you've got more eyes on you this time. In fact, it was literally just, what, a couple of days ago, I think it was, that you claimed that BLM was a terrorist organization. It's interesting. I guess you're losing that.
If you were at a BLM rally and they're advocating for destruction of property, that is terrorism by the definition of it.
Yeah, but
if you look up the definition of terrorism, it is using violence or
differently in the
intimidation to achieve political goals. That is exactly what some people in BLM do. Yes.
In fact,
I said we talked, for example, on the debate.
I gotta hold on real quick. I gotta interject something here.
Okay.
I know we're gonna get the filibuster again, but
Stop. Namaste. Okay.
Get out of my way, you dumb fuck shit.
And I know, John, I'll throw it over to you because, John, you haven't got a lot to talk to this topic afterwards. D Mama asked Rob if he believes that BLM is a terrorist organization. And Rob, you then responded, well, certain people at these events have acted in a terroristic fashion by destruction of property, which by the Google-like definition of it is terrorism, right?
Correct.
Okay. So did you answer the question?
Well, I was just going to say, when we had this discussion just Wednesday, I'm not shocked you forgot, 6% of the events of Black Lives Matter resulted in this sort of violence. If that was any other organization, we would say that they're a terrorist organization or have a serious problem with terrorism within their organization.
What you're saying is you think...
Wait, can I ask you a question then? Yeah. Me personally, actually. I'm not supposed to do it, but can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So then if I was to like point to the Proud Boys then and say a certain amount of interactions they've had on the ground seems to a high level of it seem to be violent, then they're a terrorist organization. Or we could look at the Capitol riots and say, well, that Trump spoke there. There was a lot of Trump figures. That seemed like a Trump rally. Would the Trump organization then be a terrorist organization? Are we kind of playing loose here with definitions?
So the Proud Boys would be different because I think that I don't know the figures, but I would say a reasonable percentage of interactions that they've had at rallies probably resulted in violence. So you would have a better argument. We were told not just by people like Demon Mama, but people that in positions of power in this country, including people in the Biden administration, media, etc., that there was a terrorist organization and white supremacist insurrection that occurred January 6th. If you look at the amount of Trump rallies that resulted in riots, you could point to one. If you look at the amount of Black Lives Matter rallies that resulted in violence, you could point to hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds in connection with Antifa. No, it is definitely analogous. What it is I'm willing to call out all political violence. But when you see an organization over and over and over, 223 by the Princeton study, locations of violence that occurred during Black Lives Matter, that's more than 4 per state.
When you say organization, do you mean the ILC endorsed violence or people, members of the ILC, like, or do you mean like the movement umbrella term broadly? Because you said the organization.
The movement umbrella.
I don't know what you mean. Okay, so we get movement instead of like organization, right?
What about the civil rights protesters? Would they have been terrorists? Well,
no,
Martin Luther King...
and again, this is the argument that's constantly used by people that want to excuse violence on the left. They constantly compare it to the civil rights or the Boston Tea Party. No, political violence isn't justified. Political violence is not justified. In the every one time that it's been justified in history, there's been 10,000 times that it wasn't justified. And this is again, but I'll just say this real quick. The fact that Vosh, so what Vosh is saying, if you were for violence in the past, then you're for violence now, correct, Vosh?
I'm just asking if your argument would lead to them being called terrorists, because the civil rights movement did lead to a lot of riots, and there were groups within the civil rights protests that actively organized stuff that you just impugned Black Lives Matter for, flipping cars, breaking windows and the like. Would you have called them a terrorist group?
If I was there at the time, I don't know what I would have called them. What I would call them now is no, because that was one of the few times in history where something like that was justified. But even some of them would have been political
no longer terrorism if it becomes justified like post hoc?
Right. So if you're a slave and you use violence or intimidation to not become a slave, then no, that's not terrorism. If you do so because, and again, this is the justification that you constantly see from the left that's advocating for political violence today. Remember this, at the end of this, the only people that have condemned political violence from all sides are people like me, people like Demon Mama, and I'm asking you, Vosh, do you think some of the political violence we saw from Black Lives Matter was justified?
I don't have a problem with political violence. You support the police, don't you?
There you go. There you go.
Well, do you
so
support
there you
the
have
police?
it. The police, giving the monopoly of use of force to the police is one of the best decisions that we've ever made as a society. The government should have the monopoly on use of force when it comes to enforcing the law. The fact that you tried to liken the police to political terrorism.
So, okay. So here's something I can throw forward. Do we skip the last topic or do we continue on this one?
I just have one more thing to say.
Do we skip the last topic and keep to this one, or do you want to do the last topic?
Let's skip the last.
No, I'd love to do the last topic.
Then I'll say...
You've been talking about it the whole time.
Okay. I'll just say one thing then. The problem with that is that pretty much every civil rights protest in American and I guess world history
I shouldn't have boosted
some
into this.
degree of what you would consider terrorism. Whether we're talking about the abolitionist movements, whether we're talking about gay rights, black rights, trans rights, whether you go back, I mean, were the Stonewall riots, was that terrorism? I don't know.
Sorry.
But if you can post hoc remove the terrorist label because you ended up agreeing with their aims, then what you're saying is you don't have a problem with political violence fundamentally. You just have a problem with how it's used sometimes. The police are a form of political violence. We made the decision to give them a monopoly.
I don't think the police count as a political
violence.
violence. I disagree with this take from Vosh on this.
And their ammunition.
I agree with everything else he's saying.
To an expectation that political violence should be relegated to a small portion of our population. But there are times when we've gone past that. I mean, you said it yourself, the abolitionist movement and all of the slave uprisings.
State violence or like monopoly violence in the state, but political violence
isn't bad on its own if it leads to good outcomes, as it has in some cases. Abolitionist movement, the Union crushing the South during the Civil War, then I'd say it's good and dandy, you know? And that at times it's not good and dandy. ISIS uses political violence.
Two of these.
I am not a big ISIS fan. I don't know if that's
oh my god, it missed.
But I'm not a stan, as it were. I just think it's about the outcomes. It's not a principled opposition.
Right, and so think of what's been said
no. Okay, I'm sorry. But John, you were waiting for the longest of times. You've been an extremely polite guest, so I'm gonna give you the ending thing, and then we're gonna probably move on. Because you were.
I'm sorry. I'm honestly enjoying the conversation. I really am. I'm learning.
I'll pick John's section if he wants.
I like. No, I actually agree with Vosh on the idea that the police. Oh man, again, this is coming from a guy that was once a diehard, back to blue blindly, and there was the understanding of that when you essentially give all authority to a single group of people, they will abuse it. Authority. Oh God, how do you say? Supreme authority always corrupts. You know, absolute
power corrupts absolutely.
I agree. I think that was an issue that the BLM definitely brought to light. That even convinced a cis white male such as myself that was like, wait, they actually have a point here. I was like, maybe we should actually take a second, take a step back, and like, wait, there are some things they're getting right, and there's some things they're getting wrong. But the conversation does need to be had in regards to there's a lot of brutality behind the badge. There's a lot of authoritarian viewpoints being held by police behind a badge, and I agree with you there. To go back, though, I feel like both of you are missing a kind of a point here to say, well, do you view the BLM as a terrorist organization? Do you view the Proud Boys as a terrorist organization? Okay. Here's the issue. Unless you have a standing army and a way to enforce the views of said army through justice or uniform code, whatever you want to call it, whatever regulation of laws, you're going to have those that act in bad faith under your banner, and you can't control that. So what I mean by this is if we all form our own little group here and we say we're for freedom fighters, and then Vosh decides to take the freedom fighter banner and go say, you know what, I'm going to go out there and rape and pillage, and now he's a representation, I'm not meaning that literally, but you know the example, but now he's a representation of my organization. I'm sorry, he kicked a puppy, okay? We'll take it that far. And then suddenly the freedom fighters are now responsible for having kicked a puppy. I can't say that that's justified. I say that he did that in bad faith. It wasn't. So I think the overall point is, what is the actual group's message? What's their mission statement say? And judge it based upon that. Now, when you do have leaders of an organization that just came out today that purchased a 1.4 million home in California as a co-person of the BLM, there's something there. The Proud Boys, I think the Proud Boys are a direct representation of what happens when you get little government involvement, when the police are actually not doing their jobs. It's cause and effect. When you have
How does they get to retreat? We're all shooting at them.
Violence in the street. Well, then, with cause and effect, birth the Proud Boys, and they're there to counter Antifa. When both of these things could have been basically avoided if the police actually would have done their damn jobs. And when somebody started throwing a brick, you drop that motherfucker. Pardon my language again. So I think you're both arguing good points here, but I think the overall point is that you're trying to generalize an entire group. The BLM is comprised of like how many millions of people? So if one person goes out there and throws a brick through a window, I actually marched. I shouldn't say marched. I went to a BLM rally and walked with them because I wanted to see. I actually took my phone. I wanted to go see, and nice people. Like, it was cool. Now you did have some people that were being like downtown Dallas where I live. There were people that got violent. I saw BLM members saying, no, we don't support that. And other BLM members saying, yeah, we do. So who's right and who's wrong here? But what is the official message of BLM? I think that's what you have to judge by. But I think that you two you're having some really good conversations here. But I think the overall point is that you can't take accountability for the zealots and the extremists. It'd be like, me, somebody that's like considered right-leaning, taking accountability for the extreme alt-right. It's like, well, I don't agree with that. Does that make sense? Maybe I'm not getting that point.
But there's two fundamental...
So what you're saying is you're a Nazi sympathizer.
Okay.
What? No, don't you pause on me.
That's the official Vosh position. He just stated it. It's very clear. So we're gonna have to wrap this up because we don't have a ton of time for the last topic. And we want to get to it. So I will be asking the judges for their votes for this round as well as we move over to the next topic. The next topic has to do with the bill.
Can we get final thoughts on this topic?
Sure. Okay. Yeah, we can do it. We'll run a little over the show. Okay,
I'll
Rob,
do 1
you
minute.
can start. Okay.
Yeah. So the important thing to do is look in the totality of what Vosh is saying here. He's saying that we need to shift even further to the left. He's conceding that we're already far to the left. That's why corporations suck up. And then he's saying that he justifies political violence. So he's just given the rationale for increased political violence for the right and the left. Both sides will say that my cause is just, therefore I could use political violence, and we're going to see.
Where's my shield?
John talks
no.
About totally trust the police. Agreed. I don't disagree with that. He talks about don't judge a group by a few bad apples. It's not a few bad apples. It's billions of dollars of damage that these groups have caused. And we have to look at the comparison of how the people in positions of power, which again is pendulum swung to the left, how did they treat the people January 6th and Trump supporters in general, and not just the people that engaged in violence, but the hundreds of thousands of people that were there. They're treated like they're terrible insurrectionists, white supremacists, terrorists, etc. But then the same people doing that in positions of power, then when I say, oh, we should look at when we have a group that committed far more violence far more often, we should look at them with suspect eyes too. They say no. The important thing to remember is this. We're already on the left. Vosh wants to go further to the left. It'll cause increased racism, and it'll make things worse, and it'll cause the excuse for political violence for both sides to continue to escalate. Terrible idea.
Jumper.
A lot of that wasn't me. My final statement now. All the the
don't
piping
worry.
hot, fresh tea is still served.
1 second. John Burke?
Sir.
Do you want to do an any
Just went
statement?
full
or
Irwin
your
voice.
last statement fine?
I guess not.
Yeah. No, I'm good. I
Bosch?
see.
Same?
Okay. Yeah, like to me, the argument that like saying you want to move to the left and saying some forms of political violence are acceptable means that now all violence and all racism can get worse would be like saying that it would be like saying that because you've made it illegal to murder, now soon like the state will be shooting or locking up everyone. I think it's a completely ridiculous extension, like an illogical extension of the positions that I hold. I'm not asking for violence on the streets, I'm asking for less. Riots like what took place during Black Lives Matter are unfortunate, but they're also what happens when you have systemic racial inequality. That's here in America, that's any other country on earth. You want to fix it, you address the underlying problem. It's going to go that way with any social problem you can find. As long as there's racism, as long as there's sexism, homophobia, transphobia, classism in this country, there will be conflict. And the question is, how do you address it? Do you ignore it? Well, that's been the common hegemonic talking point for hundreds of years. That's always been the default talking point. Just don't talk about it. Don't acknowledge it. But that doesn't work. Eventually, these things come to boil because the thing that you want to ignore, the thing you want to shelter away, is a part of the lived experiences of tens of millions of people every day for their entire lives. That's always going to be there. So how do we deal with this? I say we don't focus on whether we're moving to the right or the left. I say we focus on which ideas are good. What will solve these problems? I think left-leaning ideas will solve these problems, but I advocate for them because of the ideas, not because they're left ideas. And anyone who watches my channel knows there are plenty of left ideas that I disagree with strongly. So let's just focus on the issues. I'm done.
Dimo.
Yeah, I'm just going to start off by restating what I said at the beginning. The American right, especially the American far right, is a millstone around the neck of all people on the planet. It is pushing for, I mean, God, even in this conversation by people who are probably not necessarily considered far right, we have equivocations being made on conversion therapy, which is just absurd to me.
Man, she's
and in
real
addition,
mad.
I just want to note, just so that we can get the honesty out of the air here, Rob Knorr, Ramblin' Rob over here, just spinning off all kinds of things that he wants to go off on. Just 2 days ago, explicitly stated that BLM was a terrorist organization. So when he doesn't have as many eyes on him, he sure is more willing. And also, interestingly, I also happen to have some video from my Wednesday stream of this still being a tweet you got up on your Twitter, that BLM is a terrorist organization. So I don't know. I just can't help but feel you're being a little bit dishonest here and trying to run down the clock by constantly filibustering the rest of us with whatever bullshit you could be pulling out of your ass. I don't even know if half those things are real. Does the audience? Does anyone here know? Nah. Look, this is all just a distraction to pull away from the fact that it is true. You would have been against the civil rights movement if you were alive at the time. And so would most of the American right. In fact, most of the American right is against it right now. The BLM protests are the modern civil rights movement. They have been an uprising against genuinely horrible conditions for Black people in America. And there are many other movements that are going on alongside this that you just blanket dismiss, and you want to talk about cancel culture this and cancel culture this. It's not a serious approach. You just want to feel good with the status quo, the way it is, nice and comfortable for you and not for everyone else. You want to sit here and make jokes and laugh about conversion therapy, which is torture, by the way. Conversion therapy! And something that doesn't affect you at all. So yeah, that's what I have to say on this issue.
Okay, last topic. There was a bill.
Guys, move in, please. Kill this dumbass ship.
Arkansas. Fuck, I did it again. Okay, Arkansas.
No, some people actually say it that way. You're right. Some people
True?
pronounce it that
True?
way, yeah.
I just got a big true? Okay, base. Okay.
Nice. Now,
Kansas,
this one, please.
Kansas can use whatever pronouns it wants. It has a bill that just passed through. There was a veto. The governor vetoed the bill, but it was a bill that has to do with the medical services that trans individuals can receive in the state. And so the topic is very
max,
simple.
Shield down.
Ship
malfunction.
Right to veto the bill.
Thank you.
Or should it have gone through? Simple as. Or any other topics on how this can impact trans issues across the United States going forward, and possibly around the world. I'm going to start on the left-hand side with Demon Mama before going around. 1 minute.
The case out of Arkansas is unbelievably disheartening. I'm not gonna lie, it really hurts to see this type of stuff go through. I was happy to see the governor vetoed it, but it didn't really matter. It's going back through anyway. And this is a law that will
Light strike cruiser has a burn of 11.
bar
Holy
trans
shit!
people from getting the health care they deserve, and also penalize doctors. Notice they're targeting the doctors who might want to follow their Hippocratic oath and give the treatment that trans people deserve in the state of
This
Arkansas.
wreckage sucks.
And it's sad because I think that we're going to see a lot more of these across the state. Laws that are hidden under the guise of, oh, won't somebody think of the children? And they'll be used to oppress and harm physically trans people all across the country. And we're seeing this rhetoric ramp up more and more. And it is sad because what's happening is that our country is balkanizing over trans rights. We have regions of the country where the ability to get medical care is an almost impossibility, and that's going to, by everything that we can see, that's only going to keep happening until we have a patchwork where some people are trapped in a state where they can't get basic respect, they can't get basic health care, and then you have to flee to another part of the United States. This is ridiculous, and I don't know. I feel like some of the opinions that have been displayed on this panel show why this is happening. It's a huge problem, and I hope we can defeat it. Thank you.
Okay. Next is going to be Vosh.
Oh, I wasn't muted. Cool. Yeah, I agree. It's fairly disheartening. It feels like a pretty inevitable consequence of the past couple years of Republican disinfo. Regardless of your position on transgender people, politicians probably shouldn't be making state legislation denying certain types of healthcare. That's very strange to me. Regardless of your position on this, the idea that a bunch of 85-year-old legislators are making decisions on what types of medical care can be done, that's very weird to me. See, at least with abortion, which is also something that gets broadly legislated on, we're talking mostly about a moral question. But when it comes to transgender youth, we're talking about, is this medical care good for the people who take it? Right now, the medical consensus seems to be yes. The types of transgender identity affirming care we provide to youth are effective. They reduce suicide rates. They make people happier. They allow for further integration into society. It's just a slam dunk. And now a bunch of legislators, for political reasons, have decided that no, not only can you not get this care, but if a doctor attempts to provide it, they go to jail. It's abhorrent, it's anti-scientific, and it's completely unjustifiable. I can't fathom a good explanation for this, apart from one which defies the medical consensus on the issue. You'd have to argue that no, all these doctors and all these associations are wrong. That's the only counter-argument. But that's a tough argument to take.
Okay. I'm going to throw it over to John Burke.
I literally just saved you guys.
Based upon the article you shared,
from pirates.
Everything y'all had already stated, yeah, I 100% agree with. I don't think any politician should be able to sit there and say medical, everything. But the article that you'd shared, Dylan, unless I'm misunderstanding, this is in regards to providing puberty blockers and things for transgender minors, which I thought, am I misreading this, misunderstanding this, or is this the way y'all want to go with this conversation?
I'm
not saying that,
or 18 and younger, for this law.
I think that's definitely something that needs to be brought up, because I feel like we're kind of missing the overall point in regards to people that are under the age of 18. We're talking about providing puberty blockers to children. No, I don't support that. Now, if we're talking about in a case of somebody that is transgender needs to receive medical treatment, like go to the doctor for I have a cold, I'm dying, whatever, then yeah, it's discriminatory 100%. But in regards to providing somebody with something that's going to change their body, if I can't get a tattoo until I'm 18, if I can't drink or smoke until I'm 21, which again, I disagree with that, we're going to sit here and provide the means for a child whose brain is not fully functional nor developed to change their sex? No, I don't support this. When they're 18, yes, 100%. That's their right to do so. But as a child, no, I can't support that. I would never support that.
Okay, next is Rob Noor.
Okay, so let me first say this. In order to agree with this law, I'd have to say that the passing of it, I would have to say that the overwhelming preponderance of evidence is this healthcare would not be acceptable for anyone, right? And I have to admit, as this was a topic that just came, I'm not the most well-researched in puberty blockers for children and things like that, right? So it is difficult because I do have libertarian concerns of having the government intervene and say that you may not choose this healthcare or another. However, having said that, I think that I can make a case that it's probably more likely that we don't have evidence that these kids are capable of making these decisions, and that there aren't adverse side effects and things that could happen that are negative to them. So first off, that you would have, because these people are children, I find it very ironic that we're saying that children as young as, well, I guess we'll get into it.
Is there no way to
9,
fly
10,
to
11,
something
12
from this
are
menu?
capable of making these decisions, when in any other area of life, we know that 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds are not capable to make these decisions. Furthermore, that we could see evidence that 80 to 95% of young kids that think they experience some sort of gender dysphoria, if not treated, actually grow out of it. So the overwhelming amount of people, if not treated, will grow out of this. We also see that there are lasting effects that could happen from puberty blockers. Even though people say it's completely reversible, that's not true. First, as we'll talk about, like, there's psychological impacts that may not be reversible. At 9 years old, as you're just entering puberty, maybe you have a different view of your gender than once you're 12 years old and you went through puberty. So you're stopping that natural course of progression. In addition, there's also side effects that occur from these drugs. And there's been many people that have transitioned later in life or took these drugs later in life that said that they thought it was a mistake. So I do err on not allowing children to make these life-altering decisions with their body, but I do understand, and I'm willing to listen to the science and have that discussion. I do have reservations about the government being able to tell people what sort of treatments they can and not exist. I just don't believe a 9-year-old is qualified to make that decision, and the parents shouldn't make it for them.
Okay.
Mind if I?
Yep, you can grab it.
So, John, I wanna puberty blocker pill you in a moment. There are a couple of concerns I want to address, though. First of all, the idea that 90% of people who experience gender dysphoria end up recovering later on their own is not true. That's an often miscited statistic. It was like 90% of people who have ever, under any circumstances, ever demonstrated gender nonconforming behavior don't go on to transition within the purview of one set of data. It was like utter nonsense. In reality, among people who take puberty blockers, I believe about 1% of them end up not deciding to go ahead and properly transition with hormones, which is an unbelievably high rate of success. And thankfully, puberty blockers are highly reversible, meaning that for that 1%, we're talking about maybe a slight variance in bone density, later puberty start, relatively minor physiological issues that were assented to, not just from this kid, but from the doctors around them. See, we talk about this like these 9-year-olds are just going on in there and making these decisions on their own. Not at all. Usually what happens with the prescription of puberty blockers to a child is a child demonstrates extensive early symptoms of gender dysphoria, which can emerge in a billion different ways. I won't even get into it. So if the parent picks up on this, the parent takes the kid over to a pediatric psychiatrist. The psychiatrist evaluates, and that psychiatrist might then refer that child to a gender clinic or to some psychiatrist that has a specialty in that particular subject. And then that psychiatrist works with this kid for years. I mean, this is not like a snap decision. We're talking about extensive, long-term psychiatric intervention to make sure that this kid actually is demonstrating gender dysphoria, not just, flipping about a little bit, not just likes wearing dresses, who doesn't, hey. And only after all of that do they start putting on a highly reversible, safe, and well-tested medication, puberty blockers, that have been used on cisgender children with thyroid disorders since the early 1980s. Tested provably, even if you don't transition afterwards, this is medication safe enough that kids have been taking it for decades. And hey, if they don't decide to transition, they get off it. Very, very minor, very, very unlikely side effects. Definitely worth the risk, which is the consensus of the medical industry at the moment. So I think this is safe. And we know, by the way, that we're comfortable prescribing mind-altering substances to children because I know that because kids can get Ritalin. Kids can get antidepressants. As long as a psychiatrist is here through the process, making sure that everything's above board, I don't see any problem whatsoever with allowing gender dysphoric children to have the opportunity to experience puberty in the gender they want to be.
Yep. There is no evidence that there's any long-term harm from puberty blockers. We wouldn't deny a kid the right to have an antibiotic. Why would we deny them the
Oh
right
God,
to
that's
have
such
the
a
puberty
bad
blockers
comparison.
that they need. This has been well studied. I mean, beyond
It's not
beyond
well
compare.
studied.
And the fear mongering on
No.
this and the
It's hold on. I'm all for trans issues. Don't act like any of the trans stuff has been well studied. All of this therapy is incredibly new, and the longitudinal effects of a lot of these things have not been studied that well yet. That is absolutely not true, regardless of if we advocate for them or not. Don't lie about it.
adults to get HRT in most places of the United States, let alone kids getting puberty blockers, which aren't HRT. They're not the same thing. They're very different. There is an entire process. There's never less than 2 doctors that are going to be weighing in on this. The fear mongering on it is just outrageous, and the result is that is a demonization of basically whoever can be blamed at the moment, whether you want to blame the trans agenda, some vague thing like that, or you want to blame parents, which is just, parents transing their kids is just a non-existent thing. There is no evidence of this ever happening. Or whether you want to say it's doctors secretly lying about the medication that kids need. I mean, no matter which angle you approach it from, it just doesn't make any sense. It's just fear mongering. That's all that it is. And it's really funny because there's just about no process that's more reversible than puberty blockers. You just stop taking them if you don't want them anymore, and you can immediately begin puberty with no real problem. In fact, it's happened, like you mentioned, many times. In addition, the trade-off is that you have an incredibly dysphoria-inducing puberty that changes your body in ways you don't want, that's traumatic, that leads you feeling ostracized and being targeted by your schoolmates, which is a very well-researched phenomena, and suffering greatly from an incredibly highly increased rate of depression and suicide for having untreated gender dysphoria. There really is no leg for this argument to stand on except for bigotry. And that's the thing that's so sad. Because, no, I recognize you're laughing at that, but in reality...
I'm laughing because you sit there and you ad hom left and right, and you create these fallacies from out of nowhere. Nobody on this panel has displayed any sense of bigotry. No one's tried to create any fear-mongering except you. You pander left and right to your own audience. Multiple times I've sat there and I watch you accuse Rob of saying you're doing this because more eyes are on you. You're the very same one who said, I'm going to do this for the sake of the audience, the viewership. You're very hypocritical in a lot of the arguments that you make. You go ad hom left and right, and you create these fallacies of
it was my turn to talk,
and fear-mongering. No, I'm done with you. I'm done. No, you interrupted nonstop. The name calling is nonstop. But the one thing I do want to
excuse me.
I'm about to name
calling you. This is the
hormone
definition
therapies,
of an ad hoc.
transition-related surgeries, and referring to these. You two keep utilizing puberty blockers. But what you're not talking about are the permanent things that are also in the bill that you were ignoring.
You don't know anything about that. I promise you,
How
I
do
know
you know
more on
that?
this issue
You're
than
making
you ever
assumptions
could.
based. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Are you a
I
parent?
promise
Do
you
you have
that I
children?
know-
Do you have children?
Okay, give us a second.
Do you have children?
Give us a second. Okay.
Because if we're gonna go anecdotal,
wait,
do you have
wait.
children?
Okay.
Answer the question. Do you have children?
Wait. Okay, 1 second.
Because I don't know if I'm not trans. Do you have children? Can you be justified making this call?
Is this on? Is this on? Sorry, 1 second. 1, 2, 3. Can everybody hear me? Nobody can hear me. Nobody can hear me. Okay. Do I have to restart stream? Okay. So people can't hear me.
Pick the wrong thing.
Okay.
God damn it.
I can hear you.
Does anybody? Okay. I just want to be clear. Does anybody have a history of hearing problems in here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does those hearing problems in any way impact the way to hear me when I speak?
We're good.
I'll assume no. Okay. So let me just make clear one of the earlier rules. When I'm talking, I'm not talking to jump in because I gotta save my best friend, John Burke. Me and John, we grew up in the same high school. We go back real far. We were buddies in the war. We support each other. But I'm not here to save John. I'm just coming in to moderate. Okay. So, Demon Mama, I want to give you a piece of time to respond to that.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's funny you bring up an ad hom. What you did is the textbook definition of an ad hom. You ignored everything that I was actually
ad
saying.
hom, fallacy. You've engaged in a fallacy. Ad hom fallacy.
Look up ad hom. That's deflection. What you just described is deflection. Get it right. At least get that right for me, please.
Demon Mama.
An ad hom is when you try to discount an argument by making attack against the character
ad
of
hom
another
fallacy,
person, which you did when you brought up the idea that somehow I'm playing it up for my audience. Now I have insulted Rob a few times on here, and I think it was. I personally think it was a little deserving given the experience last time. But you didn't even let me finish what I was saying before, which is that I wasn't talking about you or Rob's positions here. I was talking about things like the state of Arkansas, which has just against all science, against all recommendation, defied, by the way, a bunch of random state senators.
Oh, you can't shield while
don't
boosting.
really know the science. They're not scientists. They're not people who actually know about any of this. They're not trans people, that's for sure. Have voted to defy everything that we know to be good for trans people. And they justify it along all kinds of silly fear-mongering lines that aren't backed up in data. In fact, they're directly contradicted by the data. And you're sort of, childish blow up there was pretty emblematic.
Childish blow up?
Childish blow up. You sat there, you've interrupted consistently, you name call, you sit there and you do this to your you want to talk about childishness. If your people that you claim to represent, if you are a representation of your people that you continuously said, you're a very poor representation because there can be no conversation.
She's gonna be super mad.
You are very
You are
childish.
literally doing
I've
the
enjoyed
same thing
Bosch,
every other
whom I actually
conservative-
disagree with on a lot of things, but I enjoy the
wonder
fact
why
that
you would
Bosch will
enjoy Bosch
reason
and
with
not me.
people and actually have a conversation. You, it's like talking to a petulant child. You literally said, I feel he was deserving of said insult.
Yeah, I do feel
Rob
like,
is literally,
I do feel like Rob was, yeah, definitely.
but that's still insulting somebody.
No, I
Whether
know
you
that.
feel it, it's still insulting somebody.
Yeah, guess what? And
Rob,
guess what? He
Rob
insulted
wasn't
everyone,
insulting
including
you. No
me.
one
And guess
insulted
what?
you.
And guess what?
You've
He
been treated with nothing but
insulted the
respect on
entire
this
audience.
panel, and all you've done is thrown a temper tantrum like a baby. Yes, you have. My
No,
God.
I mean, watch the record.
And the only
Everybody
reason why I
else,
can
the
prove
audience will decide.
Okay. So I agree. Okay, I agree.
still haven't finished my point, by the way.
I like a good derail every once in a while. Okay, I like a good derail. I like a few clotheslines. They're fun, but I do want to make sure that we have enough time to actually talk about the topic because we are on a tight time schedule. So I saw that Rob wanted to ask
you tried to
Bosch
run?
a question.
No.
Yes. But
Right, or
Demon Mama,
either.
Yeah, or Demon Mama. But Demon Mama, you were making an original point earlier. So I do want to give you about 30 seconds to finish that before throwing it over to Rob.
Yeah. Again, my point is that this is based off of fear mongering. It's based off of disinformation. The
That was my
decisions
Jar Jar
made
accent.
by the Arkansas state governance were not based on science. They were not based on rational decisions. They were based on bigotry. There is no other way around it. The evidence disagrees with any other position except for to allow doctors to treat their patients, regardless of their age, just like we would for anything else. It's just bigotry and lack of understanding that backs this up.
Can I jump in with one quick thing?
Yeah, if it's quick, that's cool.
I just want to say that on an intuitive level, I understand hesitance about this topic. Actually, when I first became supportive of trans people, because nobody's born believing anything. When I got into it, the whole child puberty blocker thing felt really weird to me. I'm not dismissing that point of view because it was something I initially felt, but it does feel weird. Because these are these really big pivotal decisions that you're making about life and sexuality and identity, and the kids are young, and then the far right, sometimes they run off really crazy, it's some crazy grooming scandal thing, but that's always been dumb, and I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. But the more I thought about it and the more I looked into the available research, I became more confident in how solid the science was on the issue. And to me, it stopped being a matter of scientific ambiguity, and it really just became the moral question. To what extent do I think it's okay for a child to influence the quality of their future in a medical setting? And we know what our answer would be if this wasn't a trans issue. If it had to do with a surgery, if it had to do with depression or with a psychiatric condition, if it had to do with something like that. Even with non-medical stuff sometimes, like their identity or hell, even a decision what job they might prepare for in the future. It's not a same as transitioning, but it'll have consequences down the line. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that my concern really just was a sort of intuitive rejection of the idea. The more I thought about it, the more comfortable I got with it. Maybe everyone won't feel that way, but I just I want to say that I'm sympathetic to the base concern with how it all plays out,
Rob.
Yeah. So one, that directly answers Demon Mama that the only justification for having concerns is bigotry. That's not true. It's easy to prove, as even Bosch proves there.
Oh, sometimes.
Secondly,
to be fair.
but sometimes it's different
Not in
than
this case,
this is
but
the
not in
only
this case.
reason. Right. So let
That's
me
where I
ask you this,
take
Bosch.
issue when we're talking about this.
Right.
Case.
let me ask you this, Fudge. So, like, we're talking about kids as young as 9 years old. How does a doctor determine whether or not someone has gender dysphoria when they're 9 years old?
This is I mean, if you want, I can explain what I've read in it, but it's really complicated. I mean, I probably couldn't explain to you the total process for a doctor diagnosing any other.
Can I slightly change the question? Does the input of the child heavily weigh in? You just said it did, so I assume you would agree with that.
In the same way that a psychiatric evaluation for depression would, yeah. Like, you need their input. I mean, you can't just measure a chart in their brain, but it's not something... Child psychiatrists are aware enough of how flippant children are that they don't make mistakes in this regard, which is the reason why
They don't make mistakes?
people get on puberty blockers and then later decide not to transition fully.
Okay,
The reason why is because there's a stringent process for this.
Okay, so here's what. So this is again, we're
so
talking about
close.
children as young as 9, them making decisions about how they identify as they're hitting puberty for the first time. Like, this is nonsense. Like, we would not, like,
Wait,
we don't allow
I just
children
answered
to
your
make
question.
just-
What, so
No,
wait,
no,
what,
no,
if a kid, what
because-
if a kid was feeling depressive? Like, what if you had a young kid, like 10, 11, they were feeling depressive, let's say a psychotic. They were hearing voices in their head. From time to time, they would feel a compulsion to do things they didn't feel they wanted to do. Now, the only way for a doctor to properly diagnose that, and you should diagnose that, by the way, it's probably as early as possible. The only way to diagnose that would be a doctor working with this kid, learning about their experiences, talking with the parents too, getting input from the kid, and considering the fact that when you're getting that input, the kid is a kid. I mean, kids aren't reliable narrators, but you still need input from that kid. Now, that decision to put a kid on anti-psychiatrics is a big one, and it can have severe
that's a completely non sequitur. It's completely not an
No,
analysis.
it is. How is
What
that
we're
a
talking,
non sequitur?
I mean, again, if people give me a second to finish my point, I'll explain why, right? Because we can see that 80 to 95% of kids that experience gender dysphoria pre-adolescence, once they get to adolescence, they lose all signs of that.
No,
that means the 80 to 95%.
Still citing that
No,
same-
you said that
Lying
number wasn't accurate.
right
I have
now.
the study. I could link the study. Like,
Wait,
I'll link
you
it.
mine? Detransitioning is incredibly uncommon. Like, that's just a fact.
I'll link the study.
Detransitioning
Why
is
would
uncommon.
so if you could
If Rob
provide
could link
evidence
the
that
study, I would
speaks
love
to
to
the
read that.
opposite, I'll link the study.
Yeah,
It's
sure,
from a
yeah,
medical
here.
journal. I'll link it. If you can find evidence, I'd be willing to
Rob,
read it.
Could you please link it in the Discord? I can't access it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, my bad. So just
So what Rob is citing, there's a big difference between
just
a
the
kid
group
that
chat
has
we have
questions
for
about their gender
Okay,
versus somebody that's
so
on
I'll link
puberty
it right here.
blockers, and he's
So-
conflating
and
the
the
two. I
point
think
is
is
this,
why
like-
when people bring that study up is what they're trying
So
to say.
there is a significant chance that if every kid that just said this, a 9-year-old, and the doctor's heavily relying on them, that there would be people that would be misdiagnosed and they would receive this treatment. So then the question becomes this: if there is a chance of misdiagnosis, and also if there are potentially long-lasting effects to puberty blockers, why wouldn't we be skeptical of allowing these children to have it?
I can't engage with this hypothetical because you're operating on a false presumption that a majority of people who get treated for puberty blockers later end up
fuck
going
that
off
shit.
them.
Fuck
But
that
it's
guy.
factually incorrect. I can't engage with it. The vast majority of people who get puberty blockers go on to transition because they were correctly diagnosed. And then of those who transition, either surgically or through hormones, only a very, very tiny percentage of them experience regret. And a lot of the regret they experience, and some detransitioning, gets listed as such, even though the only reason they're doing so is because they can't afford to continue buying the hormones that they need to continue their transition. So we're talking about the people who are hurt by this are a fraction of another fraction of a smaller fraction. Now, you're telling me this like 90% get misdiagnosed. I can't engage with this because it's not true.
It is true that
No,
the
this
data
is
until
absolutely
just
unbelievable.
real quick.
I'll wait for I want to have a say
I'm
here.
tired of
Okay,
I'm tired
give
of
it-
your
give it-
constant
give it a second. Okay,
interruptions.
give it-
Sorry,
okay,
I've
okay,
been incredibly
okay,
polite.
okay,
I've been
I never talked about
incredibly
this
polite.
damn panel.
I've been
Okay.
incredibly polite.
I've already talked on this damn
I don't
panel
have
because you got up and walked away after.
Both are muted. Okay, so this is how I'm gonna do it. So Rob, this back and forth has been going on for a while. I haven't heard much from D-Mama and D-Submit. Same with John Burke. John Burke actually hasn't talked for so long that he evaporated and he returned. He now exists again. So I'm going to give it over to Rob for about 25 seconds, and I'm gonna go over to Demon Mama. Okay.
until someone provides a different piece of data to 80 to 95% of people. We could also see the study that says that it decreases suicide was 89 people that said, it was literally only 89 people that said that they had family support and that they got puberty blockers and they thought that was a good thing and lowered their thoughts of suicide. The problem is that's only 89 people, which is the only study I'm aware of that says that it lowers suicide. The second problem with that is they all admit that they had familiar support, so it could be correlation, not causation. Chances are if you're a trans person who has family support enough to get medical care, that means you would be less likely to have thoughts of suicide than it's someone who didn't. So we don't have evidence that the only defining factor was these arguments and then are these treatments. And lastly, bone density and psychological impacts of puberty blockers in addition to side effects are quite relevant, which if I ever get a chance to speak about the studies as long as everyone else
Okay. So first of all, I just want to remind everyone that Rob opened this by saying, I don't actually know very much about this, and now he's trying to unilaterally represent studies from 2008.
2008?
Which, like Vosh correctly stated at the very beginning of this, were about anybody who ever had an issue, quote unquote, with gender. Not anybody who ever went on puberty blockers.
Wait, oh my God, these guys have so much.
The desistance rate for puberty blockers is incredibly low. And in fact, it gets even lower when you control for societal factors like familial mistreatment, societal mistreatment, income, things like these that can strongly impact your ability to live a good life as a trans person, okay? And the other thing I want to address here that has been just sort of totally ignored is this is not an issue of concerns. Concerns would be the state of Arkansas appoints somebody to go talk to a whole bunch of doctors and figure out what the science is. This is a bunch of uninformed, bigoted people acting on their own prejudice and outlawing the worldwide medically accepted treatment.
Worldwide, medically.
Because they don't like trans people or because they don't understand trans people.
Can I ask you a question?
No. Please, no. For the love of God, no. This is not a matter of concerns. This is so far beyond concerns. There's 100 different ways that you could voice concerns. Nobody has a problem with anybody voicing concerns. What we're having here is people like you stroll in here, misquote studies in order to literally just so disgustingly saying that like, oh, anybody who starts puberty blockers, 90% of them stop. That is so false, it's unbelievable. It's abject lying. Yes, it is. And we all know it because we'll be able to watch the VOD and you'll be able to see what it was.
We'll let the VOD watchers
It's going to be
decide.
great. I love having things on record.
Okay, real quick, what I said was
Not done. It's my turn to talk.
This has nothing to do. Yeah, I mean, nice. I know you wanted to grab my little.
Okay, I will say that D-Mama, it was a back and forth between Vosh. I do want to give D-Mama a decent amount of time to talk on this one.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. I love having a little bit of time. Yeah. So the concerns are not the issue here. This is a matter of people trying to justify their bigotry under the idea of just asking questions. But you can ask the questions. The questions have already been asked. The science has been done. There were thousands of people dumping their life and fucking blood and sweat into understanding these issues. And you and the people.
Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, so we're very pro-trans here. We're very pro-trans rights here. We're very pro like puberty blockers, hormone replacement therapy, even sex reassignment surgery, all of that. But if you guys, just for future reference, like you can't walk into these arguments pretending like this is all settled science. Like this is literally some of like the most cutting edge in terms of psychology and surgeries and treatments. Like trans people have not been well understood for, oh my God, for very long at all, and arguably still aren't even well understood. So the idea that like, oh, the science is settled on, oh no, my wolf. Okay, the science is settled on this. We absolutely know, blah 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 blah. There's worldwide treatment regimens. That is absolutely not true. Not even remotely true. This is all highly contested, highly debated stuff. Oh come on, this ship is so low.
95% of people that are on puberty blockers later then get off. That is something that Demon Mama, as usual, has to misrepresent. She only has interjecting.
Maybe we agree. Do we agree then? So you acknowledge that I acknowledge that there were a lot of kids who demonstrate gender nonconformity, but of the kids who do get put on puberty blockers, almost all of them go on to transition. So would you agree then, given those two data points, that pediatric psychiatrists are exceptionally good at determining what actual cases of gender
Bosh, do you think a child should be able to surgically transition?
You mean like bottom
under the age of
surgery?
18? Yeah.
That one I'm not super comfortable on. No.
Why not?
Well, the main reason is because the success of those surgeries tends to correlate, I think, with types of growth, like physical growth, that make it easier for those surgeries to succeed, that's mostly a data-based argument. If it could be argued to me, though, that if a person was like 15, 16, and you could make that surgery, then I still think, because puberty blockers are reversible, even to an extent, hormone therapy, not fully reversible, but it's, whereas a surgery of that caliber is not really.
The reason I asked that, Bosch, is those are
speak on
two
that.
important things in the bill that we're not discussing. Y'all keep focusing on puberty blockers, and I'll be the first one to say we can run around this all night, but that's not what's left in the bill. The one that Dylan shared. We're also talking about hormone treatment. We're also talking about we're talking about more than just puberty blockers. We're focusing on one
really
thing.
getting. I don't think kids were really getting those surgeries. Actually, the last time
It's not a matter of people are or not. That's what the bill entails. That's what the conversation.
If a waiter brings me a sirloin and 2 piles of shit, I'm still going to be mad at them. Even if there are some provisions in that bill that aren't particularly harmful. I mean, the puberty blockers thing I think is pretty anti-scientific. Charitably.
As is the Demon Mama, please. It was my turn to speak. If you could please be quiet. You had your turn. Yes, I asked. Vosh interjected as I started to speak.
Yes, yeah.
So
Vosh did interject. Vosh did interject.
Thanks, and I didn't mind. It
Vosh
was
speaking
a
time,
fair interject. So to answer Vosh's interjection there, no, I don't. I think that you're assuming that the only possible explanation for that is that the doctors were so successful. But here's the problem: if we know 80 to 95% of the people that experience gender dysphoria grow out of it, what is the chances if you start with the puberty blockers that then totally psychologically impacts them to where they decide to go? And if they wouldn't have had those puberty blockers, chances are 95% of the time they would have grew out of it. You saying, oh no, that proves that the doctors directly. No, it's also complete conjecture on your point that you assume the 5% of times that this occurs. How could you prove that you're right any more than I could prove that I'm right?
Because there are 2 possibilities, one where you're right and one where I'm right. We both have to make an assumption. So my assumption is that people whose job it is to detect gender dysphoria in children are good at their job. And your assertion is that puberty blockers make people trans 99% of the time. Now, I think my argument is way more reasonable than yours. I admit I can't deductively prove the proficiency of these doctors, but your assertion that puberty blockers make little boys into girls and vice versa, there's no evidence to suggest that.
That's what it leads
to.
Okay,
so anyways, I think that the...
I like how Rob always just ignores points and disagrees with him. He's like, anyway, so here, let me recite what I just said before. He does this every time.
That shows that there's something, it's most likely that there's something negative going on with the doctors that creates some sort of impact.
Good at finding out.
And again, I can explain. I've heard, Demon Mama, please. Thank you. So in addition to that, right, we do see that there are long-term side effects, such as I could read the side effects of bone density. We could read psychological side effects and things like that. For bone density, for example, there's an obvious self-fulfilling
bone density is like the one probably for sure thing associated with puberty blockers.
Purely from a social learning point of view, the repeated behavior of impersonating being treated as the opposite sex will make identity alignment with the child's biological sex. I'm just reading. Okay,
he's actually reading the data.
I was reading a doctor's opinion. I won't read it. I'll just do like you all do and say, "Oh, your studies are nonsense, and we're not going to read them on here."
You're just misrepresenting it.
I was reading. Is anyone? So after Demon Mama misrepresented what I said, you acknowledged that data is correct. Vosh, correct? 80 to 95% of people that experience.
But your interpretation of it is insane. That pediatric psychiatrists can't do their job.
Wait.
Your assertion is that puberty blockers are.
You use the ad hominem gish gallop. Tu quo fo. Fallacy.
To answer it. I would like to hear them answer the question before we jump down people's throats. It's just more productive. So Vosh, answer the question, please.
Yeah, so the bone density thing is a fairly minor problem that I think often gets overstated. It's not that it's not real. Well, there are some bone density consequences to puberty blockers. Though interestingly, as I understand it, taking puberty blockers when you're younger means that there will be less decrease in bone density. So taking them starting at 10 will lead to less of a reduction than starting at 12. Not sure why that is, but the data seems to bear that out. But again, data isn't just data. It needs to be interpreted. And when your interpretation is that actually, it's not that pediatric psychiatrists are good at diagnosing gender dysphoria. It's that puberty blockers have a side effect of making people trans, and nobody's found out yet. It's ridiculous.
Okay, if I could, and so I'll finish up with this.
And then
okay?
after you're done, we're going to pass it over to Demon Mom. I just want to be clear.
Okay, the reason this isn't an absurd position is as follows, because think of the situation, how this occurred. You're 9 years old. You think that you're the opposite gender of what you were born as, right? So you go to a doctor, and through whatever magic they use, they say, yes, we agree that you're born in the wrong gender.
Of psychiatric analysis. It's their job to find out whether that kid is being
so a
sincere.
9-year-old, so we're talking 9-year-old. So you mean starting at 6, they realized that they were non-gender conforming?
No, they would probably start at 9 or 10. Usually puberty blockers aren't assigned as early as 9. They're usually assigned around 11, 12, or 13.
Okay. Anyway, as the evidence of the bill that I read said that people as young as 9 have received puberty blockers. Anyways,
As young as sometimes, but generally.
What do I do with this material?
Okay, so you get well, that would prove that the doctors aren't always doing the right thing then. Anyways,
they're doing fine if they diagnose it correctly.
You're told by your family, you're told by your doctor that you're okay. Your belief that you're the opposite gender is correct. Then you never go through puberty because you take puberty blockers. Do you think? And we know that 80 to 95% of people that have experienced what this very kid that went in and said,
We don't know that.
Or doesn't sell well, so it's
yes,
not
we
working
do.
enough?
You've
No, just because some giant. Wait, hold on. Wait, you're doing it again. Just because some signs of gender nonconforming behavior are demonstrated by so many children doesn't mean that every single one of them who demonstrates any form of gender nonconforming behavior gets diagnosed with gender dysphoria. The doctors select for the real cases. That's their entire job. It's not like that they're going in there with lipstick and then the doctor's like, "You're a girl."
Okay. So I'm using executive authority right now. Okay?
Executive authority.
I didn't vote for you. I'm sorry. I couldn't help. I couldn't help it.
Sorry, I used Dominion. Okay, so too bad for you. I used Dominion, and all of my votes were mail-in. So I'm throwing it over to Demon Mama, who's been waiting for a while. So I want to make sure Demon Mama has time to speak.
So this study
barren
talks about
world in a
people
binary
who
star
ever
system.
express any gender dysphoria whatsoever.
Oh, he could be up
it's
here.
a very broad categorization that it uses. Okay, and you are comparing this to people who end up on puberty blockers. To get on puberty blockers, you have to have expressed gender dysphoria for a long period of time, multiple times. The study, anybody, you might have one issue with gender dysphoria, you end up on the study. But you have to have many in order to get puberty blockers. Do you see how there's a difference there? That is the main difference that's being ignored here. And you're plowing through that in the name of trying to make it sound like everybody who ever has gender dysphoria is just being handed puberty blockers. That's not true. You're comparing things that aren't comparable. We're talking about a study that talks about any person who ever experiences any gender dysphoria whatsoever, and you're comparing that to people who get puberty blockers, which those people have experienced gender dysphoria many times, discussed this with their parent, discussed this with their doctor, and eventually get puberty blockers for that. So this is just an unbelievably ridiculous point, and I have to say I agree with Vosh that the way that you're interpreting the point is insane. Also, there's another thing that I've been trying to comment on for some time, which is the issue of surgery. I believe that if a doctor and a whole bunch of other people who are involved in this, usually at least 3 different doctors, if you're going to be getting surgery, sometimes more than that, all weigh in and say, yep, this person has had consistent genital-based dysphoria. They've gone through their puberty blockers. It's still not helping. If they want to get that, then that is perfectly fine. And they should be allowed to do that because it's a medical decision. As it turns out, I happen to already know about this because it's very, very rare for anyone to get sexual reassignment surgery, sometimes referred to as bottom or top surgery, depending on the type, before they're 18. However, it does happen in certain cases where it can be demonstrated that someone is suffering massively, okay? And that is perfectly fine. The same way that we would give somebody a surgery if they needed it, if it was somebody under the age of 18, if they needed a serious surgery to save their life, then we would do that. The idea that they're just handing out surgeries is, again, fear-mongering based on bigotry, based on the idea that transness is some sort of like social contagion that can catch, or that it's some sort of conspiracy that doctors are dropping pills trying to turn children into trans people. It's totally in your imagination. That is not reflected in data. It's not reflected in reality. It's not reflected in any of the decisions that would have led to the Arkansas state government banning the proper medical care for trans people. And if you try to contest that, you're simply lying, as you have so far. Okay? That's how it goes.
You're a liar. I'd like to get through a point without some. Thank you. Yeah. So as I'll go back to saying is, so think of how this works. You're, by the way, great Demon Mama just suggested physically castrating people as children. So that's fantastic.
Nice.
Here now. So anyways, what you're 9 years old, 10 years old, 11 years old. You're talking to your family. You think that you have gender dysphoria. You talk to a doctor. Now we know 80 to 95% of the people in your position.
Here we go again. The talking points, same ones. NPC shit.
You're one of this isn't helping, right? You're
just restating things that I just argued against. You're not even responding.
That's how debates work. You're
not responding. You're literally just restating things that we've already contested. As if,
would you please be quiet? No one, even your crowd, could not enjoy the content of you just interrupting people that are trying to have a civil.
I don't know.
Please be quiet. Okay. Now, anyways, so 80 to 95% of people that experience any sort of gender dysphoria and prepubescence end up growing out of that. Now, there could be people.
Rob loves this figure, dude. Oh my god.
People that don't do that. But anyways, you've been told by your doctor that I think you have gender dysphoria. They give you puberty blockers. Therefore, you never go through puberty. What do you think the chances are of you then later being like, oh yeah, actually, I think these puberty blockers were wrong? How would you know? Like, you already have your family and your doctor telling you you're the other gender. And now you don't even go through puberty to see if that experience would have said, oh, wait, no, I was just going through a phase like 80 to 95% of people that have this. So, of course, so when Vaj says this is a ridiculous assertion, it's not a ridiculous assertion. You're far more likely to continue to say that you are non-gender conforming or have gender dysphoria if you've never had the chance to go through puberty. And there are long-lasting effects that matter. And you could see the slippery slope that this is leading to. You actually have Demon Mama suggesting, how young? 11 years old? 12 years old? Can you have the surgery at 11, 12, Demon Mama?
Maybe we should let the doctors figure this out.
Yeah, maybe the doctors.
Hold on, I gotta ask you about that though, Vi. Do you trust doctors implicitly?
I was
well, not every doctor in all situations.
Okay.
But...
Okay.
The cheating response that Rob and John could go here for, if they wanted to, is like, oh, you saying we should let the doctors figure it out because we should trust the medical professionals' opinions on this? Well, why don't we trust them when it comes to prescribing painkillers to women or black people? That would be like the silver bullet, like, destruction of this point would be maybe there does need to be some sort of oversight into our medical system because we obviously know that we can't trust medical professionals. Not to say that I agree or disagree with a particular side, but that would be like a kill shot to that argument.
Accuse Rob of
care about Rob. I care about the people out there who are going to be voting on laws that will determine whether my people.
Why are you getting so angry? Why can't you just have a conversation?
Shut the fuck up because I'm talking right now.
Well, excuse me.
Please shut the fuck up because I'm talking right now.
No, absolutely not. That's, you don't have to be disrespectful like that. Why are you so emotional?
Okay.
Why are you so emotional?
Okay.
My God.
May I speak now?
Namaste.
Oh man.
Yeah, Mama, please finish.
I believe that I have a right to be very frustrated when I have people on here who are completely misrepresenting facts, who are totally and utterly lying to every single person watching this right now, repeatedly, just repeating the same talking points, refusing to engage in any way with things that matter to me and many people like me's life, okay? I think I have the right to be a little pissed off about that, with all due respect. And secondly, especially when we get snide little comments like, oh, what are you going to do? Chop off a 11-year-old? You're going to castrate him? That's ridiculous. As young, listen, please, are you going to actually let me answer it or are you just going to get triggered again? Because that's what it seems to be happening.
Give me 10 seconds.
Here we go again, and here come your talking points, right?
Okay, let's be clear. Rob, when she was talking during your thing, shut her down and
let's be clear.
Stopped and make sure that happened. I just want to make sure that she has the same right to do the same thing here. Okay.
Doctors will make the decision that is necessary. The earliest I have ever heard of someone getting surgery, and I am pretty well versed on this. This is sort of something that's important to my life, is 16. And that was, again, in the case of somebody who was experiencing extreme dysphoria based on their genitals. That was made with the consultant of many doctors, not just one, not just some magic doctor who came in and was like, I'm going to trans you. Also, it's clear that you're incredibly ignorant about the state of familial support for trans people in the United States. Just so you know, most trans people do not get the support of their family. In fact, their doctors often have to
that monthly income
with their family in order to even get them basic health care. As in, when families find out their kid is trans, they often do things like what my family did, which is they try to get you siloed off to a Christian therapist who will introduce you to conversion therapy or conversion therapy light. That's what they try to do. They fight the doctors. They fight science. They fight science just like you are, just like Arkansas is, just like every other state that brings these ridiculous anti-intellectual, anti-science, anti-trans laws into place. And it
She
is
wanted to say
bigotry.
transphobic.
It is. And yes, you making stupid snide jokes about whether people are going to castrate an 11-year-old is unbelievably, first of all, unbelievably stupid and embarrassing, but also it is bigoted. Yeah, I'm going to go there. I'm going to go there. I'm going to say
go
it.
there.
That's bigoted.
It's bigoted.
Rob, and then Vosh afterwards, because Vosh.
Like, what, 5 minutes and answer a simple question.
Funny thing is, I think if I use a low voice, my low meme voice, I'm like, that's bigoted. Then you say, oh, Destiny's being transphobic. But if I were to go like, oh, it's bigoted, then you'd say Destiny's being misogynistic. What kind of meme voice? What is the fallacy voice we're allowed to use? I'm curious.
To get a chip on your shoulder and say, yeah, I'm going to go there. If you went through the
better
puberty
to be
blockers and stuff and you still
called
need
sexist
surgery,
or
then yeah, you should
transphobic
have.
here?
So I thought it was a reasonable question of my point to say, you're suggesting that he's 11. I thought, like, again, like you're purporting yourself in a very unprofessional and idiotic manner. I think if this is the content that people want, that's fine. I heavily disagree with Vosh, but I think he's been nothing but gentlemanly the whole time. And I think we could have had a much better conversation if you weren't here. I'll be honest.
No.
All you really do is talk about
your
personal feelings and how you're a victim, and then you repeat Vosh's talking points. So congratulations, I guess, but I'm tired of this idea that somehow that you're entitled to some sort of ground on this because this is an issue that you're heavily concerned about. That's fine. There's all sorts.
Do you think there's gonna be some time in the future where me and Vosh are just kicking back, drinking a cold one on our balcony in our state-assigned communist block house, and me and him are gonna be watching the two largest socialist content creators on the internet, Hassan and Demon Mama, taking over Twitch?
This part, yeah.
They grow up fast, don't they?
Okay. Gonna say a few things.
Cryovolcanic world.
Rob,
all right.
gonna be able to finish.
I'm killing this bounty. We are gonna find this bounty.
Down.
Okay, we're doing it.
Rob tried to intervene on Demon Mama. Now Rob's gonna be able to finish. For everybody complaining in chat, shove it. I no longer care. You're not criticizing my debate style or my moderation style because you care about moderation. You're just going rah-rah for a team right now. Shove it. You don't like it? Tell me.
Oh wait, near a black hole. What?
I don't care.
Fuck.
Got it. Continue, Rob.
Okay, so again, I just want to get back to the idea that I think that the analogy that I made, or that the scenario I painted, regardless if you have familiar support or not, if you have a doctor telling you that, yeah, they agree with you that you're the opposite gender, even though 80 to 95% of the people in your position ultimately will grow out of it when they hit puberty, and then you take puberty blockers to never go through puberty, the chances are that you will remain that transition gender for the rest of your life. That seems to logically make sense. There is no evidence one way or the other, as Vosh admitted, so we're going with which story makes more sense. That the doctors are just almost always impeccably right when they're relying heavily on what the child says when determining what their gender is, or that if you give puberty blockers to someone that the doctor's acknowledging might already be the opposite gender, that they'll never go through that puberty to become the gender that they would have naturally grown out of. The other thing is there are serious side effects, as we talked about with bone density. There's also serious psychological side effects. How many people's lives have been detrimented because they would have been in that 80 to 95% population that would have transitioned back, or would have admitted that they didn't once they hit puberty, they were actually the gender that they were born, but then they don't. So there's possible psychological side effects. In addition, there are specific gender or puberty blockers like Luprin that have actually resulted in horrible side effects for people that take that drug for puberty blocking in this case and in others. And lastly, I just want to say Demon Mama says that this is the medical information of the entire world. The NHS in the UK, which we are told in America oftentimes is better than the United States, has ruled you cannot give puberty blockers because the Tavistock Institute figured out that, or claimed after a research, they said that these puberty blockers did have long-lasting effects and that children were not capable to make these decisions and that the doctors were not able to make these decisions successfully. So it's not the entire world. There's clearly a debate about this, which, one, I side with the people on that side of the debate. But even if not, even if you're someone reasonable at this area like Vosh that's saying, no, actually, I disagree with that, it is clear that there is room to have disagreement that doesn't just mean that you're a bigot or that you're hateful or that you're ignorant and things like that. So it's just really childish.
Is she permabanned?
And I think that there is we should heavily, especially now when we're talking about literal castration, manual castration of people that are underage. I think that you can see where this is going, and it's a really bad place.
Okay. So, D Mama, I'll give you 30 seconds to respond since this is back and forth. Then Vosh. I know Vosh, I'm sorry, but D Mama, you got 30 seconds on Vosh.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how to respond to that. It was just the exact same robotic NPC talking points for this entire time. I don't really think
Come on. No.
Destiny, why don't you
No. Get away from me. Oh, nice.
One study, I will say one other thing that's unrelated, which is to the new information that was introduced about the UK study. One study does not a consensus make. And,
she was looking
and
at
the
that.
WHO,
Oh, careful!
The American Psychological Association disagrees with these findings. So, yeah, it just sounds like you're trying to find post hoc justifications for the fact that you came in here not knowing anything about trans people and trying to make your uninformed opinion a matter of fact when it is not.
Okay.
Okay, I have a lot to say, actually. First of all, it wasn't the NHS that decided that puberty blockers shouldn't be given to children. It was the courts. That was not a medical decision. That was another political one, exactly like what we're dealing in Arkansas. You say right, but that completely refutes your argument. We're talking about the medical consensus here. You're talking about what bureaucrats and legal experts decide. But sorry, they're not doctors. Second of all, Rob, I'm really sorry. This has been explained a few times, but you seem to be critically incapable of understanding this data. Your argument that because some children at some point in their life experience some kind of gender dysphoria means that almost all of the children who get puberty blockers are actually like turning trans because of the puberty blockers instead of the doctors just being able to discern is absurd. Why do you think they spend years with these kids? Do you think every single child who's ever expressed even a slight bit of gender nonconforming behavior gets to survive? I mean, gets to run through years of psychiatry from a pediatric psychiatric professional? That's ridiculous. Like every kid who ever put on lipstick is like, all right, off to the doctor with you, and they get shepherded for 6, 9, 12 months on this issue? Ridiculous. No, that'd be like saying that just because like 99% of kids who go to the doctor with an arm pain end up getting a splint, but 95% of kids who injure their arm at all end up recovering without a splint. So like, are splints unnecessary? No, the job of the doctor is to determine when the pain is severe enough to warrant a splint. That's the job of psychiatric professionals. Additionally, first of all, as part of the Biden transition team, all political rhetoric on the left stems downstream from me. Demon Mama doesn't copy me any more than I copy Destiny. Third of all, I think it's a little bit.
Wait, does that mean she copies everything you say?
Of being uncouth or tone policing, when what we're essentially arguing right now is the extent to which the medical treatment surrounding her identity is valid. Okay? I can understand a person being frustrated under the best circumstances given those preconditions. As a white guy, I mean, I guess I'm pansexual, so I fuck men, but beyond that, really, I'm pretty hegemonically accepted. All the discussions that I have on these issues are a product of me being completely alienated from the actual consequences. Trump could win again. I don't care. I'm rich. I'm white. It doesn't matter to me, okay? The only reason I care about
like a Destiny best of rerun.
Abstract moral allegiance to them. But some people live them day in
Fuck
and day
these
out.
freighters.
Can't really blame them for getting frustrated. So with all of that being said, with the what do we get? We got the NHS, we got the analogy, we got the all of that. Look, yeah, okay, look. The science on this stuff is relatively new. The sociology of
these freighters die so quick. This is why I don't want the big combat freighters. They're garbage.
New doesn't mean it's unfounded. I understand some trepidation.
These light cruisers, though, are sick.
Especially since we're dealing with children here. But when we look at it, children have been subjected to, fairly and with good research prior, decades and decades and decades worth of medical treatment that is to their benefit. Whether we're talking physical, psychiatric, it's to their benefit. And when we do it because we know it works. And it seems like this stuff works. So if we're going to discuss the edge cases here, I would do what I think is most responsible to do when talking about a highly technical profession and defer to the expertise. Because I'm not a doctor, I never will be a doctor, and while I understand this issue better than most laymen, I certainly don't understand it as well as a researcher would. So all I can do is try to see how well they're putting this info forward. Now, I don't trust, to say what you say earlier, John Burke, I do not trust all doctors flat out. Doctors have incentives to lie sometimes. Take a look at the pharmaceutical industry, the opioid crisis. They overprescribe pain medication. You know, you get a little step, you get a splinter in your toe, and all of a sudden you're being given, 12 months of opioids. I'm not here for that. But the difference there is that in the case of the opioid epidemic, in the case of the pharmaceutical industry, there is a direct link that I can point to. These companies are pushing these doctors to prescribe this product. It's easy, it's verifiable.
Oh, yeah,
but there isn't some multi-billion-dollar
Come on.
trans lobby that's like pressuring doctors to give puberty blockers to kids. There is a conspiracy theory that the psychiatric industry in this country, the APA, changed their definition on the homosexuality, whether or not it's a mental disorder or not. They changed it back in the 80s. And there are people who say the only reason the APA changed that definition in the DSM is because there was a big protest outside of their building. They say the only reason doctors do not believe that gayness is a mental disorder today is because of a protest. No! And I don't believe that the public progressive pressure that we see today, the pro-trans lobby, is influencing decades of medical practice. I think they're pretty on the nose with this. And hey, maybe there are some mistakes. Maybe in the future there will be amends. But right now, I feel like we're looking at a pretty decent set of data that affirm a pretty effective set of positions, which are necessary to address a very real-world problem. Because I'm not a parent, but I knew that if I was, I wouldn't want my kids committing suicide. I'd want them to be happy. And I would fully investigate whatever research allowed me to realize that dream. That's you can even count that as my final statement, by the way. Dumper.
While I agree, actually I disagree. In regards to what Vosh said, that he doesn't feel like there's kind of trans lobbyists trying to force opioid or a specific kind of trans medication for treating children. I think that's a little bit beyond the point. What I would rather discuss is the idea that we agree that we're dealing with an opioid epidemic. We're dealing with an opioid crisis, that pills are being forced down children. You talk about Ritalin, things such as that. Yeah, I don't think there's like
Oh my God, how many of those
saying, well,
Reaper missiles can this guy
what we want
hold?
to see happen, this is the medication we're going to force, versus it's about money. They just want to make money. In regards to that being said, I'm trying to. I disagree in the sense that to sit there and say if doctors have the possibility of being wrong and misdiagnosing, which has been shown to be done, malpractice. I mean, my God, and just in the VA alone, I think it was in 2019, it was over like $6 billion.
Come on, guys.
It's insane. The fact that it even exists, would it not make more sense? And this is me just speculating. Would it not make more sense to say, for example, bring that child to a therapist to get help until they become to the age of a consenting age where they can make that determination? And I'm not trying to argue that people should not have access to receiving the surgery or the medication. I think it's your body. You do what you want with it when you're an adult, when you're 18 years of age, to make a permanent reversal. To go back to what was also said in regards to... But that's no. Hold on. Now we're not phrasing just puberty. Y'all keep doing that. That's not what's in the bill. That's not what's in the bill. That's what we can't just cherry pick one. We're talking about the bill. That's what we're talking about here. So we keep missing these other two more important things.
If we blow this ship up,
and hormone.
the fight is over. We can win.
We keep missing this. But anyway,
so you oppose puberty blockers then?
No, absolutely not. No.
Well, in that case, I mean, we know what the medical treatment here is.
But
we
that's
do
not
give
the bill.
these kids therapy, but the therapy comes alongside treatment that seems to be most effective. It just, I mean, with all due respect here, and again, I understand the position, but it seems like your opposition to this treatment is an intuitive one. That the bulk of medical analysis seems to overwhelmingly verify that this leads to lower suicide rates, higher rates of happiness, but it feels like dangerous, you know, or it feels wrong. But we used to feel the same way about surgery. Germ theory wasn't even around until about 170 years ago.
I don't know about this
and
one.
up to that point, the idea of surgeons washing their hands between treating patients was seen as like a backwoodsy, like phobic.
Right.
You're
But
a
we're
new
still
guy
not
in the
practicing
job.
that. We're not worshiping certain gods that don't exist or worshiping. You're making very inaccurate comparisons here. I think that we're in an age now where common sense is it's pretty well, maybe wrong. I shouldn't have said that.
Shouldn't have said common sense.
I would say that we're very
Adam,
well
you
educated.
said
I
so.
know. I shouldn't have said that. Common sense is certainly not so common anymore. But
Well-
I think the consensus across the board for I think
Nice.
a lot of people that agree with me is a sense of these are children. Children go through phases. Children sometimes are unhappy, whether it can be depression. But if there's a possibility of misdiagnosing just one person and possibly,
No, that's
as
not a
what
good
this bill is
threshold,
saying,
John.
what
Just
was
one
vetoed,
person.
that they can undergo the transition therapy permanently, irreversible. Wouldn't it be worth saving one person from being misdiagnosed and having that
No.
permanent thing done?
No.
Or, and this does exist, as far as parents trying to
How many
influence
of
their
the
children
people
into
you
being
don't
trans or
treat
gay.
kill themselves?
But here's the thing.
Oh no! Come on, one more
But the
shot.
other point that I wanted to make was in the sense of parents not trying to change their children. That actually does exist. It actually happened here in Plano, Texas.
Nice.
The big court, Governor Abbott, Ted Cruz got involved. The mother
Oh,
was
no,
saying
two
the
of my
child was
shits.
trans. The child was saying it was a boy. The mother was saying no. Court custody. This does happen. To say it doesn't is actually a fact. That's false. It does happen.
Every medical procedure has a risk of there sometimes being malpractice or
Yeah, I
harm. Should we
You
never
could
do
push
like
that
triple
back.
heart
Mis-
bypasses? Should we
misdiagnosed,
never do radiation therapy for cancer? I mean, literally all medicine could be condemned because there's
True.
always a
That's a good
possibility.
point by
You can
Vash.
give minor anti-allergens to a kid and they could die from a reaction to that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you can't give these
We're talking
medications
about
to-
a surgery, though, a permanent surgery. You're
Well, what
comparing
about
this to a cold.
anti-psychiatric meds?
I'm
Those have a
just
severe
gonna
effect.
intervene. Like, so one, I wanted to respond. to
Wait,
something
I do want to be
where he
clear.
said that-
Wait, let me be clear. We have 13 minutes left before I have to end stream because I got to get to an airport.
That
at
was my
6
closing
tomorrow,
statement.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So it seems.
Are you out of
Rob-
weapons? What are you doing?
So Rob, then Dear Mama, then we're gonna wrap it up.
Right. So Vosh said that it was just
Oh, shields up.
politicians in
Come
a
on, come
court
on.
in that ruled in the NHS. But the problem with that is the court made their decision
out.
basically on the findings of the National Institute in Healthcare of Excellence, which said the quote: evidence for the use of puberty-blocking drugs to treat young people struggling with their gender
Oh
identity.
my God, he's
is,
just going
quote,
back in
very
like a
low and
god.
official review.
This guy's full hole. What are you doing?
The National Institute of Health and Care Excellence, NICE. And I'll link this. This is from the BBC, but I could link it to you. So here's the problem, right? So this is the misnomer that, like, what I think the disconnect with Vosh is saying. Vosh is saying, well, he even admits, he says, there's not a large body of evidence about this. Think of what we're talking about. We're doing something that throughout human history and evolution, we know is something that is homeostasis and normal for humanity to go through the proper puberty criteria to basically non-interfere when it comes to puberty. The problem, no, it's not a fallacy. And again,
People didn't used to
like,
fly.
Vosh,
Are people flying now?
Maybe
No,
you're
they were born
rubbing up. Maybe you're taking deep cribbing demonology
No, but, like, you
strategy,
could- again, you
intervening
could
all the
argue
time.
against
Like,
any medical
I mean, I sit here
procedure.
quietly. Like, it seems like every time I talk, 30 seconds in, someone else chimes in, and then I never get to finish my thought. So, anyways, here's the
excited
deal.
to talk
Why
to
would we do something against what we know is normal human health until we have evidence to suggest a big body of evidence to suggest that it's
We do.
beneficial to do so? We don't have a big body of evidence.
want
As
more
you even
evidence?
admitted, excuse me, please stop interrupting. As even
I'll
you
link more.
admitted, you said there's not a big body of evidence on this. We have
No, I didn't.
yes, you did. You said that it's new. We don't have a lot of evidence on
That's
it.
true. It
It's
is
a
a
new
meta
field,
analysis.
so we should
There's
trust the
52
doctors.
studies.
Again, you can keep interrupting because anytime someone's making a point that you disagree with, that's the only option that you have. I understand that.
Pediatric
tendency. So I'll
Association.
finish my point and I'll just keep talking. So
Okay,
again,
let me
we
be clear
have
for
an
everybody.
actual
We will
medical
have
journal.
we have a
that's-
1-minute ending statement, so anybody wants to say anything right now,
meta-analysis.
just remember that. Okay. Rob, finish.
Yeah. So anyways, so even this organization in Britain that the court based their decision on shows that there's not enough evidence or a body of work to suggest that puberty blockers work. So why would we take a radical solution for children as young as 9 years old and put them on these puberty blockers when it can have long-term serious health effects? Right? The evidence that you're citing that says, suicide rates go down. Again, as far as I know, and I'm willing to be proven wrong, Demon Mama says one study does not make a consensus. Well, I've only seen one study that suggests that the suicide rates go down. And I already talked about that
provide
study.
more.
Sure, that's great. And I would love to read them. That study interviewed 89 people. We don't know if it was causation or correlation because these people that received that treatment clearly had the support network to be able to get that treatment in the first place. So yes, later in life, they said, I had less suicidal thoughts. We don't know that they would have committed suicide if they don't get this treatment. We don't know if it was the hormone blockers or the puberty blockers that caused them to not have the suicidal side effects or the fact that they had doctors and family that were clearly closely taking interest in their situation. We don't know. Now, I'm willing to look at other studies, but one study study of 89 people doesn't seem to be enough to outweigh the fact that we're doing something to people's bodies that is would be a serious medical intervention that has serious long-term consequences such as bone density, psychological impacts, and we could be changing people's life. Again, 80 to 95% of people that experience gender dysphoria, if untreated, will grow out of it. How many people took these hormone blockers, how many people took these puberty blockers, and then they never experienced puberty that would have elsewise said, oh, wait, no, I was just going through
using my story point.
Keep doing this to me. Okay, I really have to go to bed at midnight, so we got to throw it over to Demon Mama, and then we're going to have final statements, and I'll announce who won, okay? Demon
Mama. I don't even know what to address here. I guess we're going to go into final statements after this, so I'll take this second to just address something that John brought up before. There's an attempt to fixate on the surgical thing because it is, you know, it's the most shocking, the most extreme version. But as I stated before, it is very exceedingly uncommon at this point for any person who's under the age of 18 and especially under the age of 16 to ever receive it. It's only reserved for the most extreme, most well-vetted cases, and so that part of the law really doesn't matter. It's touching on something that basically doesn't exist. What does matter about this law are the two other the two other major I can't even think of the word that I'm trying to come up with. The two other pieces.
Hormone and the
the puberty blockers, and then the other one, which is denying adult trans people health care, which can happen. It is now legal in the state to deny.
Why am I chasing? Because they deserve to die.
For an insurance company
That's
to deny
why.
trans people health care coverage, which wasn't previously legal.
Wait,
Now
are they
it
actually
is.
going to come and fight?
And then we didn't even talk about that. But yeah, with regard to the puberty blockers, this is the bigger issue.
Oh.
The bigger issue right now is that there are states that are trying to restrict this, and we just found out that Arkansas is willing to do that, even though the science disagrees with them, and it will continue to disagree with them. We've been studying this stuff forever. The downsides are next to nothing. It's much less
Dude, these
risky than
missiles
almost
are
anything else, and it
crazy.
has massive positive benefits. But I guess that doesn't matter at the end of the day. Because, I mean, really, we just witnessed this whole thing.
Nice.
We witnessed Rob come in here and say that he didn't know anything about it, but now he's suddenly an expert on every study that's existed. And we've seen a complete disregard for the actual impact.
This guy's full shield. Full
and
hole.
also conveniently ignoring the fact that these decisions are not made by medical institutions. These are made by highly,
another
highly
barrage. This guy's
politicized,
fucked.
often
Right?
right-leaning
Is he? Maybe?
groups that push these things through into law and intervene between the medical treatment of a trans person and their doctor. So
Okay, so let's do final statements. We're going to start with Rob.
Okay, I think that obviously this is a topic that people get emotional about. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But at the end of the day, like my final statement is basically what I just said. It's that there's not a large body of evidence of this. There's clearly disagreement, and we should.
What? Did they come in and
resist
instantly
the
die?
idea of
Wait,
allowing
no, that's so
children to have input on
stupid.
Serious, life-changing, life-altering medical decisions. Children as young as 9, 11, things like that. We don't trust to make serious decisions about the rest of their life.
Hey,
It's
Stephen,
not
can you
completely
turn the
reversible,
debate
and we
down?
don't
I
know
can't
how much
hear the space
influence them
battles.
getting these puberty blockers leads to them making a decision they elsewise would
You
have
just
not made and would
salvaged
have
them?
thrown out
I didn't know
of
they
if
could
didn't get
explode, though. They were.
We know that there's serious side effects of bone density. We know that there's serious side effects with some of the particular medications that were used that would harm
Oh,
people's
0
lives.
combat rating
There
dice
is
equals
nothing
get
that says that
disabled?
when you turn 16, 17, when you get to be an adult,
Well,
that you
there
can't
you
make
go.
these decisions. There are all sorts of treatments at that point. There are all sorts of surgeries you can do at that point. I fully support anyone who's an adult getting any of these medications or any of these treatments that they seek necessary. However, having children do them is a huge, huge, huge problem. And you can see the slippery slope we're leading to, where Demon Moment says, yeah, it doesn't matter. We should be able to have the surgeries as well. This is devastating. We can see that I presented evidence from other places that talk about how most of the people grow out of it. I
my
presented evidence
hammerhead.
from a British source, British NICE, National Institute of Children something, I forget the name of it, that talked about how there's just not enough body of evidence to show that these puberty blockers are successful. And the study that we've been talking about the whole debate was 89 people who said, I
carriers,
guess I
you're
felt
right.
less suicidal after I got the puberty blockers. Maybe there's more studies out there. I would be interested to see. But I just think that this is something that we could see this.
No, they just got
down to. We're having these serious medical interventions for children, and it's something we should strongly resist.
Wait,
because
why
if
did
it
you
turns
tell
out
me
that
to
they're
do it?
wrong, they have just sanctioned doctors ruining the lives of countless children, and that would be devastating.
Next is going to be John Burke.
Oh, yeah. Well, for starters, Dylan, thank you for the invite, man. Thank you for always coming over on mine as well. Thank you for being an amazing moderator tonight, man. A lot of love there. Vosh, always a pleasure, sir. It's the first time getting to actually have a conversation with you. Heard a lot about you. Certainly not I'm sorry. It's been a long freaking day and I'm tired. It's been very nice to have a conversation with you.
You were going to
Demon
say
Mom.
you heard bad things, weren't you?
No. I said you certainly lived up to the expectation I had in regards to just how intelligent you are. I would love to have more conversations with you in the future because I think there's just I love talking to people that I probably don't agree with, but at least they're able to explain their point in a very intelligent manner that does make me think, and I do appreciate that. Demon Mama, I know we're probably not going to see eye to eye on a lot of things. I don't hate you. I want nothing but the best for you and to have access to the same human rights as every other American in this country. But yeah, and then Rob, as always, my man, always a pleasure being on here with you as well. Love the points you make. And yeah, that's all I got to say. So thank you for inviting me.
Okay. Now I'm going to throw it over to Vosh.
Yeah, it was always a pleasure. I appreciate these conversations. I thought that we actually were able to get a lot of really interesting discussion of this, which I appreciate. I didn't feel like it was too circle jerky at any point. To anyone who's still on the fence about like the child transitioning thing, I understand that it's a fairly complicated and I guess intuitively I don't know, concerning topic, but there is a lot of data out there on it, and I would encourage you to look at it, maybe segmented, you know, bit by bit, puberty blockers at first, because a lot of the stuff there, I mean, hey, listen, okay, I'll sell you on a different argument, okay? Not just is it cool and seems to be medically
Hey, don't deploy
functional,
ships
we're
at
laying into
0%
transhumanism
combat
soon,
readiness, okay? That's what we
Trans
just learned.
people are on the forefront, okay? They're the vanguard of this, because we are getting better and better and better at making people the way they want to be, and I think that's phenomenal. I really do. Anyway, so that's great. Hopefully it's better than Cyberpunk 2077 was. Dylan, thank you very much. I appreciate you hosting this as always. You look lovely in your robe. John and Rob, thank you both for taking the time to talk with me. Demon Mama, you know we buds, so doesn't even need to be said. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, that's I cede my ending bit.
Okay. I'm now going to send it over to Demon Mama for the last statement.
Appreciate that. Yeah, this is a pretty heavy issue for me. And I get pretty frustrated when I see the level of sort of blatant and willful misinformation, the rattling off of lies and misinterpretations. It really, really annoys me. And it annoys me because I have to live every single life, not only knowing that a lot of this stuff could eventually affect me, but that it will affect people that I care about deeply. And I've watched this. I've watched this for decades. I've watched this for my whole life. I've watched us, trans people in the trans community make very minor wins and then have those things stolen away from us. And then we're told that we're irrational or screeching or mean or whatever when we try to fight back. And, I get used to it. It happened on the last panel I was on. And of course, immediately afterwards, I was subjected with thousands and thousands of comments about how I'm a horrible monster, not a woman, and all of these other things. And it's just another day in the life of being a trans person in America. And this panel really displayed exactly what I'm talking about. There's a complete disregard for any actual seeking of truth. It's all just concern trolling all the way down. And these types of laws are fueled at the end of the day by bigotry, and they come at the cost of trans lives. And that's why I get pretty worked up about it. And also why I get so mad when people come on to public platforms, state that they don't know anything about it, and then rattle off a bunch of pre-prepared NPC-like points. It is very annoying. It's very annoying because it affects me and it affects the people I care about the most. And if it bothers you that I get mad about this, well, with all due respect, die mad. And that's all. Trans rights and trans thriving forever.
Wait, you said you care about people dying, but then you tell someone to die?
Yep.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
I said die mad. Everyone's going to die.
Still die, though.
I'm waiting for the last
She could be saying,
vote.
like, when you're 98, surrounded by your family, like the last second
Do you
before
know what the
death
term-
takes you.
Okay.
Die mad is a common slang term. I know you might not be caught up with the youngins these days, but yeah, it's something.
No, I kind of have my own thing going on right now. I'm not hip. I'm not with it, I guess.
Fair enough. Yeah.
This is interesting. This is an interesting result. Okay. I have the results. Are you all interested in hearing what the results are?
Sure.
Okay.
More pause, champ. Everyone in chat.
The way the voting worked is there's 3 rounds. Each round, there are 5 judges who all decide who did the best during that section. And then you add the 3 rounds up to see who the winner is. The first round was a tie between Vosh and John Burke. The second round, Vosh. The third round. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Am I reading this right?
Boss is ready for it. He's ready to get up.
This is interesting,
It's
isn't
gonna
it?
be Destiny or something. It's gonna be something. Soaked on left.
And still the hippy dippy champion. Bosch wins the third round, meaning he retains the championship.
Thank you for taking that,
Congratulations.
Brian.
Congratulations.
Bring it in. There we go.
I want to recount.
Wonderful.
Banging Chads.
Bring it in. There we go. Hold on. How fat am I? Let's find out, huh? There we go.
Happy to see it.
Still got it. Oh, wait. I don't even have it on. There we
Does
go.
it help keep your pants up? Will it fit through a loop?
It has Depends on the loop, huh?
It has the little clicky thing that clicks it together, holds it in place.
It's actually a really nice belt. Like,
It looks good.
unironically.
Each single little plate is custom designed with a different thing that represents either Twitch, YouTube, mics, the world, etc.
I can do.
What if somebody broke in to somebody's apartment and actually physically stole the belt? Did you give all 3 rounds to Vosh? I gave every single round to Demon. I'm not judging this. I don't know why you guys think I am. I wasn't supposed to judge the last one either. He asked me the last minute. Who did you get? I didn't give anything to anybody. If I tell carriers to assist somebody, do they play it like pretty far back? They're not like totally stupid, right? They'll follow them? Because I wonder if I should just tell my carriers to stay like at the end of the back. Or the end of the back, like the back of the battle or something. Were you afraid to challenge Vosh for the battle? I just don't even know what we would argue about. Okay, enemy frigates seem to pull ahead like pretty recklessly. So I think the starts of these fights should be like pulled back a little bit. Ooh, like this guy already got roasted. Nice. Enemy frigates are way too aggressive sometimes. Argue about socialism? Shit. Those Reaper, I think those are called Reaper missiles, torpedoes. Dude, those things like do so much damage. A lot of enemy drones. We got side cannons for that shit.
Scott Bradley.
Scott Bradley. Scott Bradley. Scott Bradley.
Today in Horrors of Science.
Oh, this guy is...
I learned what a self-amputating toe was. It's up there with my fear of brain-eating amoebas now.
Self-amputating toe? What? I don't even know what that means. So my big boys are up here fighting. We're over here. Ideally, we should be able to work our way through these ships and then go join up with our big boys. I think it's like the dream. Oh fuck, I should have shielded that. That was so stupid. My hammerhead is fine down there. Oh yes, 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 yes.
Scott Bradley.
Scott Bradley. Scott Bradley. Scott Bradley.
It's when one of your toes, usually the pinky toe, slowly dies and falls off.
Why? Oh my god, this guy is a tanky boy. He's just taking it. No way. Yo, why would you get right in front of me, you fucking idiot? Oh, no, no, no. Come on. Are we ramming him? Thank you. One of my condors got destroyed. My carriers are not staying far enough back if they're getting blown up, right?
Ban Scott Bradley for imparting this knowledge upon us.
What did Scott Bradley do? Remy fill ships on other ships, kamikaze style is a real tactic. Yeah, but I would have to like, I don't have like ships outfitted for that. I just lost another wolf. Dude, this looks super spooky. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. No, wrong button. I meant to vent. Super tanky, you say? What? Hold on. Another wolf disabled. Damn, dude, these things over there like picking apart my shit. Alright, we're breaking out the Reapers for this guy, I think. One of them. Two of them? Nice. My Griffin? Is that my missile boat? Oh fuck, this spider's unwinnable now. Fuck, they're grouped together so they have a lot of point defense for all your fighter bomber groups. Along with them just being tanky as fuck. Oh, I get what you mean now, tanky. Feels like a hammer and the other players have like no weapons equipped. Maybe, or they're getting like disabled, I'm not sure. No, it's tanky because of this. Good one. What do you think are the best ways to play fights like this? Like, I think it's winnable. Well, it must be, because you got really close one time. Will you play the Kingdom Hearts games? Probably not. Okay, this is too much for me. I changed my mind. Set all enemies to engage and let your ships kill from range. Set all enemies just to engage? Oh, set all of them. Well, I mean, obviously, right? Does that make a difference? E is engage. I guess I can set them to... Maybe if I do this, they'll focus smaller ships first. I'm gonna try to fight near my big missile boat. This ship like fucks us so hard. If we could find a way to like kill that ship at the start of the fight.
Gustavo, $4.99. The only way to win is to get good no.
That's what your mom said actually. Get it? Yo mama. Create waypoints to set your army to defend that point. So hopefully they don't overextend. Maybe. When people get close to us like this, like I think this ship should have been killed. We shouldn't have let him get away. That's a mistake. Or like this guy. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Just a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, just a little bit more. Yes, nice. I gotta get away from this guy. No! Not that. Ugh. Good. Wait, no, wait, I think I ate that. So many fucking drones. Dude, he has so many of those missiles. My condors. Dude, when these guys start to get engaged on, they just like fucking melt. But they're supposed to, I guess, right? They're carriers. They're not supposed to be fighting like this. Oh, this guy's really close. Oh, this guy's inting hard. He's running it down, literally. Okay, we vent. Okay. This guy. Oh, stay away from... Wait, we're getting super separated. Okay, ignore that guy. What even is that ship? Who cares? Nope, we're backing up. We're backing up. Oh, you're gonna get super blown up, my dude. I got these stupid drones. Nice job. Keep on venting. Oh, these guys are super healthy up here. Okay, you can go deal with that ship. You should be able to win that one-on-one, I think, right? Yeah, you got that. Okay, these guys are still supporting him. Okay. Wait, what? I don't even know what blew me up. I'm not gonna lie. Well, I didn't even see the missile. He Reapered me? Oh, I didn't even see it. Fuck. I shouldn't have switched view. That fucked my head too much. Can you please just blow this guy up? The rest of your fleet is like waiting for you to fight, my dude. Oh, I think he's too slow. Oh, come on. Nice. Oh, he got a disable. Nice hit. Good hit. Good hit. Good hit. Okay, that guy's gonna die. Okay, can you three kill this ship? I think you guys can take him. One enforcer for sure. Oh yeah, he's already almost fucked. And then let's see, what's going on up here? Oof, that's so many of these. Okay, you need to kill this guy. He has to die. You're gonna keep supporting him? Okay. You three take this guy out. They will. This carrier is gonna die. No way does he get out of here alive. Dude, so many Reaper missiles. That carrier is going down too. Why are these carriers so up front? Oh my god, wait. Maybe my missile boat can save it. No! I'm not going on scuffed. Are these guys actually having trouble with this? Okay, these guys are actually unironically having trouble with this. And this guy's just literally inting, just running it down. Jesus. What did you get the weapon mods that you put on these ships? Can you check out GBL? I don't know, I just wherever I loot them and buy them from stores. I don't know what I have on my hammerhead. Gotta put heavy motors and assault chain gun on the... Yeah, let's check, I guess. Wait, empty? Why the fuck is this shit empty? Is that ever worth it? Because of all of this dumb shit? Because it's damaged? What does that have to do with anything? You can still... Wait. It's damaged? What do you mean by it's damaged? Look at the bar. What? It's got D-mods. None of these D-mods should keep me from putting weapons on it. Wait, I can't tell how many people are just typing random shit. I don't think there's any reason why this doesn't have shit on it. I think I just need to go outfit it more. Yeah, I think the autofit just didn't put any weapons on it. The damage is only... No, yeah, no, never mind. I think people are just making shit up. Unironically. As opposed to ironically making shit up. The bar on the top right, because it's damaged, you're missing ordnance point. No, I think you've played this game once, so you're just typing random shit. It's just because I don't have weapons for it. It has nothing to do with it being damaged. We learned the make shit up tactics from your videos. Not true.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined Is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Doubt it. Wait, are there like systems with no stars? Or like, what the fuck is this? Where am I? Oh, white dwarf. Never mind. Loser. Okay, refit, auto fit, balanced. Okay, guns. Oh, I haven't had like any guns on this poor ship. Jesus. When I go to auto fit and it just tries to give me certain weapons, are these like just strict upgrades? Are these gonna be better, or is it just memeing out? Like, these are my two carriers are fine. This is a combat freighter. I don't think this has any like empty weapon points. Upgrade weapons using extra OP. Oh, this just has to do with use weapons that are better than the ones specified in the gold variant. Their ordnance must left to mount them. Am I saving up for a colony? I think so, yeah. Oh, I could get another griffin too. I like these wolves a lot. One of your falcons using a heavy blast, which is way too much flux for a ship of its size. One of your wolves? Oh, is it? Buy the griffin? It's got no demods on it. Oof, I feel like we're getting really... These ships, or these crews are getting pretty big. Okay, hold on. Baytox. Let's move into this one. It gives you weapon space with a predefined class. Tries to get to the exact favorite places of whatever is available at the time. Yeah, okay. Take your officer off the combat freighter? What if I like him there, you cuck? But you're right, hold on. Off the mule, right? Plus 10% damage to destroyer cruiser, capital ships. This always seems like a good... Weapon plus shield flux should be as much as your dissipation most of the time. Wait, weapon plus shield flux. Hold on, let me... What do you think is the difference between fire support and standard? Extended missile racks, dedicated targeting core. I guess I both have these as fire support, so and it seems to be good. I'll do one fire support, one standard, I guess. Fuck it, maybe. No, never mind, because I just bought all that shit, so fuck it, it's staying like that. Heavy blaster. Uses 720 flux per second. I've seen this shoot a couple things and like blow them the fuck up, but it can only shoot like one time. Is it too memey? Because the assault variant tries to fit an auto blaster. I wish I knew it. Or a heavy blaster. All of these seem to fit heavy blasters. The AI is bad at managing flux. Is it? It seems like it's been pretty good so far based on most of what I've seen. Okay, they were in this black hole system, I think. Okay. I'll try one more fight and then I'm going to sleep. Go ahead and 4, trick tachyon lasers and fit them to the Paragon from the faction. Best ship in the game. Okay, cool. From the Midwest, have you ever seen a tornado? Seen one? No. Been in like tornado warnings, but I don't think I've ever seen one before. Do I get like speed boost from the storm sometimes? It seems like it. Flying through the storm is costing you a bunch of spotted prepare ship. Yeah, but I'm not gonna like pilot around it. You can hold S to go slow, makes you not take storm damage. Sounds a little cucked, my dude, if I'm gonna be quite honest with you. Why is my fuel ship like always so cocked? Or maybe that's the one that keeps taking damage? I don't know. Is it the storms? Whatever. Fuck them. That's a personal problem. Alright. Cocked how? It's combat readiness. It's always fucked. It's just eating my supplies, I guess. Okay. One condor to that guy, one condor to this guy. You can hang out with him, you can hang out with him, frigates are with me. Is this your last stream before Aruba? Yeah, unless I stream tomorrow, but I don't think I will. But maybe, but probably not. Wait, are they flying away? Are they running? Sensor jammer. As long as an ECM rating reduces weapon range for side with lower ECM rating. You don't think they would actually go after this cucky shit, do you? Wait, that actually might be good for us though, because if they're splitting their fleet. This is kind of dumb. The AI will like suicide ships in sometimes, like. Although it looks like he's not going to here.
Scott Bradley, $4.99. Why are your emotes named the way they are? Like monkeys? Why wouldn't it just be called Pepe Eyes or something that actually makes sense?
Ask your mom. Okay, easy. You guys are doing okay, right? Yes. Wait, why don't you guys help me with this? You cucks. Oh my god, wait. All of you just go wreck this, dude. That wasn't my ship over there, right? That's the one I just blew up, I think. Yeah, it is. Ouch.
Can you do August Editing's content review before you go?
Nope.
The guy is desperate for content to put on YouTube and you are not going to stream for a week.
I've watched almost all the videos that he's linked me, I think. Oh wait, I think he has a content review post on my subreddit that I haven't looked at yet. Oh no, like how does this happen? Look, like why are these guys like out here like little cucks on their own? They know they don't belong out there. They're so stupid.
Most emotes are named as expected. Take picnics for example, it's a cute emote about having some sandwiches in a park with friends.
Can I just send like one frigate to go capture that point? Will he do that if I tell him to? Nice job. And then you go capture that? Oh, okay, somebody else just got blown up. Very nice.
Scott Bradley, $4.99.
Nice Reapers.
What is he complaining about?
Ask your
I
mom.
give him all the content he needs.
True. Okay. Come back to supporting me. No command points available. Oh shit. Was one of my carriers destroyed? Nope, they're both still okay. His hull is maxed. His hull is okay. Okay. Oof, damn, dude. They're like going hard on that poor carrier, though. Damn, do I have increased attack range right now? I feel like piloting frigates is like more exciting. I guess this is cool. You just like, ah, fuck, one of my carriers got blown up. You do like, you got more missiles to fire, but it feels like frigates, you're like flying around and dodging shit more or whatever. Also, do I not get I thought I regenerate command points slowly. Where the rest? What the fuck? Nice. You do? I hate the CP system. Yeah, do you think they need to... Never mind. Is there a way to see which ships I've lost from this screen at all, or is it not possible? Damn, why did Devin get banned? Uh-oh. Sensor jammer at beta lost? Okay, why don't you hold on to that? Banned meme? Oh, did he do a about the guy?
Okay, no more damn jokes.
Oh, fuck, that was stupid. I didn't turn my shield off. Nice. I think we have all 3 things captured. These little, I don't know what these guys are called, but they always die. Cerberuses? Oh, come on, no way. Damn, I don't do any damage to this guy. Oh, this guy's trying to get away. It's spreading the damage on its armor by turning slowly. Oh, I still don't know how armor works in this game. But he's bound to run out soon, right? Oh god. Armor strength is a grid like. Oh, I understand. So he has no armor in the front now, but he has it in the back. That's what I'm looking at. That's what that little oh, okay, I understand. Falcon destroyed. Nice job, guys. No! Oh, those missiles are so spooky. Fuck! Okay, we should have ships coming from behind soon. He has no more armor in the front. There we go. Fuck this guy. Jesus, this guy was so tanky. I think he's using my hull too. Oh my god. Okay, who got away? 2 ships retreated. Okay, now if we chase... Actually, wait, we'll let them go for now. Okay, can I get my Condor back? The thing is, my Condor like has such good drones. That's the only reason why I want to keep it. This guy has 3D mods. Increased maintenance, degraded shields, compromised armor. I think I want to... I'll recover my Falcon. Do I want to get there? Do I want their destroyer, that strike destroyer? If you're going to spend story points, you might as well take the cruiser. Oh, wait, the Falcon. This cruiser looks awesome, right? Not with 3D mods. Increased maintenance, structural damage. Damn, that hull integrity, that's so brutal. Don't waste story points on a weak carrier, but it's my carrier, and he's got strong fighters. He's got like bombers in there. I found those on a derelict ship. I don't know if I want to lose those. Do you have the skill that requires D-mods overtime? I don't know what that means. Not worth it? I'm recovering my condor, okay? Maybe you'll harvest them after, but maybe I won't harvest them. Fuck, I want this so much. Every time I see these ships, the god tier. The destroyer's 3D mods I'd pass. If I'm gonna be a good pickup structurally, I'm just kinda eh. I'm taking my thing. Okay, fuck you. We don't leave our ships behind like that, okay? You guys might be heartless, cold bastards. Okay, did I get my bounty or no? I didn't? Oh no, bounty completed. I did. Okay. I don't want to let them get away, but I just kind of want to wait for my ships to repair themselves a little bit. I will be killing this fleet. Okay, pursue, second in command, take the wolves. No enemy ships escape, no ships lost. Okay, cool. Someone's taken by shields, 15% hard flexibility while shields are active. That sounds kind of cool. 30% high damage taken by shields. Or phase cloak. Oh, I don't know. Redacted. Oh my god. What? Okay. I love you guys. It's been fun. I don't know how much streaming in Aruba I'll be able to do. I might stream tomorrow a little bit. I'm not sure. Oh, go watch Pisco. He's cool. I think I will be back. When I come back, we'll start doing the Terraria Calamity mod, I think.
Okay. Aren't you taking attack speed rune? Darth, that's a good question. But nobody actually asked, so that's the thing. Okay. Aren't you taking attack speed rune? Darth, that's a good question. But nobody actually asked, so that's the...
That's a dono sound. That's a good question, but nobody actually asked. Okay. Relationship coach. What?
And the caffeine is it's one where it's
Scott
like
Bradley,
An ICF certified relationship
$4.99.
coach.
Scott Bradley last minute dono.
Okay, there you go. Alright, I love you guys. It's been fun. Ribbon, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my dude arenas. I will catch you guys next week arena, I guess.